Hey, ladies. It's Friday. Where my girls at? From the front to back. Y'all don't even know that song, huh? It's you guys were
We
born.
know that song.
Okay, I'll just because y'all a little younger than me. Just wanted to make sure. Um, anyway, welcome everyone to Lapeef JR. We're gonna introduce our guest, well, not our guest, but our panelists. We have Christina,
I'm
Tam,
back.
Team Della, and Mistaken. My name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a chic critique. Hey, everybody. Hey, Dr. Steele. Okay, you guys, today we will be talking about double standards. But before we do, there are a few things that came to our attention this week that we feel the need to talk about. One thing we kind of talked about at the end of last week's, but we're going to talk more about it today because I want to get the girls' opinion on it. One is, well, there is this legislative this bill. I guess it's a bill that's coming up in Ohio that states that women who have, let me see, how do I put this? Women who get pregnant unintended can sue the man for $5,000 if she has to carry on the child, meaning if the abortion law stops her from being able to abort the child and she carries the child to term, she can sue him for $5,000. And then there's another one that states that, and this is going, the Republicans are bringing this to the House. And basically, it says that women who have a child and they are not married, they are allowed to, I don't have this written down, but they are allowed to start collecting child support at conception. Meaning, if you go to the doctor, you pee, or whatever it is, and he said, "Oh, you're pregnant," you can start collecting child support. Those are two very important things that are taking place right now. What are your opinions on that?
Well, one other thing, to clarify, they said that they can, even though the moment of conception, when they find out, if it's like depending on how far along they are, they can collect back child support.
So if you find out in 15 weeks, and you know that, what was it like? It's like an 8-week, and it like 8 weeks you can find out your whatever, you can do back child support. Ain't this some?
Cash her out. Cash her out.
So how do you feel about that though?
I feel like men should stay out of women's bodies and this wouldn't be an issue. Like, at the end of the day, y'all are being petty. So you like, just like the woman that was pulled over in Texas and she's, for being in the HOV lane. And she's like, I'm pregnant. Like, y'all want to make me, y'all want to be petty? Then let's be petty. Stay out of women's business. It's not your body. That's what I would say. And then, the whole 5,000, I'm like, that's it?
Right. That's not enough.
That's it, girl.
I agree, Della. 5,000 isn't enough. Kids are expensive. If I'm forced to keep that child, $5,000 ain't gonna be enough. The whole child support thing, again, with Della. Fetal heartbeat, I can't get rid of it. Pay my child support. Let's just go ahead and get this on and popping, because honestly, people are gonna have to learn now at this point that sex is intended to have children. So I think it's gonna have, well, Della, we can have fun too, but the person.
Apparently not. If you have sex, you're gonna get pregnant, you'll die, you'll get the.
But at least there's stipulations. I saw in Georgia that there is stipulations, like if you're raped or you're molested or whatnot, you can abort the child. So there is asterisk in Georgia. I can't say every state, but
I think Georgians have to be really, we have to stay really awake. Kemp is intentionally not making any moves on that because he knows that Stacey Abrams is about to be on that ass. And so he is not making any kind of he's not shaking the table at all when it comes to this, because I really feel like he knows that his position is pretty much already on the line. And so if he goes any further to the left, it's going to ruin any chance that he has of being reelected, which I feel like is kind of already obliterated. But Yeah, so worst case scenario, if he does get reelected, I can already see it becoming the new Tennessee.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Handmaid's Tales.
I have been saying Handmaid's Tales it's starting to come to fruition. When I first saw that show, Bella, we are living in Handmaid's Tales times. And I've said it. Yes.
Blessed be the day is going to be the next phrase.
Blessed be the fruit, right.
Oh, I rebuke that. Please
let
don't.
Let the Lord open, right.
No.
Girl.
Out here.
It's a bit that's a bit ridiculous to me. I can see if maybe, it was an unwanted pregnancy that was caused by like rape or something like that, then okay, yes, if I'm in a position where I am now forced to have my person that assaulted me's child, absolutely, I should be able to sue. I want more than $5,000. But if we're talking about two consensual adults that lay down to have sex and neither one of them bothered to use protection, y'all both at fault. Like, why are we trying to sue the man? Because now I have to be forced to have the baby. Like, where's the accountability? Like, where was the birth control? Where was the condom? Where was your thought process, especially moving forward now that we do know these things and they are forcing women to have pregnancies regardless of the situations in some states where they're trying to block it. So let's start doing better so that's not an issue. But I'm just like, what? You sue somebody for $5,000 and y'all was consensual adults and laid up and had unprotected sex, and now you want to sue him? What if he wants to sue you?
He can't, Tam. He can't. That's the whole thing.
Like, where is the accountability on both parts? Like, why does he get sued and we both were consensual and I didn't make you put on a condom, you didn't bother to get a condom, I'm not on birth control, you knew I wasn't on birth control. Like, both of y'all are at fault. Why is he being sued?
That's true.
But I mean, this is by Republicans. So Republicans are usually more conservative. And when you're talking about conservative people, they view men as the leader. He is the responsible part. Like, that's just how they think. They've always thought that way. Do y'all not agree? That's just how.
Well, the Ohio one, I think that was led a bill brought by Democrats. But the GOP, of course, that was brought by the Republicans. But I just think that this is just backlash from the overturn of Roe versus Wade, and I just think that the point is to be intentional in, I guess, trying to make everyone on both sides responsible. Like, I think the overturn of Roe versus Wade was to put that on women. But now I think the backlash behind that is trying to make men more responsible as well, where it's not just on the women. Hopefully, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't particularly agree with either the overturn of Roe versus Wade or this new legislation as well. But hopefully, because both of those things are up in the air right now, that people start thinking much more with their head, this head instead of the other one, and just being more responsible all around when it comes to having sex.
Anybody else wanted to touch on that before we move on? Let me just add this too, because this is an important thing, and I know somebody brought this up. In this piece of piece of legislation that's trying to be pushed, one of the things that was brought up was, and I kind of trying to go off memory, but I believe that if the woman does not consent to paternity, she doesn't have to. So she can say, and I hope I'm right, but according to what I remember, she can say, okay, this is the father, but she can also deny, him, because I think you can start, you can test for paternity as early as 9 weeks in the womb. But I think it's a little risque a little bit. So, but she can deny that. until the child is born.
I think it should
Meaning
be
he
really
still have to pay that back pay.
period.
But on the flip side, I do think that there should be something in place that if the child is not his, he should be able to then sue her for his money back. I think that would only be fair. Because like we just face it, that happens all the time.
I agree, because the way both of those are written now, it does kind of take some of the I guess the ownership on the woman in terms of knowing who she's sleeping with and knowing who the baby's by. And I don't think that that's right, because on both of them, they can just pick any random dude the way that it currently is and say, like, you know, Maury Povich, you are the baby's father. Like, and there's no, you know, accountability in that regard. And so I think if they do create this legislation and it passes or whatever, I don't think anything should be done until they can prove paternity, period. And if it takes the 9 months and wait till the baby's born, because I wouldn't want to put the risk the pregnancy, by trying to do it, while you're pregnant. But like that 9 month, gap when the baby's had, that just needs to be, at this point, to be honest, I just think that needs to be protocol. Like when you have the baby, just let's go ahead and have paternity automatic. Like, so then that way, we can eliminate some of that, because they're trying to amend. They said that they were going to try to make an amendment to Social Security. The GOP law that they're trying to pass is making an amendment to Social Security in regards to that.
Gotcha. So you're saying they're trying to implement the paternity first and then this?
Oh, no, is what you said. About the woman has the option. What I'm saying is I think that should be mandatory. If you can go ahead and say that I'm going to start collecting child support. At that point, paternity, before you collect any kind of child support, I think paternity needs to be established, period.
Okay. Anybody else wanted to give their opinion on that before we talk about these double standards?
That's one right there.
It is. But you know what? Do you think it's going to? Do you really think it's going to make people more responsible in their sexual lives?
No,
I'm pretty sure that's the reason.
You would think.
No,
I feel like that's the reason why they're doing. You would think that if you knew you had to pay money up front for a child that you weren't quite sure if it was yours, or you would think that it would make people start thinking more responsibly, but the likelihood of it happening probably still going to be
the thing is that it's never going to make people move more responsibly. People are going to move the way that they want to move. They always have, and they always will. And more importantly, I think the bigger picture that people are missing is like this whole overturn of Roe versus Wade is way bigger than women having authority over their own bodies. We're talking about amendments that govern the rights to people's bodies, amendments that govern the rights to people's privacy. And so you have these large, you have this wing that's like really being extreme now with these other policies that they're putting in place, because it's like people don't really understand the magnitude of what's happening right now, where the government can come out and say, you have to do this with your body, or I have access to your text messages. I have access to your bank statements. I have access to literally every aspect of your life. There's no boundaries. There's no limits. And so this is just the start of, how far the government is trying to take these policies. And I just don't think that, as a whole, people are really looking at it to the bigger picture. It's kind of like, well, it's like at the sex or the abortion or women's rights. This is so much farther. And so I feel like the reason why these policies are coming out where they're hitting men in the pockets is because it's like, you need to see that this is going to affect you too. The policy right now may, be putting women in the spotlight, but these policies are literally, I forget what amendments they are, like the 13th and 14th Amendment, like, your right to your own body, the right to privacy, like that's what they're literally attacking. And that's not exclusive to women.
The other thing too is part of it was saying something along the lines of I remember reading something that that says something about it'll dang, I lost my train of thought that quick. It was something that Della said that made, I had read something that was saying that some gynecologists were recommending that women stop using the ovulating apps because they were saying that they can, track those as well and determine, like whether or not someone got, if you got pregnant or not, because of them tracking the potential for them to track your, your ovulation. So if you're using those apps, to just go ahead and delete them.
Literally, and not just to delete them, but to message the company and tell the company to delete your data because they store your data. And so it literally tracks your periods, tell you when you're ovulating, when your next period is coming. And then they just had recently like this other state that is trying to implement, it may be like Arizona or something like that, to where women have to take pregnancy tests before they can leave the state. Yes.
Oh, wow.
That is how insane this is, where it's like, yeah, it's not okay. So if you ask me, I would say take it as far left as possible because it's out of control at this point.
Interesting. Did anybody else want to add to that?
I'm just going to say, blessed be the fruit. That's it. Because may the Lord open at this. From everything you just said, blessed be the fruit. It's already happening, child.
Right. Now I better start moving to Canada.
I was actually thinking that the other day. I was like, how bad would it have to get, before people are like, I'm leaving? Like, because, that's how she ended up like getting caught up in the whole thing because they waited to the last minute. And it's like, what would that be like in real life?
I haven't seen this, what you guys are talking about.
Oh, you have to
It
watch
is good. You gotta watch the series.
so good.
I'm like,
It is so
You need
good.
to watch the
Okay.
detail. Yeah.
It's insane.
Okay, well, I'll watch it when we get off. Okay, so double standards, ladies. This is what we're talking about tonight. Okay, and we might be talking about some things that are not double standards, just talking. Okay, but we saw, Tam, thank you, ma'am, sent me a video. And we will not play this video, but I will repeat what was taking place in the video, which brought up this thing that Mistaken had brought up a long time ago. And this is about double standards. So in the video, there's a man by the name of Andrew Tate. And he tells the young lady that if he were married, his wife would not be allowed to go on girls' trips every other month because he knows what takes place on girls' trips. And by that conversation, he obviously does not know what takes place on girls' trips. But he's assuming he knows what takes place on girls' trips. However, as a man, he is allowed to take bro trips or male trips with his friends every other month. She can't, but he can. How do you, and I say this, I don't really think that's a double standard because that's just his household. Not everybody runs their household like him. However, I'm thinking more of the sexual contact that he thinks takes place at these girls' trips. Just because men do it doesn't mean women do it. Like, I don't know many girls' trips that I've been on. Not that I go on many, but my girlfriends talk about the girls' trips, and it's not about having sex. It's about just enjoying another country or someplace else. It's not about that. So what do you guys feel about? How do you guys feel about that?
I think the first thing we have to break down in that video clip for the people that have seen it, that know what we're talking about, is I agree with him with just a small portion of that. You should not be taking girls' trips every other month. No, that's what we're not doing when we're in a relationship, when we're in a marriage. We're not taking girls' trips every other month. Now, should she be able to have a girls' trip once a year or once every couple of months? I feel like when you're single or maybe when you're in a relationship, that's still somewhat acceptable to a certain extent, what you and your partner discuss. However, when you're in a marriage, I'm okay with not having girls trips. I think girls trips now needs to turn into, we can bring our spouses now. Especially if you're in a friend group, like the majority of our friend group, everybody is pretty much married or is in a relationship, has been in a long-term relationship. So we always put it out there for their spouses to be able to come along, because let's just be honest, people are married. They have to answer to each other and what they have going on in their household. So every other month, absolutely not. But I definitely think there's a double standard. Like, there should be trust. Where's the trust in the relationship? The trust for your significant other to be able to go out of town on a girl's trip and you know that she is going to behave herself accordingly. When I was in my last relationship, my my ex was like, I don't think we should be doing guys or girls trips. He was like, I think it brings about trouble, especially in new relationships when you just start dating. So I don't think we should be doing that. And I'm like, okay. I was like, I done been on enough girls trips to last me a lifetime. Like, it's about the bigger picture. I'm trying to build something with somebody, trying to get married and all of that. So I'm like, okay, we were in agreement. But the minute one of his friends mentioned something about a guy's trip, it was like, oh, it was go time. And I'm like, no, 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 no. That's not what we said in the beginning, honey. We said that in new relationships, we shouldn't be doing girls and guys trips. So don't try to flip it now that you want to go on a guy's trip with your homeboy. So now that door is now open for me to be able to go too. I trust you. When I'm on girls trips, when I'm in relationships, I call my man often. Hey, baby, I'm FaceTiming. This is what's going on. This is what we're doing. Okay, I'm going to check in with you later when I get back to the hotel room so you can make sure I'm good. I made it back in safe. I don't have those types of problems. I think the men that have a problem with it, it might stem from some sort of maybe an insecurity. Maybe it was some type of experience that they had where they were in a previous relationship and their girlfriend or wife was doing something she didn't have any business doing while on a girl's trip. So I think it's all about keeping that line of communication open and doing what works best in your relationship.
I agree with Tim in the fact that in terms of something that may have happened to them. And what I mean by that, I don't think it's really mostly the girl doing something. I think it's they know what they were doing when they were on their guy's trip and trying to put that saying, I know what goes on because they know what they were doing and think that their girl or their wife is going to be doing the same thing. But for me personally, I I don't have an issue with girl trip or guy trip. And in fact, I encourage my husband to go on guy's trip. Like I want him to go on a guy's trip. And that's just because I do think it is important for men and women both to have their space and have their fun outside of each other. And it boils down to like what Tam was saying. It's about the trust. My thing is, I don't understand if you can trust your significant other, going to the mall or going to work or going to wherever. If you have trust, it shouldn't matter where the trust is given. So if I'm, if I've shown myself to be trustworthy, that trustworthiness shouldn't stop. If it shouldn't be limited to international borders. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, because if you cheating, you can cheat at the
So that's my point.
for a run. You don't gotta go out of the
Exactly.
country to cheat. So
Exactly. That's my point. Me and my husband both do go away. Like just this summer already, I had my girls' trip already. And then him and I took a trip together. So we do believe in, making that space for each other and traveling. But I also do believe in him having his time getting away and hanging with the boys. I trust him. So, go ahead, have your fun. And it's the same thing with me. It's just a matter of have your fun, but be respectful. Remember, you're married. Like that's the rule. Just remember that you're in a relationship. Just because you leave somewhere don't mean a relationship goes away too. But yeah, that wouldn't bother me at all whatsoever, and I'm cool with it. There's no double standard on this end.
Anybody else wanted to?
So to talk about that video, it definitely, the way he even mentioned the conversation, even talked about it, was just like, it's a bit aggressive, but hey, if she's happy, she's happy. I agree that men should be able to take guys trips. Take a guy's trip. It's just a level of respect. The things that you do on that trip, could you do it in front of me? I think is really how I view it. If it's not something you do in front of me, then it's out of pocket. I go on girls trips. The things that he said in that video, as though we go on girls trips just to have orgies or just to have sex or just to meet a guy. What did he mention? Like Tinder, because your friend had a Tinder jump off.
Yeah,
or something
he
like
said
that?
her friend meets a dude on Tinder.
Yeah, it was a bit extreme. Not on my girls trips. I don't think I've ever been on a girls trip where my friends are swiping right, and most of my friends are married. So when we go on girls trips, it's a time for them to get away, and we really just enjoy each other and each other's company. And we don't do anything, of course, it's gonna be out of pocket that would be disrespectful to their husbands or anybody they're in a relationship with. And equally so, if they're my best friend, her husband goes out on trips too. There's a trip coming up called Uber Soca, which is, a Caribbean cruise on steroids. There's a level of trust that's there between her and her husband, that he can go on this trip with her cousins and their family, and the guys go on this trip and they have a good time at Uber Soca. So I think it's a level of trust between you, and as Mistaken and Tam said, you could cheat going to the gym. I mean, how many people are cheating and picking people up at the gym? If you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat. You don't need a trip for that.
And I guess my question is girls trip. Like, I think people are thinking that when you go on girls trip that it is single. Sometimes you have girls trip that are single, but in my case, a lot of my friends that I go on trips with, they are married too. So when we're going on girls trips, it's really just other wives. So in that regard too, I don't know if that makes a difference for men, but they're married too, and we're all like getting a break from responsibilities of taking care of the kids and all of that kind of stuff, and taking care of the husband. You go on your girl trip, you like, ooh, you're free to just only think about yourself and have fun and have a good time, going to dinner and partying or whatever. But all of, like I said, when I've gone on trips with the girls are also married as well. Now, I don't know if that makes a difference for somebody who just like think, there shouldn't be any girl trips at all, period. But yeah, and same with my husband. He's not going on boys trips with everybody who's single. He's the only one married. Like,
You know what? I think that I agree with that, Mistaken. I think that when people think of girls trips, they're thinking about a singles trip. Like when they envision the singles, those women don't have men. I've never seen any of my friends who are married get out of pocket. I've seen some maybe single, but I've never seen a married woman, enjoy herself on a getaway. Never. I mean, not to say it doesn't happen, because if a woman is not happy at home,
some of y'all
that's the majority though. If she is in a happy relationship, more than likely she is not. She'll probably spend most of her time calling you at home just to make sure you're not doing nothing.
Checking in on the kids and all that.
Yes. Now, if she is not happy, that is a totally different situation. If it has nothing to do with love, it has nothing, those dutiful relationships y'all claim y'all want, maybe. That's the women that I know who are married, they're all in love with their husbands, and they would never.
Now, I also think the destination matters too. Like if a whole bunch of women are going to Conclave this weekend, for example, and it's just a bunch of married women, you going to Charlotte, going to Omega Conclave, where all these men are going to be, then, that's a little bit different versus we just going and getting Airbnb on the beach. I think the destination matters and what your surrounding is going to be. Like, for example, in your 20s, there was Cancun jump off. A whole bunch of women ain't going to Cancun jump off, right? Like, your married women aren't going to Cancun jump off. And if they are, then you might want to question the environment that she's putting herself in. So I think it also matters the destination as well.
Yeah, I think, just relationships in general, it's just important to maintain your identity. Like, you are your own person before the marriage, before the relationship, before the other person. And so, engaging in experiences that bring you joy, that bring you happiness, where you can expand, and it's also like when you're in a relationship, the whole one person isn't responsible for you. Like, you have friends, you have family, you got a therapist, maybe, you know what I mean? Like, this is a whole full 360 circle, and your spouse isn't, the sole source of all of your wants, needs, and desires. And that's a really big responsibility to put on them. So I think it's important for them to be able to have that space and accessibility to that space to be able to fulfill those needs, wants, and desires that they have outside of you, obviously, within that respectable barrier of the relationship. But yeah, I think, when it comes to like trips, when it comes to outings, when it comes to events, please, me and Mumu will be happy here watching TV as you go do your thing.
It was funny because I mean, when I was telling my husband what we were doing on our girls, I mean, he was just like, "Oh, that's whack! Like, y'all didn't turn up." Like, his thing is like, "Well, you go have fun." Like, he understands, especially too. I also think it also depends on the people who you are on your girls trip with. With your mate, if your mate knowing your friends, and let's say you do have friends married, not that are just like where he feel like they're iffy, you know what I'm saying, then I think that would make a difference. But if they know that, okay, I know her husband, or I know her, all right, she's good people, I trust her, you know what I'm saying, with my wife, she good people's, I don't think that matters. Like, I mean, when we went on our girls trip, we went to the beach, we hung out, and I'm telling, I called him or whatever, and like, oh, he's like, what are y'all doing now or whatever, and I'm telling, oh, we went here, we went there. And so sometimes he's like, yo, y'all boring. Like, you're not even, turning up or having fun. And I'm like, I mean, we still had fun. But so I just think it has a lot to do with men knowing what they would do, or know what their boys do when they go away. And sometimes not even when they go away, sometimes where they at. And because they are around that environment and see what goes on, the assumption is I know what's going on, and I see, so I don't want that to happen to me. So a way for it not to happen is for you not to go anywhere. But if a woman, just like a man, if they're gonna do something, you don't have to go out of the country to do it.
I think sometimes some people, I won't even say men or women, some people do use those trips. Yes, we know you can cheat without having to go anywhere, but I think sometimes those individuals that do want the opportunity to cheat, they do use those trips to do it, because in their mind of reasoning, women or men, it's like, oh, I'm here for a good time, especially those out of the country trips. Like, I'm not going, they don't know me over here. What are the odds of me seeing this man or this woman that I slept with while I'm over here back in the States? So I think people have been conditioned to think that the absolute worst happens when you go on these trips, because some people use those trips as an excuse to exhibit bad behavior.
But you know what? I mean, piggyback on that. But you know what you married. She the same chick she was when she married you. So if you married a woman like that, just because she marries you, I mean, you may have tamed it a little bit, it wasn't dormant, but you know, it may come out later on. Who knows? You know, but that's not every woman. You know, when you have a woman you can trust, just like Mistaken said, her husband trusts her. He knows that she's not going to do anything. And a lot of marriages are like that. But if you married a woman who was for the streets, as they call it, the 304, it is what it is. She may not, she may.
So I guess let me ask you. So are you guys feeling like I'm okay with my mate or significant other having a guy's trip, and I understand how he feels, so I won't do one? Or you're like, if he's gonna go on a guy's trip, then he should expect that at some point I'm gonna go on a girl's trip too.
You already know I don't be traveling much. I may go once, like every 3 years.
I feel like it should be. But that's the double standard of it all. I'm like, I feel like certain things need to be fair across the board. Like, if I have the trust in you to be able to go on a guy's trip and know, and I trust that you're going to respect our relationship and you're going to value what you have at home, I expect that same benefit in return. I expect that same grace in return. Like, unless I feel like the only way that's an issue is if you have had problems with infidelity already in your relationship before these trips. So now you side-eyeing a person like, you already done cheated on me, and now you about to go on this guy's or this girl's trip. Yes, you have the need to be worried, but where's the trust? I trust you that I don't want to be blowing my man up 24/7. Where you at? What you doing? When you coming home? What's happening? Like, no, I first of all, who got that much time in the day? I don't. I want to be able to trust my man when he's not in my presence. Go have fun with your boys, live it up. And then I'm even the type of person, I don't even blow up my dude when he's on his guys' trips. Just let me know you good. We could check in a couple times throughout that day. Let me know you good, you safe. But other than that, enjoy your vacation. Enjoy your vacation. I see you when you get home, baby. Enjoy that time.
I agree. Anybody else wanted to contribute to that before we move on to the girls' trip? All right, now we will be talking about dating. So, for one thing, men go by looks, but women, well, they say that women shouldn't be looking at a man's looks. Do you guys agree with that? So, men are more superficial as it relates to looks. Women are more superficial as it relates to money. What do you guys' thoughts about that?
I think both are wrong.
You think both are wrong?
I think women look at looks too.
Okay. But it is a double standard. So because let's just be honest, women are more likely to choose a man who may not be a looker. Right? So let's just say if he had more money, you may not look at the looks as much. He could be a little chubby. Is that not true? Not you. We're talking about women.
Oh, in general. Oh.
In general.
I'm just kidding, Shantae. Yes, in general, women will overlook looks more than men will. Yes. And especially if they got money. Yes, absolutely. They will most definitely overlook a whole lot more if the bag is right. And that's in general. I don't think it's
so many unattractive men have like these beautiful, gorgeous women. And you like, how you pull her? Probably because
I do think women like an attractive man. Who wouldn't? I think that goes to both. Yeah, would prefer. I think both men and women both want attractive partners. That's a given. However, I do also feel like what Tam was saying as well is that I think women will have a tendency to not weigh so much on just the looks department. Like if other things come with the package and the guy may not be as attractive, and let's say like what you were saying, they may be, have money, or, well, he treats me like I've never been treated before, you know, he puts me first or whatever, that they would weigh that as well and say, well, yeah, he might not be that cute, but he does all of this. Well, when I get with him, I'll fix him up, you know. So I do think women will have a tendency to not only make their judgment based on looks, where I think men will not just that they'll say, I don't want an overweight woman, I want them, and they be overweight themselves. Like, it's like you want to expect something, you know, without putting in the same work. So men, I definitely know men who have made comments and stuff like that. Actually, was it last week when we saying something? And Trill was like, nah. I was like, so she meet all of your requirements, because they would talk about what, the fit, feminine, submissive, and friendly or something like that.
But the fit was lacking.
Right. And I was like, well, you know, what if she doesn't have the fit part, but all of the other stuff? And they were like, nah. And to me, that's, I mean, I think that's crazy. But I think on a woman, for the flip side, when it comes to looks, I do think that they would consider, well, if the guy has all of these other things and is just the looks, they would entertain him. But if it was looks and ain't got no money, then I think they'll be like, yeah.
So then you one or the other. So, okay, he may not be able to get a man with money, but he's a looker, I'll go for him. Or so the epitome, the ideal guy, ideal guy is nice looking and he has a good job. That's the ideal, right? Then the next thing would be, okay, he may have security or he may be a good looking guy. Because people will argue that women do go after the good looking guy and he don't have nothing. Okay.
I was about to say, I know some very good looking men with zero security, and it's a hard pass.
Well,
for you, we're talking in general.
In general, I've seen women deal with men because they look good, but they ain't have nothing else going on.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
The fine ass Pookie.
So for some women, it's safe to say for some women, the looks may be the top priority. For other women, it may be security. For all women, looks and security.
I think that's the ideal situation is a woman. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's the ideal situation. I think most women want a good-looking man that got money. But we realize that that's a rarity.
Okay, I got a question. This is kind of off the subject. Do you go for, is it a face thing or body? Which is most important?
I think it's all.
I think it's a little combination, just a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little tiny bit of both.
I've never seen a good looking face with a bad body.
I have. Have you?
I think it's all just like
they out there. I think I would like the face to be better looking than the body, because we can work on the body. We can always work on the body.
You can't always work on the body. That body is the body.
You can dress that body up. If you can't work on that body,
dudes who got women body, like they have like no muscle tone.
You can dress that body.
Oh, I don't mind skinny. Like not.
I didn't say skinny.
Like I don't mind like non-muscular. Let me say that. Yeah, like I mean, at the same time, it's just like, you know, I got body, so where are you at? Like, do you have any? I don't know, but I've never seen a guy that's like.
But sometimes if the face isn't always where you want it to be,
but that body
no, but the personality. That person, no.
We're not doing this crazy. We are not.
Every time we mention personality, that'd be her face.
No, but Sam, we're not doing this tonight because you're not gonna say you're an ugly dude. He and he got a great personality.
Ugly.
I know many guys with great personalities who are single.
I didn't say ugly. I said the looks aren't up to par. It's a difference. I didn't say ugly. And ugly is in the eye of the beholder.
It is.
Sam, that kind of man really has to be saucy. Like he's got to have the sauce. He's got to have the bag. He's got to have the swag. He's got to have the confidence. He's got to be able to, really really get that connection going. I feel like they have the hardest.
But you have those in
They
between.
have it the hardest.
You have those in between, not the fine ones and not the ugly ones, but that in between.
The in between is cool though. When he's a little, like he ain't no beautiful kid, like he ain't no pretty boy, but he got this little
and the personality bomb.
And he can dress nice. He's got like a nice fitted tailored suit.
Damn, I know what you're talking about because I dated one of them.
You said what?
I said I know exactly what she's talking about because I've experienced that where I dated someone, and you know, of course, you know, I was younger too, but dated someone, and everybody was like, "Yo, like, why is she with him?" You know, would say that to my best friend, would say stuff to me like, "Why are you with him?" And it was really because he was such a dope dude. It didn't, to me, it didn't matter at that point. I was attracted to him, you know. But
so,
I
like,
mean,
ugly, like,
I don't know. I don't want to say. I would say I was attracted to him,
okay.
but other people couldn't understand why I would be attracted to him in terms of just physical. I mean, he had a very nice body wise, he was on point. Face wise, I guess that's what people were looking at. But for me, I still found him I was still attracted to him because it was more to him than just his facial features. You know, he was a great guy. He was just great.
And those guys deserve a chance.
I agree.
They deserve a chance.
Well, Tara mistaken gave him a chance. Anybody else wanted to add to that?
When you're like dealing with these like guys, do you take into consideration like what possibly your children would look like?
Listen, I think I'm cute enough for the both of us to make some beautiful babies.
Okay.
Okay.
Until that baby show up.
And I think his future, his wife now, my ex, ex, I seen, on Facebook or whatever, or whatever. I've seen what his wife is, and they have beautiful children. So
first of all, it's a gamble because I have seen two very attractive people make some, I don't mean to talk about people's kids, but make some funny looking babies. So I don't think that just because two people are attractive, that's going to equate to a beautiful child. Like, you just never know. Listen, I remember in high school, y'all, I used to be in love with Omar Epps. Oh my God. When Love and Basketball came, I was like, oh my God, I love him. I'm going to marry him. Like, I just love him. And I remember my English teacher told me, she was like, Tamra, think about your children, what would they look like? And I was like, he is fine. Like, what are you talking about? He fine to me. So that's why I say it depends. Like, what might be attractive to me may not be attractive to somebody else, because I still think that man is fine to this day.
Well, being fine doesn't mean that you'll make nice looking children.
Well, that's exactly what I said. So it doesn't. So when somebody said, okay, if I get with a man that's not as attractive, I think I'm cute enough to the point where we're gonna have some decent.
But you do consider it. You do consider the offspring.
Not necessarily. No, I'm not shallow in that aspect. To where
your offspring, that's shallow.
Respectfully, because at the end of the day, two very attractive people can still make a funny looking baby. I have seen it happen. So I'm not dating a man and I'm like, oh, I got to think about my kids, but he checks off all my boxes. But I'm attracted to him. He may not necessarily be attracted to maybe you guys, but what matters is if I'm attracted to him, and if he's checking off everything on my list, why am I going to miss up the opportunity, pass up a good man because I'm like, well, our babies might not be that cute? That's shallow. That's shallow.
I was about to say, Tam, we be thinking the same way. Two ugly people can make a beautiful baby, and two very attractive people can make a very unattractive baby. And I've seen it both ways. But again, also beauty is submissive. Like you are subjective, not submissive. It's how you see that person. There's people that I've dated. My friends are like, they don't say he's ugly. They go, he's not my type. Okay, I mean, he's good for you, but he's not my type personally. So that's how I know that my friends found the people that I dated unattractive, because it always fell into the bucket of he's not my type. And by the way, Tam, Omar Epps has a beautiful daughter. I don't know if you just saw that she graduated college or high school, something like that.
She is pretty.
She's very pretty.
Most people think, I have heard it for years, most people think he's not an attractive man. But look at his wife. She's beautiful. Yeah. So you just never, at the end of the day, it's a gamble when you're procreating with somebody. It doesn't matter how attractive they may be or may not be. It's still a gamble. You don't know what your child is going to come out looking like. People just need to be praying for a healthy baby and stop putting so much focus on looks. Like,
how about intellect? How about for your kids with intellect?
That too. At least mate with somebody that's intelligent so your child could be smart.
I mean, then wouldn't that be the same thing, Tam?
Like, but are you even having sex?
Wouldn't your smarts be able to make up for the both of y'all?
No, but you ain't having sex with someone who don't stimulate your mind in the first place. So you ain't even procreating with
everybody's different. Not
everybody is different. I will say that people are having kids with people that don't have a lot upstairs, for sure. But for me, if you ain't got no intellect, I'm not even gonna be sexually stimulated by you.
Well, I wouldn't even be attracted to you to even want to go there. Like, even if you are physically attractive, to go to the point where I think we're going to be in a relationship just because you're physically attractive, but you're dumb as a doorknob, I wouldn't even be attracted to you at that point. I would just be like, oh yeah, he got a nice body, but he's dumb as, like, and that wouldn't be attractive to me at all whatsoever. But I would rather have I would take a smart kid. I would rather my kid to be smart than pretty. If I had to choose between the two, I think I would rather have a smart kid with good character, all of those things that make a person, a good person, because I know that they would probably find somebody who would treat them well versus just being pretty and have nothing else to offer, because those are women or, people that I'm going to speak for a female. Because I know this is probably bad to say, but I think ugly men will fare better in the dating game than an ugly female.
That's fair to say. Yeah. I mean, that's more of a fact more than an opinion. Unfortunately.
So if I would have happened to have, let's say, an attractive, daughter, I would hope that she's very smart and, that she's intelligent and has good character and is just a nice overall person, because I do think that she would fare better with finding a mate that's going to treat her well, as opposed to having a very pretty daughter who has terrible character and just get over because she's pretty but don't have any substance.
And in a perfect world, would I like somebody that is very attractive, fit everything, all of that? Yeah, but it's we don't always get what we want sometimes. Mm-hmm. And if he is checking off all the boxes and I find him attractive, because there still has to be some level of attraction that I feel for him. Like, I'm not gonna say, I'm not talking to him because he ain't got no beard, he not chocolate, he not this. Like, no. Mm-hmm.
No. Do you think women put as much emphasis on the superficial aspect of their mate as men?
I think at first they do. I think in their younger age they do.
I think
money and looks.
Yeah,
you got different types of women. Some women put it on their looks. Some women put on financial security. It just depends on the woman. But I do believe that's how a lot of these guys who don't have much be getting these girls, and they be like deadbeat dads, because the Pookie's maybe nice looking, but he sucks. His character sucks. because they were going after his looks. Ain't nothing else.
But I wonder what
you learn. The older you get, you definitely start, to realize that there are qualities and characteristics of individuals that you're really looking for rather than, physical features or just money. Because if that person has the qualities, if they have the characteristics, if their morals and values are in line, if they're moving with intention and purpose, they're gonna have the stability and the security, because they're moving with purpose, they're moving with intent. Definitely when you're younger, you kind of miss those milestones. Definitely like being like in high school, and then you just want to be cool. And, the older you get, you just realize that those things that appear to be cool aren't really cool.
Oh yeah, high school, it was all about looks. But what's so weird is that I don't necessarily remember height being a thing in high school. So is that a double standard? As far as like, sorry guys, if y'all heard that. is it a double standard with height? Women wanting men to be a certain height, but she isn't that certain height? Because some men that are
it's just what it's attractive. Men like,
but some men like tall women too. Like,
yeah. I mean, some women will date short men. Shoot, I date men my height all the time.
Yeah.
How tall?
That's
I mean, some people I know
is an issue for men unless they're short.
You said what now?
I said I really don't think for most men the height of a woman isn't that a deal breaker for them unless they're really short. If they're a really short guy, then typically they're going to want a woman that is shorter than they are. But I think for women, height is a big issue, especially if you're on the taller side. Like my mom, she's 5'10" and a half, and that was one of the biggest things she said she used to hate, and that she would have to date a guy that was taller than her, especially wearing heels, because she was almost already 6 feet without heels. And she ended up marrying my dad. My dad was 6'8". So, I'm the shortest. I'm the runt of the family. I'm really, really short, compared to them. I'm average height. I'm 5'5" and a half. Well, 5'6". Let me round that up. But like, and that has always been a thing. So all my sisters, their husbands are taller than them. But my brother, he has a really itty bitty a bitty wife, and he's 6'11", and his wife is about 5 feet, 5'1" maybe. So I think height is more of a female thing in terms of picking a mate, but I don't think height typically matters for men. I think their focus is more on looks and body and stuff like that.
I think that's all because we think about protection. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Noah.
No, I was just saying I can definitely agree with mistaken. Being a tall girl, I've definitely had shorter guys. Think that the legs were the thing. They like the legs. So
there are some short men with a whole lot of confidence, and they will be the most confident and will come up to you. I know I have a friend. She is. I want to say she's 6'6". No, maybe 6'3". She played basketball. She's pretty tall, and she's also a larger woman. And this little itty bitty 5'6" guy was just like enamored by her and walked up to her and was like, hi Moo. Sorry, got
Moo.
Hi Moo. Welcome to the show.
Kids.
And they do. There are some short men that have confidence. And I don't have an issue with the short men. I have an issue with Napoleon syndrome short men. That's my problem. Like, if you have a complex about short and you gotta prove yourself for whatever reason other than showing confidence, that's where I have an issue with short men.
I think that, and plus, when we talk about the money part, way aside from the height, but when we talk about the money part, I think that that's been more of a growing trend lately. Now, you've always had the women who like men with money. Ideally, you want a guy with money, but I think that it's more so now that social media is so big. Don't you think that more women are just like, oh, I gotta go after this guy with the bag, the whole bag?
Yeah, I
trend
think they don't care
with social
how
media?
the men looking in this day and age. I think all they care about is financial gain. I don't think they care, which is, but you see it, which is, I mean, let's be honest. We see, especially on social media, some, like some men that are like, if you didn't have a bag, I know she wouldn't give you a second glance. So yeah, but these are the men that feel like too that they know that if they didn't have a bag, that certain women would be out of their league. So some of those men, I guess, don't mind spending the bag because they know, when you're unattractive. I feel.
And I feel like when we're going to take it to social media, we also have to take it to the fact that like social media has like over sexualized, women to a whole other extent, and it's over materialized men. So on social media, you have those interactions that, that exchange is based on that anyways, where it's like, okay, he has the money, she's got the looks, he's got this, she's got that. So, the exchange isn't really like moral and value alignment, with the intent to really pursue this kind of far. It just, happens. And next thing you know, you've been playing house with somebody. So yeah, I think if we're going to reference it to social media has its own kind of like rabbit hole effect.
Absolutely. And Tim, you rocking a shirt right now. Like Biggie even said, he's like heartthrob never, black and ugly as ever.
However,
However,
I say keep that to the side.
exactly, because it was all about the money.
Let's be honest. Faith would have not looked.
Never.
Wouldn't have gave that man a second glance
Eh,
if he wasn't who he was. And I think certain men know that, and they know because they have status and they have money. Like, yeah, I know she wouldn't necessarily be here if I didn't have this. So I'm enjoying it for the moment, and I think also it gives some of those men a reason to also kind of treat those women like, excuse my language, shit too, because it's like, you ain't going nowhere. I got the money. I got the status. You want to be here because of those things. So I could treat you any way that I want.
I'm glad you said that because I was just thinking about that. Do you think that the money has to come with a certain kind of guy? At least for me, it does. Like I would never date a Future. I don't care. I would never date Future. I probably wouldn't have dated. I'm not a rapper kind of like any rapper. I can't think. I mean, I'm Drake, okay, because he's more of a, to me, a classier rapper. I don't know why in my mind I need to be a classier, intellectual kind of rapper or a person like a Nas or somebody. But I wouldn't date a Future or one of those, what's the Little Baby, like those people. I wouldn't date, not those people. I mean, like, the Littles and I don't know them. What are their names? Y'all sit here see me struggling with these people names.
Because we don't know them either.
Oh,
that's why. We're like,
I know one is a Little Baby.
It's little
Lil
and
Baby.
It's little, Lil, not little.
It's little
Baby,
everybody.
the baby, her baby, his baby.
Right.
I wouldn't date every man just because my point in saying is I don't mean to belittle them. I know they're great people. I'm just saying my type, I would definitely not. There's, even though you have money, to me is a bigger picture than just the money. It's also the person, so to speak. It's just not, like I said, I don't think that these are bad people because I don't know them, but it's just, they're just not my type, so to speak. Does that make sense?
I don't think there's an issue with making sure that a man is financially stable. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think if your main focus is just how much money he has and not really his qualities, then that's where we run into I think there's an issue. But I also saw a very interesting meme this, and I don't know if it's old. I don't know. I'm not on social media like a whole heavy amount, but it was a split photo. It was a man who I think it said like he had 40K saved in the bank and he made his money legit. And then on the other side, it was a guy from the street. He had like this pile of cash in his hand and he's like holding it up. And it was like, well, women, which man would you prefer to be with? The man who made his money legit or the man who has a whole bunch of money and makes it illegally? And a lot of the no, you'd be surprised. A lot of these younger girls was like, I would take the guy who has the bag, like right now, he has all this money. In the comments were really on the side for the guy that's the scammer and in the street, which is kind of a crazy mentality. For me, I'm like, I'll take the guy with the 40K in the bag who's making it legit, or in the bank that's making it legitimately. But
I think that's young women too. I feel like, you gotta be young, thinking with that mindset that the guy with the pile of cash is more valuable than the other guy that can provide, stability and security. So yeah, that has to be
probably because they're just looking for a good time. They're not looking for stability. They're not looking for someone that's, living life on a budget and trying to grow and trying to expand. They just want to go to the club, somebody to get them in the club, give them some money, get them some drinks, get them some shoes. Like, they know that they're not going to get that from as much, or as irresponsibly from the person that can think.
Because those type of guys, they the guys that make that money fast like that, those are usually the generous guys where they doing some type of illegal activity to get that money, so it's coming in fast and they're spending it faster. Those are usually the guys that's kind of just handing chicks money left and right. So those are the chicks that when you're thinking about it from only a come up, and you're not looking at any type of stability, security, or anything like that, those are the women that are veering off to choose that type of man, because they're not in that mind frame of wanting something stable. But I can't see anybody past a certain age where that's the route that you're choosing.
Yeah, maybe those women were younger.
Oh, definitely younger, I would say. But that's the generation that's coming up, though. When you talk about, like, I know on this call, that would not be the preference. And hopefully in our age group, that would not be the preference. But there are some women who do think like that in our age group as well, who would prefer the guy who has a bunch of money that doesn't have his life together.
Do you think there's a difference between a person with money and prestige and power? Would you, if you had to choose between the two, would you choose the person with the prestige and power versus the person with money?
You already know the answer to you already know my answer. It would definitely be the prestige. It's not necessarily just the money.
Because with prestige and power, you can get to the money. You got those two things going for you. You should be able. I'm assuming if you're at that level of status, you're already.
Well, let me take power out the picture. Just prestige.
But even with prestige, I feel like a man of prestige is still some man that has some form of success behind what it is that he does. I feel like any man of prestige is successful in his own right, and has some type of career that has gotten him to that level.
I guess the question is, how would it not go hand in hand?
Yeah, I'm a little.
I would think like, okay, so in terms of prestige, you may have a certain job, but it doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of money where you're balling. But, people know him. Like, I'm trying to think like in the field of like education, there's no, like, ain't nobody balling in the education field like that, or like in social services or something like that. But they may have prestige just on the strength of the different committees they might be on or things like that, but they don't necessarily make a whole lot of money.
They have pool.
Right.
I'll take the pool.
And I also think it depends on what is considered a whole lot of money, because somebody that is good with money and that is living a comfortable life, like maybe that works for them. They don't necessarily have to be it depends on what works for you. Like, do they have enough money for you?
That's true.
Anybody else wanted to answer that? I wanted to answer a question that was in it. I know Vanessa was looking at the chat, but I thought this was an interesting question. I think, and I'm not going to scroll back and read it verbatim, but the question was something along the line is women like male thoughts. For me, and I can only speak for me, I don't like male thoughts. I do like men that other women want, but I don't want him to be a thought. Does that make sense? So you do want that man that other women were like, oh, she got her the guy, but you don't want him to be in the streets.
but okay, my question is, but why? Because sometimes some men aren't strong enough to be able to withstand all of the attention that all these other women want. So do you want a man that gets a lot of attention, but I would assume that's also a man that is not easily influenced by the attention of other women?
I want, for me, and a lot of women don't think this way. I like a man who's choosy. So he's not going to just run up in any chick. Like if he's going to have a side chick, she going to be with me. I'm be like, okay, I kind of like her. I approve of that one. Don't go and get the what? And I'm like, what is this? Like, oh, this is what we're doing now? Like, have some standards to that, you know? But I want loyalty. Like, even if he is that guy, I understand how men are. I'm that chick who understands how guys are. But even with that, one, you have to be loyal, meaning it's not going to break up our household. And number two, it's got to be a standard to it. Because we all know all women don't be, it just don't be right down there. So I don't need you bringing nothing to this house. Okay. I don't need a woman suing you for $5,000 for unattended pregnancy.
I don't want all these other bitches want my man.
I do. I like when a
if you find him attractive, then more than likely somebody else is going to find your man attractive too. So I don't think there's any way around that.
It's a difference in a couple of people finding him attractive, but for everybody, she said, where everybody want them. I don't want a man that everybody wants.
But if he's a man with prestige, so I think people are confusing, like they're saying, well, wouldn't prestige equate, to money or whatever? And it doesn't necessarily mean that. Prestige is just having like here's a definition, a widespread respect and admiration felt for someone on something on the basis of a perception of their achievements or quality. That has nothing to do with money.
I mean, look at Obama. That man fine. I don't know too many black women or women who don't think Obama is fine. He is a prestige,
but he has money.
He is loyal to his wife, so it can be done. We don't know, but anyway, it goes until we can't assume that he's doing anything else besides being loyal. We've never heard that. So right now, he's loyal. Okay,
they would have found it. They dug real deep on him. They would have found it.
Exactly.
They would have been out there already if he cheated.
Absolutely. So don't say it can't be done, because it can.
But it's very unlikely.
That's my kind of guy. Obama's my kind of guy.
I don't know why.
I'm gonna speak it in existence for you. You're gonna find your Obama. Okay.
Yeah, but Obama has money. My question was, would you date someone? Would you prefer someone with prestige or someone with money? And
Are we talking, so that's the same question. So if I had a guy, just like that, the comment she just made, there's a guy, let's just say he's not the drug dealer or whatever. He doesn't have the $250,000 because he's not pushing, slanging drugs. Okay. He's getting it the honest way and he has a reputable job. I would take that guy over the guy who's the drug dealer. That's a lot that comes along with being dating a drug dealer. I'm not about that life. I'm just not.
Okay.
It would not work for me. So now I'll take prestige.
Yeah.
I like my peace too much. I can't deal with that type of stress.
Yeah, I prefer regular dudes.
Regular dude all day.
Just all day.
So anybody else wanted to contribute to that? I wanted to wait around before because I know Tam had to step away. But I let's go ahead and do these super chats.
I'm back. Sorry.
No problem. All right, so Harrison, thank you, says salute. Maurice, Della will vote for financial abort. Oh, Della's not here to see. You guys think that there should be a financial abortion? If a woman wants something, but it wants the child, but the man doesn't, that's financial abortion.
Wait, say that. Explain that. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
My understanding is there's this thing. Men feel like if the woman wants the child, but the man does not, he should be able to financially abort, meaning he does not have to pay because he told her up front that he does not want to have the child. That's what I'm assuming that Maurice is saying. I could be wrong. What y'all think?
Maurice, can you elaborate? I think we need Maurice to.
Would I vote for that? I mean, he shouldn't be financially responsible if the choice was hers. That sounds. I would be okay with that.
So basically, if woman gets pregnant.
No, I get what you're saying. She gets pregnant and he chooses to say, like, I don't want this child, and she chooses to keep it, then that's her financial responsibility.
I don't agree with that.
Mistaken.
I don't.
I agree that you should be able to. You can say I sign over my rights, and I feel like because you can't sign over your rights, but I think that should include him. So you don't want nothing to do with it. Don't come back in 10 years, or when they grown like they like to do.
The reason I say that is because more likely than not, the person could have prevented that from happening anyway. We've talked about this before about how men have all the power prior to, right? So once you have sex and you get somebody pregnant, you're giving your power away. So at that point, I just kind of feel like you know what you're getting yourself into. Everybody who has sex understands that the potential of pregnancy is there. So if you know you do not want a kid, then you better make sure you strap it up. And of course, we'll say, well, condoms don't work all the time, but the likelihood is, I think condoms rates are like 98%, 97%, something like that. So my thing is that if you chose a woman that you would not want to have a baby with, and you still chose to sleep with her, you're giving your power away the moment you have sex with her without using any protection. So that's
a great scenario. But what about the women who poke holes in condoms or steal sperm and all that other craziness?
Yeah. But again, those are extremes.
It happens though. Condoms break. Contraception is not 100%.
Well, the poking the whole thing, a lot of times those scenarios typically happen when it's a man that has the financial means to pay for a kid. I don't know anybody poking holes. I'm just saying I haven't heard. I'm quite sure there may be a case out there where women are poking holes in condoms for a pookie. Like 9 times out of 10, you're poking holes in it, like you're trying to do the whole Drake situation where the woman got, the hot sauce.
And that was good for her. The hot sauce situation was good.
I agree. But that's what I'm saying. Most women are poking holes with condoms for somebody that has the financial means of taking care of a kid. And that's how they're trying to secure their security, which is effed up. But I'm thinking about just in a regular situation where everybody's, just average. But as a man, if you are lying with a woman that you know you would never marry or never even think about having kids with, and you chose to go up in her raw and get her pregnant, and then you mad because she gonna keep it, that just doesn't make any sense for me. It seems like you would make sure that would not happen by strapping up.
But how about just don't go up in it?
Well,
if she's
that
not
too,
for you,
first
just
and
don't.
foremost.
We know they will. I'm not saying we know they will, but I'm just saying the best. Let's talk about the best. Just don't. Just don't.
But I mean, in reality, though, we know that people are having sex just
well,
to
guess
have
what?
sex,
In reality,
right?
nowadays, 5,000.
5,000. Listen, I think there shouldn't be a double standard on this. Like, if he don't want the kid, he should be able to say, I don't want this child and I want no financial responsibility.
I agree. But we didn't say, listen, nobody said these double standards were right. We're not here to argue whether they're right or wrong. We're just saying, like, look, they are what they are. There's going to be some things we talk about tonight that every woman on this panel is not going to like. But guess what? It's a double standard.
Because at the end of the day, yes, you could even say on the other side of that too, like both parties, like Tam said, have to take responsibility. She opened her legs and had sex with this man unprotected. Did she vet him properly? Does this person even, it's like you had sex with somebody who you didn't even realize whether or not they even wanted kids with you or not.
Well, obviously she's okay with the outcome because she's having the kid.
She's fine with the outcome because it's her body, but she also didn't consider the person she was laying down with and whether or not they wanted to be in her life in that magnitude.
But I guess the question is that whether or not she considered it, her thing is she's okay with the situation because she's going forth with having the child, right? My thing is, at the end of the day, if a man don't want that responsibility, then it seems to me that he would take the step, every precautionary measure to make sure that does not happen, because he already knows what the outcome is. She's aware of the outcome. I can get pregnant. And if I do, I'm gonna have the kid. He's aware of the outcome. She could get pregnant. What he don't know is if she's gonna keep the kid or not. So that's a gamble for him. So my thing is, in order to reduce the gamble, let me make sure I strap it up so then we don't be in this situation to begin with.
I agree with that. I mean, that makes sense to me. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but we can agree to disagree on that. I had no situation.
Listen here, we don't need to give no more reasons for people to be going up in women, getting pregnant, and then just leaving kids out here.
No, that's true. I got to teach about broken households all the time. Like I'm not for it.
Absolutely, but whether we like it or not, every wrongdoing is going to come with a consequence. That's just how life works. Everything has a consequence. No matter what you do, there could be a consequence. There's always a consequence that could happen at the end. That's
and
just
the thing is that if you know what the consequence, like you always got to think worst case scenario, right?
Absolutely.
When you know what the consequences could be. So as a man, if I happen, now you might not be thinking about it at the time or whatever, but that's on you. I hear a lot that, we've discussed and have heard on other, networks where they talk about dick discipline. And a lot of times men don't practice that. And even if the woman is loose with her vagina, it still falls on you to practice dick discipline.
Because she may be, we don't know what's going on with her. Like
there are women that'll do something strange for some change. You know what I'm saying? Like
she can have one of those H's, and the H's are never good.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that starts with an H ain't good when it comes to. So if it's too easy, you should just step away from it. That's just my opinion on it. Pregnancy is the least. It's so many things besides pregnancy out there that nobody even thinks about. Like I'm like, oh.
Exactly.
Yeah. So my thing is not about not holding a woman accountable, because she should be making sure that she's requiring him to wear a condom or what have you. Both of them need to be accountable. But my thing is, the reason I'm putting it on the man is because if he does not want to pay child support, right? So in that regard, if you know your worst case scenario could be, I can get this chick pregnant and she's going to have it. And then I might have to pay, and I'm gonna have to pay child support. So that's why I put it on the man to make sure that they make it doesn't happen, because a woman has two options. A man only has one. And that's why a woman can choose to have the baby or not. With a man, the only option he has is having the baby, because he gets her pregnant. After that, the power is there is no longer any more power in his hands to make any decision about what happens after that. So because of that, I would think as a man, and I'm not a man, so I don't know how strong that urge be for a dude to just slide up in some random raw and get her pregnant. I just don't know how strong that urge is. But I would, but I would think,
I find that men who have the most to lose are a little bit more cautious than those individuals who don't.
and that's why I know discipline is a thing, because some men, like you said, if they have a lot to lose, they are more selective. Not to say that they still
I
don't be
think some just
making
don't
bad
care.
decisions, but yeah.
Even the ones that have something to lose, sometimes they just don't care. They just out here moving recklessly. And I mean, and you see that more so in, I mean, just look at some of the, I hate to I hate to say, but look at Khloe Kardashian and Tristan Thompson. He does not give a shit. Like, and or maybe he feels like it's nothing he's losing the way he's moving. I don't know, but I think some people don't be thinking about all of that when they be in the moment.
Mhm.
They don't think about what they could be losing.
And somebody said, what if the reverse was opposite? If the dude gets someone pregnant and he wants it and she doesn't. Again, like I said before, as a man, you only have one option. It's the woman that has
That's the
two.
double standard.
Right, it is. It's the woman that has two. So I mean, I don't know how to answer that, because as a woman, if you don't want the baby, you have the option of not having it. But as a man, you get somebody pregnant, you don't really have an option. And that's why you need to make sure you strap up. And I'm not saying it from a point of agreeing with a double standard or not. It's just reality. It's just facts. If you don't want to have a baby, wrap it up. If you want to, make sure the woman that you end up getting pregnant wants to have kids.
What do you think, Della? Because it was it was to you.
You know what? We be on the same page mentally, because I was about to say that, Shantae, like, Della, this is for you, but you weren't here.
I would say, if we're picking up kind of like where Mistaken was just leading off, I honestly, I would say that it's not a double standard. The only reason why I would say it's not a double standard is because men don't carry the child. And so at some point, a woman's body becomes, I don't want to say slave to the pregnancy, but if she doesn't want it, she would probably feel that way. You know what I mean? Where like you're still going on about your day, living your life, and she's going through these major bodily hormonal changes. And so when we talk about, the double standard of it, I think that those 9 months alone, having to endure that, I would say kind of eliminates the double standard. There's so many women out there that would want to have a baby. Why, force a situation with someone that doesn't want it? And then to the whole financial abort, I think were y'all saying that, like,
if she has the baby and he does not want the child, should he be able to legally sign over that he doesn't want the kid? And that means that he doesn't have to pay child support for the child.
I think that has to be something that has to be established prior to. I think it just becomes really, really gray area kind of thing. I do, if the woman is okay with that, I 1000% think that, yeah, like, I mean, if she's okay with that, then then why not? At the end of the day, you know, when you're at a certain point, you do have to acknowledge the fact that you are both adults, and you have to understand that that at the end of the day, whether or not a woman carries a child to term is her choice. And you have to be aware of that as a man. Well, it was her choice. And so, you know, it's like, play your cards. Like, if this isn't a woman that you want to have a child with, then I mean, you can have sex with a woman and not get her pregnant. Like, it's 2022. There's no secrets out there about how pregnancy works. Like, we all know exactly how it works. So why put yourself in a position to have a child, or not even have a child? Why put yourself in a position to relinquish your power to someone else to be able to make those kinds of life-altering decisions for you? Because that's ultimately what you're doing. Because at the end of the day, once your seed is in her body, it's her choice on what to do with it. Because now it's growing inside of her, not inside of you. And if it was the other way around, then, you know, we would be having this conversation, but from a different perspective. Do I think that, you know, if a man wants to financially abort, should he be able to? He should definitely be able to file for it.
Okay. So our next, thank you, Maurice. Jason says, though it wouldn't never happen, any event that someone crossed the line, would you tell that person's significant other what happened? I guess he's talking about the girls' trip. No, but I would definitely have a good talking with my friend before she even.
I would definitely hold my friend
and tell me what it is that she's about to do. Trust and believe. We will have a kumbaya section.
I would definitely hold my friend
accountable.
accountable.
To stop that from happening for sure.
I would definitely hold her accountable. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to insert myself into your marriage and go tell your husband something.
That's true.
No, but you're going to be held accountable on my behalf. Like, first, I feel like as women, as friends, if you see your friend starting to cross the line, snatch her ass up before she crosses the line. Like, what are you doing? Like, we don't do that. We don't move in that manner. Like, cut it out.
Birds of a feather flock together, and what you do kind of rubs off on me, and I don't have time for those shenanigans.
And I would never want to be put in an uncomfortable situation knowing that information.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like what Tam said, is I'm cock blocking like a mug. Like, no, there's no way.
Yeah. Oh, you better come on.
It was kind of like what I was mentioning, like in the back chat earlier today, with like holding men accountable,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in these kinds of scenarios as well, where, you know, for me, it's like, I don't even want to be associated with those kinds of people, because it's really a reflection of me being in proximity to women that are okay cheating on their husbands, or, you know, in proximity to men being okay cheating on their wives. Like, it's a direct reflection of your character as an individual. And those kinds of behaviors and patterns trickle into other aspects of your life. And so if you're doing that, lying and cheating in that aspect, where is the border? Where is the line with me? You know, so at some point it's just like, I don't really care to be involved with people that exemplify that kind of behavior. Leave them or leave her, you know, before you decide to go out and just kind of, exemplify that kind of behavior.
And people in my circle,
and we are encouraging that, because for the ones of us that may be single on the trip, you're going to have your man thinking that we're encouraging that type of behavior when we're not. And then he's not even going to want you to even hang around us anymore. Like
your man is not going to want you to hang around her, because once you go home and talking to him about what happened, he's not, you know. But, you know, I think that's we
going to be over with. Yeah,
exactly. And that's why I said I would never want them to put me in that situation. And as selfish as this may sound, even though it is the right thing to do to stop them, but if I like the person, I would never want you to put me in a situation where you think that I'm going to be lying, because people who know me and that's in my circle, I don't lie. I just don't. And so if I know your significant other or your mate, and they're like, oh, so how was the trip? What did y'all do? And then don't put me in that situation because you'll get found out. Not that I would tell, but I don't lie. I don't lie well, so I just don't do it.
But you know what else? Pillow talk.
Right.
The other women, that pillow talk is MF. Let's keep it 100.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
you
tell my
might
husband
you might
everything.
Right.
tell her
Everything.
husband what happened, but you're pillow talking to your man about what happened, and now your man might find the need to feel like, oh, I gotta let that brother know what his wife was doing on this girl's trip. So now it's like, yeah,
And
you
let
I
me just
tell
say
ya,
this.
I'd be like, yo, Mandela was.
Let me just say
I'm
this,
joking.
men, believe it or not,
Yeah,
there are some women like myself, and I'm sure the women on this panel, we have even as single, if I have a friend and I feel like she's just out there, I would be like, she can't be with us no more. I'm
Mhm.
No,
sorry.
for real. Like, yeah,
Like,
Out there how? Hold on. Out there
No.
how?
she's the
Define-
weakest link. Goodbye.
Define out there.
Out there meaning she's just out there, like just in everybody's face, just
doing too
real.
much. Just
Thanks.
doing too much. Doing
Too
way
much.
too much.
Because I mean the stigma is true. Like birds of a feather flock together. So even though you might not necessarily be moving the way that woman is moving, people are going to assume that you are. If she has a
By
reputation,
association.
they're going to
That's
assume
true.
that you get down just the same way she gets down.
And I don't.
And they try, and you say no.
Right.
All right, moving on to our next super chat. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Okay, Maurice. Black women value space so much it would keep them single forever, but they would preach balance. It's a bit goofy.
Shantae, he talking to you, needing that whole wing of your house by yourself.
By yourself.
My man will understand. It ain't for everybody. I needs one to understand.
I'm sorry, but who wants to be up on, like what they said, the divorce rate when the pandemic happened went up? Like people need their space. And even in a marriage, you need your space sometimes. That's why men, what they have, men caves, or you know what I'm saying?
That's
like
right. Go to the man cave.
It's
Right.
okay for space, but I don't need a whole wing.
It's called enmeshment, and it's not healthy. Like you can have those barriers, those boundaries, to where you're not becoming enmeshed in the relationship. You're two individual people. And then my question would be, are you in a long-term relationship? Like I feel like that's a lot easier to say when you're single and you're craving affection and attention all the time. But like when you have it on a consistent basis, and that's not something that you're really lacking, it's not like I need to be up underneath you 24/7.
Go in your man cave then. We ain't living in separate wings of the house.
Yeah, I ain't doing that either. I'm not doing that either. But like even sometimes when me and my husband get mad at each other, like it ain't no going to sleep. Yeah, it ain't going to sleep in no second room. But
well, this is another part of the house. Most people don't have a west wing and east wing.
But you know what he does? He will take some pillows and make a bed.
He petty.
I do that.
But you ain't getting in no another.
You're not
going in another room.
No.
You keep your behind right here and be mad with your mad self.
Right. You don't go to bed angry with each other. Isn't that what the old folks say?
I'm just trying to figure out how going to a different part of the house can't mean going to the basement in the man cave or having some peace. I didn't say he had to, just another space that's his. And when he needs that peace that everybody talks about. Baby, cool. I'll come massage your feet later. Put you to sleep. Go back to my, peace.
Yeah, I just really think that men and women both, their points in times, just being around other people. Sometimes you need a break from your kids. You know what I'm saying? It's the same concept. Do that mean I love you any less, or I don't want you? No, it's just that sometimes you need your own space to take a breather, reset, not have to worry about taking care of kids, not having to worry about taking care of anybody else in that specific moment in time where you are your only focus, so you can reset. and is nothing wrong with that. Like I hate when people act like when you get married, yes, you do become one, but I mean, literally, you're not one. You know what I'm saying? Like you become one, and you're meshing your lives together, but sometimes you just need your space, and that's okay. And I think any logical person or any person that you're with will understand that. Like that, you know what? I just want to, go to my man cave and just kind of chill for a little bit, and I'll, we'll catch back up. And there's nothing wrong with that. Women do it all the time. They might leave the house to go shopping, or a man might go to go watch the game somewhere. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Is when
I
it
don't
has
know
to
how
happen
to
all the time.
by myself.
Okay, we're gonna get through these super chats, y'all, because it ain't supposed to be like a whole dialogue.
Sorry.
Y'all get them likes up too. Get the likes up.
Thank you so much, Lil Meat. Get the likes up.
All
Hit the
right.
like button for the queens. Whoop, whoop. Thumbs up.
Hey, you took the words out of
We
my
on 2 thumbs. We only asked for 1. That was so corny. Okay. Okay, no. Black women would choose looks over everything. No other group of women feel so strongly about this. That's why so many Black women are single. Well, I think that the Black, listen to this. I don't want to be mean.
Let's hear it, Shantae.
So, not all.
Truth, sis.
But in a lot of cases, so we're, I guess it depends on who we're comparing it to, the group that we're comparing it to, because they may have more selection of those higher men that people want. So if you had to choose between the two, they don't have to just go for looks because there's more of a selection of the security piece. Does that make sense? So, for example, if you go to another country and the dad says, "Oh, we're going to marry you off because he has security," well, we don't have that here necessarily. So, if you can't get the security, you might as well get the looks. Shit. Did that make sense?
I don't think Black women choosing looks over everything. I think they choosing money.
No, he's no. They be choosing Pookie and Ray Ray. Don't do that. Yes, they do.
I mean,
But we
And
talk
Pookie
about
and Ray Ray don't
Pookie and Ray
necessarily
Ray.
always have money.
Pookie and Ray Ray could be fine.
I think if
though,
it's
with money.
between looks and money, they choosing money.
Well, which definition of Pookie Ray Ray are we going with? Because remember when we had the other discussion, we defined Pookie and Ray Ray to be someone with low moral character.
That's true.
So he could have money and be fine and be a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next.
So basically, so let me just say this. So people are saying they're going after looks. What else is there? Okay, if you have looks and you have financial security, okay? Those are the two big ones, right? So if you're not going after looks, you're going over financial security. But the average Black man makes how much money a year? What did they say?
Was it like
misquoted.
47 or something like that, or 43, somewhere around there?
To $50,000. So if that's the average, then you kind of, if you're going between those two, you kind of have to go after the looks, because
that also depends on the tax bracket you're in, Shantae. So
it also depends on the city, because I think 50,000 in a small town will carry a lot more weight than in a bigger city. So, but that's all.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Thanks, Marie.
I was trying not to be rude and, step on people's toes and stuff, but it's weird to think, Jack, knock it off. Thank you. It's weird to think that men value women's multiple DP or girl experiences. Really, who could trust someone who needs to stop random tops to know they don't want to stop random tops? I don't even know what he's talking. Does anybody
Slop
know?
random tops.
Slop random tops, not
Slop.
stop.
Oh, slop. Y'all know I can't see. So if she's that backward, she's a walking head. Anyway, it goes. I still don't know what that means.
I don't know what this. I'm not sure what he was saying.
Jack, can you please elaborate on that? Because I'm confused.
It's weird to think men value women's. What does DP stand for? I'm sorry.
Same. What does that mean? Somebody in the chat tell us what's
yes, somebody, anybody. But we're gonna go ahead.
Congo.
Hey, Congo.
Hey, Congo.
Thanks for the support.
Yes.
1999. What are we? Infomercial.
Yes, Miss Cleo. Y'all remember
Call me now.
199. I have a question for the ladies. What's the question, Congo? You know, you can ask us anything. All right, Jason C. Does this admiration for the quick cash lifestyle stem from the delusion that the majority of people are extraordinary and deserve that lifestyle? The majority are average. The bell curve is real. Majority of people are average.
Yeah. The outlier is, and the small.
I think a lot of women, and now don't get me wrong, there are social media is hyping up the lifestyle, the people who want a whole lot of money. But no, I think a lot of women, average women, want average income. They're okay with it. Don't y'all agree?
Yeah, as long as you're financially stable.
Yeah. That's what I don't know that for sure, but I think that. Okay, Sir Hell speaks. Hey, ladies. Hey, ladies. Hey. All right, so Marcel, what if the husband was not giving her the same level of love or attention? Would it make it okay for her to find attention elsewhere or cheat? It's never okay for anybody.
It's never okay to cheat. Next.
No.
Not gonna fall in that trap.
Leave.
No. You got to work on your marriage.
If it's that serious, go to couples therapy. If not, then not the marriage.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Here's a double standard. Why is it when women cheat, there's every justification under the sun, but if a man cheats, he's labeled as a piece of, and the conversation goes no further than that?
I think they're both labeled as a piece.
They're both labeled garbage.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest, I think women are labeled or judged even harder because society says that, like, it's the expectation that men are gonna cheat or have multiple women. So when other women might say, "Oh, he a piece of ish," but I think as a whole, men
value decreases when
like if a woman do it, she's definitely gonna be judged way harsher.
And then also,
girl, y'all,
more likely
means double penetration.
Oh shoot! Oh no! We're gonna have to go back to that super chat. Read it again.
Now that I know that, it's still so much I don't understand about that.
You gotta go back and read it in context. You gotta go back and read it in context.
The question still didn't make sense.
But Mike, more than likely, women stay with a man who cheats versus a man they have a hard time dealing with their girl who cheats.
That's why I say women are judged harsher than men. Absolutely.
Definitely. I don't agree with this. Your double standard is a little backwards.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. I think that women get it harder than men when it comes to cheating.
All different types of whores and other things.
Everything.
And it probably hurts a little bit harder because I think it takes more for a woman to just have sex with another man. So you know that if your wife or your girl is out here having sex with another man, she likes him. And that probably hurts the ego a little. That hits the ego a little bit harder.
You don't think that it hurts a woman's ego if a man cheats on her?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but especially if I don't think she looks better. If she ain't cute, I'm looking like, oh, that's what you cheated with? That's what we doing?
You couldn't have done better.
Somebody better looking.
All right, y'all, we got to move on. So back to our double standards, and then we'll go back to if we have any more to come in. Okay. But back to our double, and we kind of hit on this a little bit. Even though I didn't like Mike's double standard, even though he had it wrong, a little off. Men are, and I wish there was this video I saw, y'all, and I wish I could find it, but I could not find that video for nothing. And there was a panelist, and they were both overweight. I promise he had to be in the 300s. He was big, and she was big too. Not as big as him, but she was big. And then he called her overweight. Like, men don't want overweight. And I was thinking, I'm confused here. Like, huh? It was so confusing to me.
But I mean, he's still telling the truth, though. She was overweight, but
but if you overweight, you ain't got no room to.
The audacity.
But it still doesn't change that. It's the fact that she's overweight, though. I get what
the fact that he's overweight.
Well, what did she say in return? What did she say?
two overweight people should not
No,
be
she
calling
said
each
that
other
his
overweight.
mom. Listen. She said that his mom, and she's like, "I'm the same way as your mama had to push your big head out your her vagina or something crap like that." I mean, it sounded a lot better than that. She, came at him, but I'm like, how am I experiencing this? And the man was like, "Get her, get her, get her." I'm like, "Well, get him," because the whole point is to be healthy, is it not? Both of you to be healthy. I don't know many women going after 300. I don't care how much you got. I don't know many people. I know Biggie was an exception. But I don't know many women going after 300-pound men. Now, dad bod, okay. Maybe a little bit, got the little COVID handles going on. Okay. 300. Big pun.
The pot calling the kettle black. Ain't that what they say?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change that she was overweight. I get what you're saying, though. He probably didn't have the right to say it because he was bigger. But I mean,
but the double standard is, what if she would have called him overweight before he had a chance to call her overweight? She probably would have been all types of.
He probably would have took her ass out.
For sure.
Exactly. So listen,
Sure.
don't dish it if you can't take it. But two people that's both sitting up there choosing unhealthy lifestyles of living shouldn't be calling each other overweight. Okay, what you gonna do about it? What's the solution?
Yeah.
Instead of y'all sitting up here name calling each other overweight, both of you are overweight. So what are you gonna do about it now?
This is my take on double standards in general. I am of the understanding and in the reality that double standards happen. Period, point blank. But for me, I just really think that there should not be double standards on issues related to morality, because what's wrong is wrong. That's not going to change depending on who does it. If you're saying that if we know cheating to be wrong, whether you do it as a man or I do it as a woman, it's still cheating. So that doesn't change, because the issue is about, like, trust. Like, if we said that we are in an agreement in a relationship where we're being monogamous, that's the foundation of that understanding. If he breaks that or she breaks that, it is not justified because, oh, he's a man. Or you understand what I'm saying? If the foundation it was broken, whatever foundation you guys set with that understanding, if you go outside of that understanding, then it doesn't matter who does it. And not just cheating, just in anything. Like, even I remember growing up, and where the guys were allowed, like with siblings, when we were at different ages or what have you, we as girls, we had a curfew. And when my brother, he's the youngest, got to that age, that same curfew didn't stick for him. And there was an issue with it. Oh, well, something could happen to you as a female. You shouldn't be hanging out that late because anything happened. But for me, in my household, I didn't like that growing up. And in my household, my children had the same curfew when they got certain ages. Because if you coming in, if I'm saying that 10 o'clock is a decent time for my daughter to come in, then 10 o'clock is decent for my son to be coming in either. Neither one of them need to be rolling up in the house all times of night. They may be getting in different trouble, but it's still trouble nonetheless. So both of y'all come in. I just hate the whole double standard thing when we're talking about what's right and what's wrong. What's right is going to stay right, regardless of who does it. What's wrong is still going to be wrong, regardless of who does it.
Thank you, Miss Staky, for.
I hated that growing up too, because I had older brothers, and my brother could be able to go places and do things, and I'm like, well, why I can't? Now, granted, there's a 5-year age difference between the two of us, but when you're a child, you don't understand the logic behind why the boys get to do certain things that the girls can't do. But unfortunately, in most Black households, they usually, I've heard this, and I don't know if you ladies can attest to hearing this before. I was always told, well, it's different for boys. If a boy go out there and get a girl pregnant, he's not bringing that baby home. Whereas if you go out there and get pregnant, that baby is coming home with you. That is your baby. That baby is now in the household with our family. Does it make it right when I'm like, what? I don't even understand that. But that's some black parents' logic behind why boys could do certain things that girls couldn't do. And you don't understand that shit as a kid. But I do kind of somewhat understand it now. I do.
I understand it. I understood what they were saying in terms of just that in general. Like, yes, more the responsibility is going to fall on the girl because she's going to have the baby. That I understand. But that doesn't negate the fact that if he gets to hang out at 12 and she has to come in at 9, he's still out getting somebody pregnant.
Why they
That
gotta be
baby ain't coming home, though.
I would be
You
more
know what I'm
concerned
saying?
at just riffraff going on outside. I'd be like, okay, well, I don't want anything to happen to my children after, because bad things tend to happen late at night. Well, sometimes in the daytime nowadays. But so my concern would be, even for my son, I don't want him to get into anything, not necessarily a female, but it is anything that's just not positive, at that time of night. So
and
that
for
would be
me, I'm more concerned about my son. I mean, just statistically having a black male son. You know what I'm saying? So I would definitely want him to be in the house too. Like, the thing is, anything done after dark can't be good. So whether you male or female, you need to be in the house. Like, you just do. You don't need to be
as a child.
as a
Absolutely.
child. Yeah. As a child, you don't need to be hanging out. And so that's why I'm like, no, at 16, if this is what the curfew is for my daughter, when my son turns 16, this is going to be the curfew for him as well. And then that will also change, also depending on the maturity of the child as well. You have to consider that too. The responsibility, how responsible they are. But yeah, I've just never been big on double standards when it's about right and wrong. What's right is going to be right. What's wrong is going to be wrong. It doesn't matter who does it. Nobody is supposed to get a pass because they're male or female. I just don't agree with all of those double standards.
Okay, how about men being vulnerable and emotional? Women are allowed to be vulnerable and emotional, but men are not. I don't know. They kind of emotional on YouTube.
They be in their feelings a lot, right?
Feelings. And they gonna tell, not our chat, not y'all, but on YouTube. Oh my God, they be in their feelings. You're like, oh, come lay your head on my shoulder. So what do you guys think about that? Men being vulnerable, emotional. Emotional and vulnerable are two different things, first of all. Let's just get that straight.
All right, break it down. What's the difference to you?
I think just being just when I think about a relationship, just open to allowing me in, being vulnerable to, our relationship, or to being just taking the wall down, so to speak. Whereas emotional is like, man, and then you going in, like all them emotions, like that passion, passion, emotions just come out. You know how men be coming at the women like, y'all just some da 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 da. I just feel that emotion. You've been hurt before. I understand, and you're lashing out. Maybe this is a safe place for emotional men. That's why everybody's so popular. We have told men that they cannot be emotional.
And I'm gonna look up a definition of both.
Lash out their emotions.
Just so we can all be on the same page.
You said what now?
I said I'm gonna read the definition of both. This used to be Juicy J's job.
Like I'm not in the Webster. This is what I'm thinking when I think of that. Go ahead.
Okay. So vulnerable means susceptible to physical or emotion. Okay, no, not that one.
That's
Um,
what I was talking about.
huh?
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, it says susceptible to physical or emotional attack or harm.
Oh, not harm.
Yeah, no,
But
not
it could
that.
be like I don't think it's just harm though. It could be to anything, right? Not just harm for sure.
Right. You're talking more like vulnerability.
Love, but like
Right.
I love you. Feelings.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, I guess just being open, I guess, because using a Webster definition, it keeps talking about harm.
Hmm. Well,
Let
I
me just
wasn't
see if
thinking
I can
about harming
find
my
a
man. I
different
don't want
one.
you to be vulnerable so I can harm you. I just want to love you.
Well, yeah, it says capable of being physically or emotionally wounded.
Well, I guess love can lead to,
Yeah,
yeah.
just
So opening yourself up
up
could lead
where the potential could happen.
exactly. So that's good.
Got it.
Thank you for defining.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Um, I think vulnerability, I think men should be just as well as women when you're in a relationship, especially when you're talking about marriage. There should be a level of vulnerability on both ends. I should be 100% open and he should be 100% open to, like what that definition said, to be the potential where you may end up getting hurt, but at least you open yourself up so you could try to have the deeper connection. Emotional, I do think men should be able to be emotional. However, I also understand that there's different ways that men express their emotion.
Facts.
Um, what I don't like is when we try to train, and I know people are going to disagree with me, but especially other men, um, that we train our young boys to kind of not have any emotion. Like soon as they show that they're hurt or whatever, that man up, man up.
But
You
isn't
know what
it
I'm saying?
emotional? Like when I see kids get in fights, they got
Yeah,
that little and
yeah. They be
that's
like, man
emotions.
up. And it's very important for you to have a level of emotional intelligence, right? And the only way that you're going to learn that is as a kid, how you're taught how to deal with emotions. Emotions are not a bad thing, but it's how you act on those emotions that make them bad or good. And we don't teach our, especially I'm going to say men, we don't teach our men, when they're boys, how to deal with their emotions. So what happens a lot of times is that they act out.
Yeah.
You'll typically see the emotions that men express most of the time is typically in anger.
True.
It's like those hard emotions, not necessarily the vulnerable emotions. A lot
Fact.
of times you'll see men when they cry, they'll cry over losing a game. You know what I'm saying? A championship game, they'll cry. But something else happens, where their feelings are hurt or what have you, they're taught not to cry. You know what I'm saying? And that I don't necessarily agree that we should be reinforcing those kind of things into our young boys because we see it in high school. Like they're so angry.
It
They're
would be interesting.
angry at
It would be interesting to
everything.
know how men feel about that, though. I know as a mom, we're like, oh, emotional, but I know a lot of men, especially coaches, they're like, toughen it. What? Huh? Toughen it up.
Mhm.
Get that.
Yeah.
So I think that, for me, I don't mind an emotional person. I don't want him to be like outside, like slashing my tires, emotional, like no
Yeah.
crazy emotional. But because you know how women can get. But a little bit of emotion to show that he has a heart. I think that that's attractive, actually.
Mhm. I don't think also we should, like, in dealing with emotion, like I think a lot of times men deal with it in the extreme. Like when I'm saying being vulnerable or being emotional, I don't mean where you're blubbering. Oh, I'm so, like I'm not talking like that. I wouldn't even want to see a woman acting like that. I think it is important to learn how to control your emotions depending on what it is. When you are in a situation where like, you know, your parent dies. Like, I've seen situations like that. And there are some men who would be like, I didn't even cry at my parents' funeral. Now, I don't know if that is the way they're dealing with their emotion, but like that would be a situation where I would expect to see you cry and be upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be hard. And you know, I want my son to also be able to express his emotion. It was this oh my god, it was this I think it was on like YouTube or one, and this little boy, he was crying. His dad, so okay, his dad was showing him, basically was telling him, it's okay for you to cry, son. It's okay. But then he followed up with, when you get upset, this is how you're supposed to handle situations. And I think that's an appropriate way to teach men how to deal with emotion.
Anybody else wanted to add to that? Emotion, vulnerability?
I mean, I think emotions are good. I think what's most important is more so emotional intelligence, like having a language around how it is that you're feeling. And so I was watching this documentary. The average individual can identify 5 feelings, and they're typically angry, happy, sad, frustrated, and excited. Those are around the 5, words that people can identify for emotion. And there are so many feelings, there are so many emotions on the spectrum of being human, that 5 words aren't enough. And so, when you talk about someone being emotionally available, being vulnerable, when I think of vulnerable, I think of someone that has the capacity and the willingness to express that language, of what it is that they're feeling. And when they're emotional, they're in a state of being where they're allowing themselves to feel what it is or experience whatever it is that they're experiencing. And so, building a language around that bridges the gap between the two, to where, we can connect now, because you can tell me what your needs are. You can express to me how it is that you're feeling. And so, I think one of the reasons why we see, men or Black men, struggling with emotional intelligence, is because we weren't really, even women, like, we weren't raised with the language, to build a language around how we feel. And so rather than you articulating what it is that you're experiencing, now you're acting out, because you don't know how else to release that energy, how else to move through that experience. So
I think somebody made a good point. And this is not just the vulnerable, women being vulnerable. I think that, men being vulnerable, but I think it's also important when you talk about emotional, having control over your emotions. I think that a lot of times when we talk about women who are angry, the angry Black woman, or the woman who's aggressive, or all those things, it's because she doesn't know how to handle her emotions. She doesn't know how to, articulate what it is that she's trying to say in a a good way. And so she lashes out, or she does something, overly too emotional, so to speak.
I like the saying where it's like, level up your argument, not your tone, where it's like, build up the language around what it is that you're trying to say, so that you can articulate it and express it, rather than raising your voice and now insulting people or gaslighting people, because you just don't even know what else to say.
I think also what's important, though, is that it's a safe environment to express those emotions too, right? So a lot of people don't like to be vulnerable, or don't like to express themselves, because they don't feel like it's a safe place to do so. So I think when it comes to a man, they also have to feel that same amount of safety as a woman feels with them, in order to open up and be vulnerable and more emotional with their partner.
Right.
Yeah, I know even in kindergarten, like I used to teach kindergarten, they used to have like this big chart. And on that chart, it had the different, like emoji faces or whatever on it, that had the words under the emotion. so kids will learn how to articulate what they're feeling. And I think that's very helpful. I think as adults we can kind of use that to kind of
It's
speak to
taken.
what.
I
Yeah.
literally use a feeling chart. Like I literally have it like saved on my phone. I think it's so important to be
Mhm.
able to accurately identify what it is that you're
Yeah.
experiencing, because you claim that energy, you claim that experience over you once you say it. So like, being stressed and overwhelmed, they're two completely different feelings. And a lot of the times people will be like, "Oh, I'm overwhelmed," when really you're not overwhelmed. You just have a lot going on, and having a lot going on is the normal day to day. And you just need to learn how to manage it better. And so, to your point, I absolutely love those
Mhm.
charts. And me at 29 years old, I happily use it.
Yeah. I know, like even anger, like little kids, they don't know the difference between like kind of anger and disappointment.
Yes.
And so those were things that are you really angry or are you disappointed? And then, you kind of walk them through that. And I think that part is very important, is having the emotional, like you said, the emotional language. Um, yeah, because when they don't have it, they fight.
Yeah, because
I
it,
just
it
want
can
to
feel
see.
like it's the same emotion, but
Mhm.
the language will be able to guide you to the fact that it's not.
Right.
And just to piggyback off what Christina said, is creating those safe space for men to be able to come to you about certain things, and to also not feel like that at a later date you're going to throw those things back up in his face when we don't know the level of vulnerability that a man has to come to even want to express those things to a woman. So don't make him regret that by later on when you get mad, you get into an argument and you throwing that
Right.
back up in that man's face. That man is never going to ever be able to be vulnerable with you ever again. He's never going to be able to trust you with his feelings and his emotions.
Nobody, not just you. He ain't gonna trust nobody with.
Mhm.
And a lot of times, some women, you may damage a man behind that to where
Mhm.
he will never be vulnerable with another woman ever again. So I think
Mhm.
we have to be mindful of, when someone is coming to us and being open and honest with us and being in those moments, in those emotions, to really just listen, to understand what they're going through, and to not make them feel guilty about it later.
Mhm.
So does anybody else have anything to say about that topic? Emotions, vulnerability. How about body count? I know y'all don't
Well,
like to hear that,
wait,
baby.
hold on. Real quick about the emotion. Let me ask you, Shantae, when you said that like you be seeing the men be real emotional on like YouTube or in the chat, what emotion do you see the men
I think the
typically?
lashing out, I think
Okay.
that the frustration, they're frustrated, they feel like women aren't listening to them, so they lash out. So it's all
Mhm.
black women are this, all, that's lashing out. And women
Mhm.
do it too. It's not just the men, it's the women. But of course, women are, people say women are emotional creatures, so that's the double standard. But now you're seeing more men who are lashing out, and that's what I see a lot in these YouTube streets. Baby, they be mad, big mad. So okay, so and let me just say this. I saw a comment said women don't like that. I don't mind if you have a concern, speak about the concern. Don't try to belittle people like because every nothing is one size fits all. Okay, and that's the one thing I have a problem with you too. I don't mind you having a concern. It's just that they put it as one size fits all. They don't like to say, okay, some women, a group of women act like this. They like black women. But there are women who do the same thing. So I'm going to give that credit. There are women. I've seen women do, and I don't know if it's a shock factor. They're trying to get the numbers up, the likes up, and everything. But I just feel like black women and black men should have a conversation with each other. And you can do it without all the emotional attacks. That's the best way.
And you have to be able to listen to each other and
Yeah.
not just listen to respond, listen to actually hear what each other are saying. I think we would get so much more accomplished when we're actually just taking the time out to listen, to understand each other, and not just to reply. Because a lot of times we'll, like I've said this before, we'll take out that one thing that stood out the most to you, and you stop listening to everything else that was said after that, and you're just zoned. And now in your mind, you're coming up with your reply. I'm saying this, I'm saying that. Meanwhile, they're trying to get their point across, but you stop listening after you heard that one word or that one statement that triggered you. Now it's, oh, I'm getting my reply together in my head because they got me messed up. This is actually the reason behind this, and this. And you've completely listened to what the person, stop listening to what the person was saying.
Right.
You gotta be able to listen to each other, hear each other.
Let me okay, so does anybody else want to add to that conversation?
What you say, moving on the body count?
Because this is, I mean, listen to me and Honey, and they don't like y'all having these body counts. Not y'all, because we
the Andrew Tate guy spoke about.
But body counts is a double standard. Men can have, and women just cannot. So how y'all feel about that? It don't bother me none, but how y'all feel about that?
I think, unfortunately, as much as we want to be able to do the same things that men do without the backlash, it's not a good look for women to have a high number of body count. It's not attractive.
I'm just gonna ask what's considered a high number, since we want to know. This is
men throw in a high number. Tell us what high
number. Let's be no. I'm not saying that for me. If we gonna say that a high number,
let's find out.
They're gonna say one or two.
We need to know what that high number is.
I've seen some men say like 3, but men, let's give a realistic number
of women
that's considered a high body count.
Right, in the chat, guys, in the chat, go ahead and list what you think.
We got 2 people who said 10.
So they can't have more than 10.
Isaiah.
They can't have more than 10.
It seems to be 10, 15 to 20.
Okay.
45.
I think it's subjective. I think it's subjective. Some men are going to be like, I don't care.
Okay, on average, it sounds like 10.
Okay, so 8 and 10. That's what somebody wrote. 8 to 10 is the average number of partners women have.
When you're getting too high, when you're on the high.
Oh, that's on the high, or is that an acceptable body count?
Right. We gotta
ask when it's too high, and that's what they said.
It's
okay,
too
is that
high if you at 10.
What's too high? What is the limit? The limit. This is.
I don't know.
It's more than 10. So more than 10. He said
we'll say anything over double digits.
Anything over double digits.
If you don't got enough fingers,
okay.
You don't have
fingers. Okay. Continue, Tam. I just needed a definition for content.
If you really think about it, like, say for instance, if you started having, this is man or woman, if you started having sex around 20 years old and you're now 40, 50 years old, let's just say 50-ish, right? So that's 30 years of your life. You've never been married. Let's say you've been in 3 long-term relationships that equaled up to a decade, 10 years. Okay. Mm-hmm. So out of that 30 years, you have 20 years left over. And let's say on average, you being a single individual for those 20 years, you are sleeping with 1 to 2 people a year. That's a lot of folks.
Well, you're supposed to be celibate.
Right, but
I don't know. Let me just tell you, as a woman who's 44,
people. But if you think about it, 1 to 2 people a year. I mean, yes,
for every year, 1 to 2 people.
I'm not saying every year, but I'm just saying, like, even if it's every other year, like
even if you had sex,
men that are
Right.
Men that are single, yes, they're having sex at least with
Men
one.
are. This is double standard.
Okay, so
But that's-
well,
that's
Shantae,
my
but even to
point.
her math though,
You
if
said
it's
what?
one person every 2 years, that's still 10.
Even if it's one person every year, that's 20 years.
Right.
That's 20 people.
That's 20 people plus the 3 people that you was in a relationship with. That's 23 people. So are y'all really out here with cobwebs? Like, is that what y'all are saying? Like,
Yeah, I am.
Like,
Picky.
period.
I ain't jumping from no man to
It was
man.
the whisper.
I don't even know many men that I come across. I'm like, oh, I gotta sleep with him.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Some people probably thinking it, but don't want to say. I double back before I just add somebody new.
Correct.
What happens to this regular consistent?
Damn, I know that's facts. That is
A consistent partner is like you got that one.
Damn, you don't want to add no new bodies, child. Like, what was it worth it?
I double back before I add somebody new. Like
Facts.
one or 2 people a year. That's excessive.
But I get what you're saying.
And Della's always talking about the spiritual bonds and stuff. Like, I mean, all the them bonds you made.
They do it every day, honey.
They do. Look at Moo up in
Every
the
day.
corner.
Moo agrees.
So do y'all so going back to we know 10 bodies. Do you think that that's a bad double standard, or do you think that women should really just be policing their vagina?
I still think you should be policing your vagina regardless. Like, I don't think you just should be. That's just not healthy to me. I work in public health. So, I think there's a safety.
You've seen it all. You've heard it all.
Yes, I've seen it all and heard it all, and I do research on it all, right? So it's a double standard. It is a double standard, but I do know women who are sexually liberated, right? Like we talked about that, I think on our first, was that one of our first shows? They talked about like sexual liberation and just being yourself and being sexually open to what you want to be sexually open to. But I agree with Tam. Like, unfortunately, that's one thing that I think women will never be able to compare with men. And as you can see in the chat, 10 to 12, whereas you have some men that are like, as long as she's clean, I'm okay with it.
I agree. Again, like I said before too, about the whole double standard thing, even when it comes to sex. I don't think women or men should just be adding bodies.
Get it.
And I know that there is a double standard, but I think we buy into the double standard both ways. We buy into the double standard of saying either women shouldn't be going around sleeping with a bunch of men, is different, they have, ties or whatever y'all was saying, bonding ties or whatever. So they shouldn't do it, so that's one extreme. And then on the other, it is, well, women should be free to sleep with whoever they want, blah, blah, blah. So that's the other extreme. What I'm saying is, I just don't think, I know the double standard exists, but again, if I'm lining that up with what I was saying, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, then neither should be doing it. And sometimes I think it's even crazier where women okay a man to behave in that manner as well. Like, well, yeah, we know, men are going to sleep around. That's just what men do. Men are men. Like, I think that is stupid as well. Like, neither one, if your body's supposed to be your temple, it's just not a woman's temple. As a man, your body is your temple too. You need to protect that as well. So I don't know. I just have a thing with, if you're sleeping around, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman in terms of, I'll say for me personally, I know realistically in a real world, it doesn't work like that. But I think the judgment, I don't think a woman, if she knew a dude's body count and he was like at 50 or 100, she would feel comfortable sleeping with him knowing that.
I agree with that, but men don't see it that way because they aren't the ones. Heterosexual men don't see it that way because they aren't the ones that's getting penetrated. Mm-hmm. So they don't look at it that way. They don't see themselves as the ones that's
Well, my question is, you as a woman, let me ask you. I know it's a double standard and it exists, right? Period.
hmm
There's no way around it.
hmm
But as a woman or women, do you think women should consider men's body count?
I think I mean, yes, but at the end of the day, who's to say that you're going to get an honest response, either man or woman? You don't. So yes, we could go into the scenario where, okay, a man has to have a certain amount of body count or I'm not dating him. He could tell you what you want to hear just as well as she can
Mhm.
tell you what she wants to hear. So at the end of the day, you're never going to get a honest answer, in my opinion, from male or female about their body count. Especially if I feel like if somebody is bringing up that question when you're starting the dating process, for me, that seems like, okay, that's something that's important to you. Wanting, because most, I've never had a guy that I've dated or was in a relationship that asked me about my body count. But I feel like if somebody comes to you and asks you about that, that's something that's important to them. So most people gonna lie because you're asking because it's of importance to you. Because let's be honest, some people, let's keep it let's keep it 100. Some people probably need a second to be like, okay, let me think of let me go back from the time I lost my virginity and let me add 15, 20 years on to that. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me think back. Most people lying. You're not being honest about that. So you're never going to get an honest answer from male or female about their body count.
But
If
even on the flip side, what would be a number that's too much for a man? Ladies in the chat, that's for
Yeah.
you. What would be a number that's too high for a man? He comes your way and he says, I've slept with this many women.
Yeah.
We know it's a double standard, so it might be a little higher. So
25.
25 is too much for you.
And most men have probably slept with more than 25 women. Let's be honest.
Well, you better say 25. I don't need to know the rest. I don't need to know the rest.
Meanwhile, some of y'all husbands done slept with 100 plus.
Baby.
You'll never know, but you'll never know.
I personally don't care. As long as you clean.
That actually, somebody brought up a good question. They said, do you think men really keep count? That's the double standard right there, is that they don't even they have the luxury of not even having to keep count.
What was his name? You said there's Keisha, Renee. They can go down the list with the names.
They, honey, that's definitely keeps count.
You said you
count? 3 Kims. Don't forget the 3 Kims.
Latoya, Letitia.
They pride themselves, I feel like, to a certain degree on that, on how many women they can get. And it's especially when they were younger, that's like a thing. Like, so yeah,
you might want to ask them, how many STDs have you had?
Listen,
now that's the question.
That's a good. Now, are you clean? This is a different question.
But you know what? Some
I need to see the papers. I don't care. I need to see papers.
Yeah.
I think
because STDs go beyond condoms, honey. I need to see papers.
I think I like what Tam saying, that she thinks that men are gonna lie just like women would, and I beg to differ to a degree. I think and this is me. I'm not a man, so I don't know. No, you won't on either side. But I think men, because it is acceptable or even somewhat expected that they have slept with a lot of women, I don't think that they would be as I don't think that they would feel right, that they would feel that they would even need to lie. The only time that I would see on one end is if there's a man who hadn't had a lot of experience. I can see him probably lying, and the reason is because the expectation is that he should have had a lot of experience. But a guy with a high body count, I don't really think that he cares. And he'll be, oh, I don't know, about, 40, 50, I don't know. Like, I don't think that they would really feel the need to try to keep that a secret. Whereas women, we know that we're going to be judged by that. So a lot of times women feel pressure to lie about it.
But
what
how
if he
many
came and said,
men
and he was
really
honest,
care?
and he said one? Would that be a turn off?
What'd
Not
you
at
say?
all.
I would
But
be
how many
intrigued if
men?
he
How
said he
many
was a
men?
virgin.
How many men
Like,
are that concerned?
yeah.
Are that concerned with body count when you don't know if you're gonna get an honest answer from that woman?
I don't agree with that either. I think it's stupid to even be, because you don't know. You're just gonna have to take her word for it.
Exactly.
In which you ain't gonna believe her anyway. So it doesn't even matter.
Again, show me your papers. Are they clean? Like, I don't think there's gonna be your blood ain't gonna lie to me. So at this point, that's just the best thing to go off of. I
She
get
said
it.
your blood not gonna lie.
It's not. It's not. It's gonna tell me everything I need to know.
All right, we're gonna go over these super chats. Anybody else have anything to say about the body counts? Okay, so Tam, you doing super chats this time?
Sure. Pull them up. Maurice 499. Thank you. For a woman to allow herself to be conquered over and over again by 20 and 30 different men will emotionally tear women apart. And it's
I mean,
nasty.
she's technically submitting her body to these men.
And it's nasty. That's nasty. Maurice again, 199. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice.
I'm assuming he's saying, is abortion moral? Is that wrong?
It's not. It's morally wrong.
But however, I still feel like it is a woman's right to choose.
I don't think it's morally wrong at all.
I don't wait. So is the question, is abortion moral? Is that what the question is? Is abortion
I think
moral?
he's asking, is it morally wrong? Is that wrong?
I think it's a woman's choice. I'm pro-choice, so
But that doesn't take away from the morality of it all.
I don't think it's morally wrong.
I don't think it's morally wrong.
That's my what I
That's
think.
what you honestly think, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's what you subscribe to. So if you are religious, you're gonna think it's morally wrong, right?
Well, even in Judaism, they say that it's not morally wrong. And in fact,
what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So in the Jewish culture, they do not believe abortion is perfectly fine, especially in cases where the mother would be put at risk. The abortion has to happen because the life of the person that is already established is prioritized in their religion. So I think it also depends on the religion.
Well, yeah, I think that's more medical. I'm not referring to it in terms of medical procedures. I think that's different than a slip up and saying, oops, I got pregnant. I'm not sure if in the Jewish religion that's okay.
Yeah, abortion is not, they don't shame against abortion.
Well, I didn't say morally based off religion. That was just my idea of
typically moral and religion kind of go hand in hand sometimes. It may not.
But I was just saying, for me, that's why that's not what I would say.
Because, and then, my other question would be, okay, well, then what's also morally wrong? All the kids in the foster care system, all of the kids that, that are here on this planet, on this earth, that are not being cared for. So,
I think that's morally wrong if you're not taking care of your children, or they end up in the foster system because of your lack of parenting and doing what you're supposed to do. I think not taking care of kids is morally wrong as well.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say this again, as I've said before, it should not be used as a form of birth control. Stop using it as a form of birth control. Be more responsible.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next super chat. Super duper dope boy 499. Thank you. Hey ladies, as a Black man knowing several Black men business owners in my city, we talk a lot and majority of them afraid of dealing with Black women.
Why? That's not. I mean, we need to know why they're afraid to.
What city are you in too?
And are these? Okay, never mind. I read it. Never mind. I was gonna say, are these all black men? But yeah, you clearly said that right there.
That's interesting. Maybe it's the black women that are around them.
Yeah.
Who knows? You can put, if you want to elaborate on your question, you can put it down and I'll bring it up if you want to. Super duper dope boy.
Jack, knock it off. $20. Thank you. Mandatory DNA test. Well, guess we can't commit crimes and get away anymore. Now, even our child's DNA will be on file. On the bright side, so many cold cases can be solved using a blood relative's genome. Hashtag DNA database.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Thank
Anybody
you.
want to? You know, I'm gonna bring this statement up because I think that this is so true, and it's not for tonight, and we probably will have to elaborate on it another time. But I think this is so true. We celebrate having celebrate having a seed before we have marriage and family. What happened to marriage and family? My goodness, y'all out here, everybody having a hot girl, fun boy summer, and ain't nobody talking about marriage at all. Remember, oh God, I wish I could pull the thing up with a girl. I sent a text out to the everybody on the panel, and it was a girl, and she said, let me read it because I don't want her to get her words wrong. But I'm like, oh my God, we have to do better. We have to.
Rilla, cam up and join us. What you doing?
Yes. So this is what she said. Been dating this guy for 7 months, and today he asked me why I don't have a boyfriend.
First of all, I feel secondhand embarrassment because sis, you wasted your time for 7 months.
7 months.
Some type of red flags that was thrown in the course of that. You knew that wasn't your man.
Yeah, listen, but Tam, we know there are a lot of women. Okay, bump them red flags. If you're in a relationship with a man over a year, you're kind of this woman. If you're in a relationship with a man 1, 2, 3 years, you're kind of this woman. If it hasn't led to marriage, you understand? Because even if he ain't throwing red flags, he's whining and dining you. He's wasting your time.
But we can't sit up here and assume that just because you've been with somebody for 7 months or longer, that it's a relationship. Have the conversation. What we doing?
Right.
You in a relationship? Where's this going? Because.
But let me ask you a question. But even with that being said, even if you have a conversation, because men can lie. Even if you have a conversation, if you sitting there for years in, because we know people who've been in relationships for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I'm not staying that long for a relationship. What is the end goal?
Right. I agree with Tam. I think 7 months in, I think 3 months in, 2, 3 months in, the conversation should have been had. What are we right now? What, you want to get some kind of, you want to define what type of relation. Are we just friends? Are we just kicking it? You want to define that.
Steady forward movement. The relationship, it has to be progressing. If it's not progressing, I'm not finna sit around for 7 months. Like, girl, you played yourself.
How about the double standard that men can go on for years, but women, your time, like whether we like it or not, your value goes down with age. It just does. So he may have 2, 3 years to waste, in that relationship, but let's just be real. Your biological clock is ticking. You're aging. Your market value is going to go down in the dating world. If you listen to men talk, the older you get.
That should be even more reason that you're defining the relationship early on. That's even more reason. So you don't waste time.
What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? When do you see yourself getting married? When do you see yourself having children, starting a family?
Do you see yourself getting married to me?
Right.
That need to be the question. He can probably see himself getting married, but it may not be the
because you might not be part of his plan at all.
I'm sitting across looking at you like this, like, what we doing? What is you should like sis wasting.
But do you really think that women are having these conversations? Let's be honest.
No, they're not asking the right questions.
That's the problem.
They're not vetting just like men aren't vetting.
They should be having these questions. They should be having these conversations. Like, she played herself. Like,
She
Nah.
did.
And the other question is, what are like I've heard you guys say a lot of times about dating with a purpose. So when you are dating with a purpose, that conversation is going to come up, I would say sooner rather than later, because you know what your end goal is. So you don't want to waste your time by not finding out that information up front.
Because I'm asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Right.
wasting my time.
Do you ask the questions before the sex, or do you ask the questions after?
Before, why are you getting
Before, oh
stressed without me
my.
knowing certain things about you?
Then
And
you
listen,
really
I
gonna
think
be
these are
all
legit
Then you're gonna be really
discombobulated.
Listen, these are legit questions because I
No,
know
make
so
it
many
legit.
just give people. I mean, listen,
No.
I'm in these YouTube streets, and it just seems like people are just giving at the vagina for
No.
the dollar menu. You
You
can
can
just
get-
get
Not
it
the
out.
dollar menu.
I don't even know your other name.
That Wendy's
have it.
phone for phone,
You can
honey.
have it. Everybody can have it.
Super funny.
You get vagina.
Not even
You
Red
get-
Lobster. Give me a cheddar baked biscuit.
These conversations should be had long before any type of intimacy. Like, what are you doing? No, ladies, we do better. We can't always listen. I'm for real. We can't always blame the man for some of the situations we find ourselves in. Do
Accountability.
better.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, I think it's kind of hard to like blame anybody for the situation that you're in aside from yourselves. Everybody really loses sight on the fact that you are literally the curator of your entire world. And so what you allow to happen in your space, you are 1000% responsible for.
Now, my question though is,
Responsible for the
I
last
agree with you are responsible for what you allow happen. I guess the question is for women who find themselves in situations where they are getting, I was going to say mixed messages, but I would say being lied to.
manipulated.
Yeah.
Manipulated.
In that situation, like, okay, say like she said, she was in it 7 months, but he was spending, time, quality time with her. And she may have in so many words and not maybe directly, or, like, well, how do you feel? You're like, oh yeah, I really enjoy being with you. Like, stuff like that, where it led her to believe that, this is something.
Again, that's assuming though. If it didn't come out of his mouth and you didn't ask directly and he didn't tell you directly, that's an assumption. And that's where a lot of women get caught up, is that they get caught up in those assumptions about, okay, he made me feel this way and he's doing these things, so it must mean this. And it could mean absolutely diddly nothing on that man's part. He might really just enjoy your company. And that's just,
yeah.
And to piggyback up off of that, let's say, for instance, she is in that position. Now you just found out. He said, "Oh, why you don't got no boyfriend?" Okay, ring-a-ling, ding, ding. Now you have your answer, sis. So now it is your responsibility to move accordingly. You were moving how you thought that you should move with the information that you had. Now that you have more information, it is your responsibility to move accordingly with that information. So, when I say that, I say it as in like, you only have control over yourself. You don't have jurisdiction over anyone else. And so you create based on what you can control. Everything else, it's out of your control, and you just have to move according to whatever it is that's appearing before you. But yeah, once you get your answer, I mean, does he need to do or say anything else for you to get it?
Yeah, I just don't think it should have taken her 7 months to figure that out.
No,
You know what I'm saying? So I guess in my mind, just trying to think what could have possibly happened. Not that I don't think she was accountable, because like Tam said, I think that should have been early on. That should have been asked and confirmed early on. I think what I'm thinking is what could have possibly been going on for someone to stay in a situation for 7 months to find out that they wasn't in a relationship, because a person said, "Oh, you're such a good person. Why don't you have a boyfriend?"
Let me say this.
I watched a different narrative of who he was in her mind, and stayed for 7 months thinking he was gonna change. Like,
Listen, let me tell you
That's
this. Not
true.
necessarily true, because I did watch Lapeef Network on Sunday. I don't know if it was this last Sunday or the Sunday before. And I'll tell JR to put the tab at the bottom. But there was a guy. It was like, what is a man? Something about what do men? Chicago really is in the audience. I wish he would come up because I think he was on this episode. But the question was, what does a man need to do to show you that he is interested in you or something like that? Anyway, one of the guys was saying, well, all of these things, all he's going to do is show these things, and he has no interest in you. It's gonna be game to get what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody watch that episode? Because the girl was saying all of these things. If the guy is interested in you, he's going to do this, 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 and this. And so then the guy on the panel, well, all that's going to do is the guy who is trying to get in your pants is going to do all these things to get what it is that he wants. And then when he gets it, he's going to dump you.
That's what Trill said. Trill said this, though.
And you know,
exactly that.
When it comes to those kinds of guys, I think it's just really important to understand that, like, as women, it's really important to understand that that's a reflection on their character. Anybody that is willing to go out of their way to literally manipulate you, to, you know, deceive you, to get what they want out of you, that is a reflection on them. And so, you know, just make sure you're doing your part to vet these people out by, not giving yourself up too soon, asking those very intentional questions, watching their behavior, and distancing yourself with time to really be able to see whether or not this person is, really in it to win it or really just in it to try and get something. But those kinds of men, they need help, honestly. Because there's so many women out there that would just be so willing to sleep with you or so willing to do whatever it is that you want to be done, for you to go out of your way to lie to a woman, to manipulate her into having sex with you. It's just corny.
I agree.
Or maybe she was waiting.
That's kind of messed up. Just imagine you got these boundaries. Think about it. You got these boundaries, and you're like, and then this man just comes and just talks you out of your boundaries, and you could have been like a good girl, and he just tried to.
But he shouldn't be able to. That I guess that's the thing. That's what I think a lot of men are telling us. If you have standards and you have boundaries, it's I ain't gonna say it's their job, but that's what they're gonna do. Just like kids. Kids test boundaries. They're going to see what they can get away with. They're going to try you to see if you're going to follow through on what you say you're going to do. I think men are the same way when it comes to that. So as women, if you're saying, this is my boundary, these are my standards, a man is going to push you and test you to see if he can make you go against what your boundaries are or drop your standards. They're going to push, they're going to. So at that point, I guess I can't really blame a man, because it's going to be in his nature to try you.
To lie? No.
Again,
he's going to tell the truth. He won't.
Right. Again, that's still on you as a woman. If you have these boundaries and you're like, I'm not going to change my boundaries or redraw the line for this particular dude. My boundary is my boundary. So if I say I'm not going to have sex until I'm married, that is my boundary.
Well, maybe it's not marriage. Maybe it's just that until I'm with a guy, like in a committed relationship, and then he gives you that.
Well, then maybe your boundary should be marriage. I mean, you can't, I guess in this situation, you can't, if your boundary, and I know, people have different mindsets now about having premarital sex, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not naive to that. I did, but what I'm saying is, if your boundary is, I'm not going to have sex until I am married, then you can't get played in that situation.
Yeah, if you have standards and boundaries, like no man should be able to talk you up out of your drawers. Like, you are a willing participant. Point blank, period. You wanted it, and he gave it to you, and you can't be mad at nobody but yourself. Because if you have standards and morals, they should still uphold themselves, even when somebody is telling you something just because it sounds good. So my thing is like, at that point, anybody can tell you anything and you gonna give it up.
And not only that, a lot of times women, and I know I'm guilty of this, my husband got on me about this, that sometimes we tend to overshare, right? So we are giving the specific directions to dudes on what they need to do
To get the
so
job.
exactly. Exactly. And so, oh, so what kind of guy are you looking for? Oh, I want a guy that does da 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 da, and we just going. And guess what? He's gonna make sure.
Here comes the representative.
Yes, he's gonna make sure he's doing all of those things. So in your mind, you're like, these are my boundaries, these are my standards, these are my expectations. He's gonna be everything you want him to be because you just gave him the directions.
But he won't do that for long, though. So
long enough to get what you want. Absolutely.
All he wanted to happen is one time.
The majority of them will fall off. Hold out, sis. Hold out.
No, he's not, because he's telling you this. The majority of men who got standards, he on the side, kicking it to Tam too. So he got all of these options. You know what I'm saying? So he could hold out for you because he's getting his fill from somebody else.
And that behavior will be
that's
very
usually
much
how most men operate, though.
Exactly.
That behavior would be noticed, that you're like, you can peep people's energy, you can peep people's attentions, how they show up, how they behave. So I do agree with you in the same sense. It's like, hold out, honey, because his true colors. Yeah. And I think it's like scientifically proven where like people can mask up for no more than like 4 to 6 months. And then, they're unveiled. So if you can hold out upwards of 6 to 7 months, honey, the majority of those men that are going to be wasting your time, they're going to move on anyway, because you were just that to begin with. And they're not going to be putting in that kind of work to get what they can get over here.
True.
So I like this comment. So it says, ladies, Travel One says, ladies, make the man work for you or let him go. What does work for you mean? Like, what should we be looking for with the work for you? Do you guys think? I wish he would just phone, call in and
what I explain that we shouldn't just be so willing to give up ourselves freely to a man. Allow a man to work for it, especially.
What does that look like?
I think especially sexually. Like, you have some women out here that are leading with sex.
But what I'm saying to you, what does him working for you look like?
I think that's relative to the woman. So, everyone's language is different. So it just depends on,
like, I need
where
to see
your morals and where your values and what your vision is for the man that you want to, submit to, or, have as your spouse, or have as your ideal husband or your ideal man that would be a part of your household, lead your house, provide support. So I think it's relative to the woman.
I need to see, in the very beginning when I'm dating somebody, consistency is key. I need to see consistency.
Don't give them the gems, Tam.
Oh, right. Look at me. Let me shut up. Let me shut up.
So now niggas gonna be in your DM every Friday, Tuesday, at 3:00.
Get the likes up. Let's get consistency with these likes. Get these likes up.
Sorry, y'all.
Funny.
I'm trying to get the link so I can drop it because I don't know what.
We got some people that want to join.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Come join us.
But I don't know.
Let's get a male perspective. Couple males' perspectives.
How to do it. Oh, one thing. Let's. I think we have a super chat. Let's do that real fast.
Our Cook 2486, $1.99. Thank you. How can you compare abortion to foster care? Who did that? Did I miss that?
Della was given an example when we were talking about morality and abortion.
And the reason why I can is because we're in a space right now to where systems they are claiming that they want to save lives. And I believe one of the ladies said it, this is about saving white lives specifically. So they want to save lives. And so they are going to make it and limit a woman's ability to get an abortion. They're limiting that as much as possible. My thing is if you are so pressed and stressed about saving lives, why are you not providing for the lives that are already here? And why are you removing systems that were in place to help support the lives that are coming into this world? Because what you do is you'll take a child from a mother's home who actually loves that child and wants to be able to provide for that child, but doesn't have the resources. And then you'll pay someone else down the road thousands of dollars every single month to take on these children, when you could have just given that money to the mom to help her get on her feet to support her children. So you have all of these children that are in foster care that are being abused. You have stories like those white women that had all of those children, in those foster children, in their home, literally for government money, and then drove them and the children off of the cliff. So we're talking about a failed system. And if we're so worried and pressed and really stressed about saving lives, then save the lives and implement systems so that the women that now are being forced to have these children have support. You're not really worried about the lives once they come out of the womb. And a lot of this is more about economics, and this has nothing to do with women's rights. It goes well beyond that. But nonetheless, that is how I'm able to compare the two, because they're very much so relatable.
Okay. Is there another? Okay.
Sorry, I thought this was a good question. It's just Jay. Men and women have been deceived. Can y'all discuss how people can foster more nurturing, healthy connections?
I like this one.
Somebody.
I have a question about resolutions.
Hi.
Hi.
Be nice. I think, you know what? I think that first of all, you have to do the work in the beginning. Go in with questions about intentions. Make sure you guys are on the same path, the same, you're thinking the same as far as a relationship. You guys are on the same path as far as relationships. If he says, I think it was Miss Parker, somebody said, if he says he doesn't want marriage right now, but you do, then he ain't the one for you. Mm-hmm. So I think those important questions to ask on the first date. Mm-hmm. That way you don't waste no more of his dates, because we know how men are with them dates. Don't waste no more of his time, none of his money. Get you some sweet tea and tell him this is not for me.
Hi, Dr. Steele.
Keep it.
Hi, Dr. Steele.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Dr. Steele.
I believe it or not, I actually also agree with Logic. I don't believe I'm saying this, no. Where Logic says that he waits for 8 months before. And that goes along with what Della was saying in regards to her reading something that says, a person kind of can't keep up with their facade after 4 to 6 months. So I think Logic is right in that ballpark of trying to see who the person is for who they say they are. 8 months is definitely a long time to see how a person move, is definitely a long enough time to see, to have those candid conversations and everything. So I kind of think that that's probably what people, maybe not 8 months if you don't think it, for you for 8 months, but I do think along the lines of just in order to breed a healthy relationship, that you do need to get time before you get involved physically, because that physical.
How about consistent? The 8 months, not one of those breadcrumb in 8 months where it's kind of like, oh, and 3 months later he calls you and you're like, oh, stranger, not that kind of 8 months.
Danger.
Consistency.
Right.
8 months. Maybe. Really getting to know each other.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Anybody else want to give their opinion on that question? I thought it was a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I guess just, allowing yourself to be vulnerable enough to ask those questions that you really want to know the answers to. Like whether or not you'll be disappointed by the answer that you receive, being brave enough to ask them, because you never know what connections would be fostered by actually asking those questions, and then you realize that y'all are on the same page, and so that's really great because you can move forward together. Or hey, we're not on the same page, and so now I need to move accordingly. You're not my ideal person. So just being choosing to express that vulnerability and be present enough with them and brave enough to ask those harder questions that might seem a little scary.
I also think whether or not you're in an interview phase, like not being yourself, like people put on a facade initially. If you're able to be yourself with a person, I think that's really important too, because a lot of people, they just kind of do the interview thing for a while, and they never really are themselves with the person that they're with. There's no vulnerability, there's no authenticity. So I think that's also really important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that Miss Parker is saying some good stuff right here. She says, get out of this sexual pleasure revolution. I agree.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
And his words must match. His action and words must match. They must.
Absolutely. We love you, Miss
Intentional
Parker.
and disciplined.
Hey, Miss Parker.
Hey, girl.
Yes, Dr. Steele, did you have anything that you want to say? Thank you for being ever so patient.
Yeah, thank you. I actually have a couple of questions to ask you. The first question, and this is the way I truly look at it. I just want to get your feedback on it. Let's say a man comes home, he's feeling down, depressed. He and his wife sit down. He's listening to his wife. The wife, makes him feel better, and I would call this a part of nurturing, which is part of submission.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but let's say the woman feels down, they sit down, the man listens, and, he makes her feel better. That's leadership. What do you think of that statement?
That's companionship.
I think that's partnership. Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, what would be the alternative? Like, is there an alternative to that? Like, is that?
I did say I said both of the alternatives. When the woman makes the man feel better, that's nurturing, which is part of submission.
Oh,
And
okay.
when,
That part,
and when
okay.
a man makes her feel better, that's leadership.
Well, I guess,
I
the
get you. I get
question
what you're saying.
is, how is that any different if the actions are exactly the same?
That's why he says double standard.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's sort
From
of
a
a
double
double
standard
standard,
perspective. Okay.
which basically leads into my second question.
Mm-hmm.
Does the reason why there are so many double standards, uh, is that related to why God create men and women differently?
Yin and yang. We're supposed to be different. We're supposed to be different. It's a balance. Even though there's double standard, it's gonna balance out.
But double standards are man-made. I think God,
Oh, here we go with Tara.
No, they are. Though they are. So what I'm saying is the double standards come in with whoever's in power. Whoever's in power are going to make, rules that's going to benefit them. And that's why I say when you go by something that's right, it's not going to change.
But
You
let me ask you
understand
a
what I'm
question.
saying?
I see that because where did double standards come from?
No, I agree with what Mistaken is saying, but you have to admit that women are just not like men and vice versa. And there's a yin and yang, there's a balance. We're very different. What our bodies can take, theirs the same. How we're just different. And it's okay, but it all balances out.
I think the sooner we come to grips with that, the better off we'll be. Instead of we unfortunately live in a world where the double standards aren't going anywhere.
Correct.
They
And
are.
I also see too, like what Shan is saying, and two is that, yeah, I do think of yin and yang. The whole purpose of a yin and yang, like you fit together and make a full picture, right? It's two halves of a puzzle. You put it together, it creates the full picture. But I think where we go wrong is that we start judging the differences and looking at it as more as one difference is superior and the other one is, lower. And I think, and I've said this before, and people don't agree, but I could care less about that, is that differences does not have to mean unequal, right? One is going to benefit the other. So if like, you can't have a baby without having a man's sperm. It doesn't mean because he's able to have, because he has sperm and I have the egg, that I'm weaker. You know what I'm saying? Or he's strong. Like, it just balances out. It doesn't make one better over the other. And I think that's where we go wrong, is the superiority complex that I think a lot of men have. That's why they want this whole submission idea, like, just do whatever I say. Like, they're looking at it in the wrong way.
But the double standards we talk about today, I didn't think that they were necessarily a person over another person. Did you? Like, I'm just talking about the ones we talked about today. I can't think of one that was like, oh, he's superior.
Well, I would think like body count is kind of like that, where it's like it's okay for a man to have sex with this amount of women and they're glorified for doing that, where, that is, when it comes to like, men and their manhood, like, oh, how many women have you slept with? Like there's like this kind of like superiority complex for men that are sleeping with a lot of women, where on the other hand, women, they are less desirable when they are thought to even have slept with a lot of men. Like, girls are shamed for like being promiscuous or being fast, or she may not have even slept with a man, and if it gets around that maybe she could have, it's like the world is ended for her. So I think in that sense,
But then they kind of like go against like the makeup of a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, women will even tell you not every woman even has an orgasm every time she has sex. Like, maybe it's made that way for a reason. Because imagine if everybody was out here just these puppies just going. I mean, it would just be
That's
like
what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. We're focused on the pleasure. And I don't mean just in sex. I mean just in life in general. And I think that's why we're in the situations that we're in now, is because everyone is focused on their individual pleasure, what their individuality, what they want to do. Can't nobody tell me nothing, without thinking about the consequences and impact that it has on other people. And I used to say that to my son all the time. When you do stuff, the consequences may not only affect you, it can affect others too. So you have to be cognizant of those things. But I think in this society, we're so hyper focused on being individuals that we don't understand the connection. Like, we're made to,
the interdependency.
right. We're communal people, you know what I'm saying? But we just focus so much on our own pleasure, our own needs, our own me, that we don't know how to be in relationship anymore.
Well, I think that, I mean, it's definitely a skill that's taught, just like being independent is a skill that's taught. I forget what book I was reading, but it's a hierarchy where you start from the stage of dependency to independent. And most people think that once you reach independence, like you've achieved it all. But most people are not taught that there is a third stage, and that is interdependent. And
Yeah.
so learning, how to coexist with other people.
Mm-hmm.
So you see that some of the best leaders, some of the best bosses, probably your favorite boss or something like that, like they have really, really great interdependent skills. And so it's a skill set that is taught. Unfortunately, not widespread enough just yet. Let's say that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the double standard things, has been such a mystery for a while. Just like, if a woman, is promiscuous, she's called 304. But when a man is promiscuous, it's something else. I mean, I never could understand that, you know. But I really appreciate your insights on the two questions I have asked.
Mhm.
Really
Thank you
do.
for spending your time with us, Dr. Eugene.
Thank you.
It's always good to see you and hear from you.
Great to be
It
here.
is.
But you know what else a double is it really a double standard that I feel like we kind of didn't speak on is like the double standards between race,
Oh yeah, because
between
we're
black and
loud.
white.
They're sassy. You know.
Yeah. And not even just the aspect of like black women being loud, they're more quiet or whatever the case. Just even when it comes down to the judicial system as far as like crime and punishment, the double standard behind that, how statistics have shown that African Americans can commit the same crime as a white American and get a substantially larger amount of time in the system compared to those of white people. So it's like when you think about double standards, like it goes beyond men versus women. It's a deeper level of it that we didn't even necessarily touch on.
I agree. Well, we all know that. Anything else?
No.
Nope.
The link is out there. Who wants
Yeah, we're
to?
gonna give y'all 2 minutes to do that link. If not, we're gonna shut it down. Shut it down. That was my twerk.
Did you guys get y'all tickets? If you haven't gotten your
Let me look
tickets,
at some of these comments so we can see if anybody have questions.
get your
Some people
tickets
don't
for
like
the
to
live
camp out. That's why I like
show.
to ask questions. Yes, please get your tickets. August the 5th and 6th for the
We
show.
will all be in the building. Who's all coming? Who's all coming in the chat? In the chat, who's coming to the Atlanta live show? Who's all
Countdown
coming?
to the ATL.
Officially
That's
2
what Dr.
weeks.
Steele said.
2 weeks.
All right. I think we could shut it down, right?
JR said in one of the chats, it wasn't this one, that the next one will be DC. I heard him in one of the
Ooh.
live saying DC will be next if, everything goes right later on, it'll be DC. So I'll be looking forward to that one. That'll be fun.
Same.
Fun.
And don't they call DC Chocolate City? Or that's what they
Mhm.
used to call
Do
it.
y'all think that women are trying too hard to move like men? Yep.
I think some women know your role as a woman. Be a woman. Be feminine. Like be a woman. Like if I died tomorrow and had to come back and I had a choice, I would still want to be a woman. I would still
And
want
it
to
feels
be.
good to just be a woman, not to even have to worry about manly
Yes.
things. Just enjoy.
What are manly things that you would have to?
I think I would be such a lame dude if
I feel like if he wants to leave the house and
He's
have the
so
stresses of that, if I trust him, if I trust myself with him, leave. That's one less thing I gotta worry about. Okay, baby, I trust you. Child, honey, at my age, you want to be stress free. Whatever, honey, you got it. I'm following you.
Well, let me ask y'all because I think earlier, Shan, you and I had talked about this. I don't know if it was earlier or a few days ago, and I just kind of want to get your guys' opinion. Do you think there is a difference between submission and cooperation?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I asked that is because it stemmed from a conversation that my husband and I were having before. And that stemmed from all of the stuff that was going on in the chat and how men are saying they want women to be fit, feminine, submissive, and blah, blah, blah. And so I had specifically asked him about the submission part. And he, I mentioned before, he said that he didn't want someone that was submissive. He wanted someone that was cooperative. And I remember reading something that said, well, somebody has said, well, that's the same thing. And I think that's where we get it wrong, is that, I mean, you're using it interchangeably, but it is not the same thing. So I wanted to know your opinions. Do you feel like being submissive and being cooperative is the same thing? Or if there's a difference, what is the difference?
I think some people just so stuck on submission as if it's just such a negative thing. Like, why are we so triggered by one word? I do think personally think they go hand in hand.
They are different though. They are different. One is,
I mean, I understand there's two totally different definitions for them, but I'm saying, why is it that women mostly are so triggered by submission? Like, why do you feel like you're gonna lose a part of you because you submit to a man?
right. I feel like this. If you can't submit to him, or then that's probably just not the man that you should even be with. That's my personal. But cooperate. I understand so the difference. One is look at a superior. You're submitting to a person. I call him the leader of the household. Whereas cooperative is like you guys may be partners on the same level, but you're cooperative. Is that how you take it? You're taking it mistaken?
Yeah, I think for me, my mindset is the submissive part is, in order to submit someone, you have to be up under someone. And I know people talking about the covering and all of that kind of stuff. So I understand that part, but again, it's the position, the position thing. And I think sometimes why women have such a hard time with that wording and with that is because the word itself means something is under someone else, right?
Don't you want to be under him?
Depends on. Hey,
Be under him ain't so bad.
but and I think in that regard, a lot of times it has, the actions of that word have been abused, right? In terms of a lot of men taking that word meaning to be, you be whatever I want you to be, right? Whatever I say goes. I don't want you to have any input. I'm the head. You just listen, right? I think a lot of men have abused submission in that way, and I think that's why a lot of women are not wanting to be under submission of a man, right?
Are you talking about like YouTube people making it out to be something?
No, I mean in general, just in general, from what I have witnessed myself and from what I've heard, especially from like older generations, of what that meant, and how I guess it was kind of exploited, where the man did whatever he wanted and a woman had no say so about it, right?
So that's like slave.
Yeah, that's a different type of I think that we're talking about modern day submit. I don't think that men are talking about back in the day.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. I think that historical remembrance of that is why a lot of modern women don't want to be associated with it. I think cooperative, for me, I was surprised that my husband said he prefer a woman that's cooperative, only because I assumed that he was more of a traditional thinker in that mindset. And his take on it is, I just really want somebody who's willing to work with me. I don't want to have to be directing and telling everybody what to do. I need a woman who knows how to think, for themselves, who will be able to challenge me, in certain things. Iron sharpens iron. And so I was like, oh, okay. So I just think there's a difference between cooperation and submission, but I kind of wanted to get y'all thoughts on that as well.
So according to this definition that I have here, where it's like going by like coaching styles, where it's saying the submissive style is one where the individual makes few decisions, provides minimal guidance, and rarely provides discipline. And cooperative is a flexible style that attempts to empower by sharing decision making. So if I were to like maybe go off that, I would say as a woman, I would want to, I would like to be in a space that occupies both submissive and cooperative, because for me, I don't want to make every single decision. I don't want to have to be in the driver's seat all the time. I don't want to have to always lead. And for me to be able to submit to my man, I have to trust that you can lead me, you can lead the household, and I trust that you've got this part of the 360 taken care of, and you trust that I have this part of the 360 taken care of. And so for me, that's kind of where the empowering comes from, where, mistaken to your point, iron sharpens iron, where it's like, okay, I've got my role and I play my role and I hold my role down, and you've got your role and you play your role and hold your role down. So I would say I would, like to stand on the border of both.
I love that, Della. And I think that Miss Parker made a good point here. Miss Parker with these points, honey, showing up tonight. This is so true. I think the problem is men think that, I know men have a problem with thinking that women will be submissive, but that's because they think that women are supposed to be submissive to just any man. We're talking about husbands. You should not just be out here submitting to every man.
Mm-mm.
You should not. That was old girl's problem with the 7 months.
Was misled, honey.
Your husband, you submit to your husband. Okay? That's it. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
What's up?
What up? You got something to say?
I always got something to say.
What's your input?
Well, I was going to speak on the double standard thing. Is that I think a lot of time is that a lot of women have gotten accustomed to the power dynamic, and so they don't want to give that up.
They've been independent for so long that it's kind of like,
yeah,
I can agree with that. I've seen women who don't want to give up their independence, or they haven't found a man who they want to give up their independence for.
I think that's it, Shantae, because any woman in her feminine space, she wants to kick up and lay back and be able to trust that her husband, just be a woman. She wants to trust that her husband can hold it down. And I think a lot of it, depends. It's all about the man. Like, if you want to occupy that role as the leader, you have to exemplify that you have a track record of wins, that you can lead this household. You can lead the wins. You can't, you can delegate, you're successful. Like, you're not telling me to follow you and then you lead me down the damn alley when we're supposed to be at the W.
Yeah, you got to tread lightly with that submission. You can't let every man.
Yeah.
It's some women in jail.
So if you find that your woman is not submitting to you, I would try and look within.
Yeah, and just see why that's the case.
Yeah, but at the same time, if she's not submitting to you, is it you or is it her?
It could be both.
It could be both, because here's the thing: there's women who have the walls up for so long they don't even know what feminine looks like anymore.
You have to treat so you have to, unfortunately, with some women, you have to build that trust. She has to be like, you know what? I know he got it. I've been with him for so long. His track record is just like the bond. My husband got it.
Yeah, because I know plenty of women who, when they get around children, they're feminine as all get out. They get all cuddly, get all mushy around children, but as soon as
they not like that around you.
Yeah, and then as soon as the man comes around, their walls get up because they see a man as a threat.
Oh, any man, not the husband. Yeah. Any man.
Any
man.
That's
different. Should she know the man?
Well, let's start there. Like,
we can't just let our walls down around any. It's men out here snatching women. Like,
there are some women who have walls up with the woman they're with in a relationship.
I think what he's saying is the vulnerability isn't necessarily shown towards a man, in that he could even be able to lead because she doesn't even provide the opportunity and vulnerability for him to.
But
it is not that she's not capable, because he sees it when the way that she operates when she's around children, like the feminine aspect, that part.
But my question would be, in a relationship, as in your wife, or just a date?
Both.
But if we're just talking about how dating can be, you're giving it way too fast.
But at the same time, is that a lot of women make the femininity on the man his responsibility, meaning that I'm not going to show my femininity until you do this, that, and the third.
Well, we just said they have to show actions because, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I think femininity.
Femininity is different from submission.
Submission is different from submission.
You should not be. You should always be a lady.
Yeah, but there's a lot of women who that come hard, and then it said, you must come right, and not only must you come right, you must come right by my standards, and I'm not going to tell you what those standards are. I'm going to let you figure it out, and if you don't meet them.
Well, I think that's a part of. I think I kind of get what you're saying, Mike. I do think that, you know, in that specific comment where you're like, you know, I'm not going to tell you what my standards are. You just need to figure out whether or not you can meet them. I think that that's a part of the vetting process and understanding that people love how they love, and either the way that we love is compatible or it's just not. And I shouldn't have to train you, or you shouldn't have to train me on every single step. At some point, there should be some kind of cohesiveness there. And if it just doesn't work, it just doesn't work. And then when you talk about women, you know, that don't want to be in that feminine space with you unless you do something as the dominant man, not saying that you're dominating or you're domineering, just as a man and his dominant energy, that's up to you to be like, yeah, this woman's not for me, rather than trying to reel her in and trying to make this into something that it's not. You know, both parties have to be in a space where they can acknowledge that this situation, this person is or is not for me. And as a dominant man, if you're looking for or attracting a woman that is in her femininity, that is going to be submissive to you, you know, and you find a woman that's not, that's your responsibility to move on.
You are absolutely right. I completely agree with you. But I think a lot of it stems from this, is that a lot of women were feminine and submissive in their younger years, and they experienced some trauma shit. And after that, they don't know how to let it go.
That makes sense. I think both men and women experience things that they bring into their relationships, which, you know, makes the relationship difficult.
And the man version of that is vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
Hey, Mike.
We got two super chats. Go ahead. Were you about to say something?
I was just gonna ask something about. I think we had said this before, but I need an explanation because I'm still questioning this femininity thing. What I guess, what does it actually look like? Because like I said, I know Shante, you told me I have masculine energy. Yeah. And I'm
a whole episode on that.
Right. So I guess I'm still trying to figure out what that actually looks like. I'm only going to be who I am, and it works for me in my marriage. So I guess my husband is okay with who I am. But just out of curiosity, I'm also a person too that don't mind making adjustments as needed. So if it's something that I think he would enjoy or like, or something that I need to change or whatever, I don't mind. But I just truly don't know.
I think he likes you the way that you are, so I don't think you should change. But there are some things that you do. I've known you for years that give a little masculine energy. And I don't know if you
need some examples. Like what?
Yeah, I was about to say I need one too.
Listen, so I'm not gonna say Tara. I'm just gonna say one of my friends has a tendency to be talking to her mates, and she put her finger up. Yo, I'm just saying. I'm like, is that a gun or something? What is that? Like,
I think you exaggerating. I don't ever.
Listen, so you ain't never been like, but I'm
New Yorkers talk with their hands, the passionate
and
thing.
I'm like, what? Like Tara getting something like, yo, and I'm like,
So mistake it be like, no, what I'm saying, yo, is
it be up in the air a little bit.
I get it. I mean, but I don't do that like arguing. Like if we're talking about something like,
you just asked about masculine energy, and I'm just
okay. So that's
so other masculine energy is. I remember one time you vented to me, and then I think it was something heavy you were taking out of Home Depot. I don't know what the store was. And that guy came to you and said, "Hey, do you want me to help you?" And the woman, the person you like, "Nah, I got this." But feminine is like, "Oh, thank you."
Well, I'm getting better with that. I am, and it's so.
Sarah want to pick it up herself, like I got this
because I'm just say your man ain't complaining.
Because I'm usually out and about by myself.
He loves her the way she is. They are like two. They are perfect for each other.
That's all that matters.
That's why she shouldn't change anything. But she asked what kind of
masculine. I mean, even if I guess if he's never had it, sometimes he may not know. He may like it. I don't know. But like I guess for me, it is. I'm used to doing a lot of things on my own. Not that my husband doesn't help, but I just have my own little things that I like to do. So I'm out and about, like Home Depot, the example you use, and I'm trying to get stuff. And it's weird because now I have been allowing more help, and I've actually seen a change in him. Because I think before it was like I think I remember seeing somebody saying something about finding a place for a man to be needed, right? And I find myself now that I am stepping back more, he's stepping up. It was like, well, if you're going to do it, go ahead. Like, I'm not, and now that I'm like, I need you to do, or, step back, like, I can't help, I find that he just go ahead and he does it. But it makes me feel weird because I always feel like I need to be helping too.
And that's so when you talk about masculine and feminine energy, the masculine they want to provide, they want to fix, they want to serve, they want to protect. Whereas when you have like the feminine energy, in your feminine, you are worthy enough to receive what the masculine has to give you. So, accepting that he wants to pick up that load, like, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I have another box as well. Like where, the feminine wants to receive. The feminine is nurturing. It's the feminine energy is like the, Lauren would say, like the incubator, the energy, the multiplier, the nurturer. Right. So they also say, like, in your feminine energy, you're a good follower. And so that's why when you think of the masculine energy leading, feminine energy is a good follower. And when I think about a good follower, I think in order to be a good leader, you need to be a good follower. So I take pride in being in my feminine energy, being able to follow someone that is worthy of me following them, because there's a lot to learn in that position, or a lot to gain from that, from that position. So when you think about those, that kind of like giddiness of like when you're in that space, I would say, where you're like, oh, like, thank you, like receiving. I don't know.
I think from my position is I always want to help. In my mind, I'm lightening. I want to help lighten the load. Like I know he is the man and should be taking on all of this load. But for me as a woman, I feel like you shouldn't have to do it alone. So
maybe your way to lighten the load is somewhere else. You know what I mean? Where it's like we each have our roles. And if your role is picking up the heavy box, like if your role is taking out the trash, my role might be replacing the trash bag, where it's like, okay, I don't have to haul out 4 or 5 trash bags with you. I'll just put the new trash bag in.
Okay. Can I do that?
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah. You're taking the trash out?
No, I don't take out the trash, but his responsibility is the trash, but I do help in terms of putting the trash bag back in the, garbage can, or if it's like the upstairs, trash bins, I might help him, bag up some of the trash upstairs so he could just take it downstairs. Stuff like that. I just always feel like whatever he does, I feel like I'm supposed to play an active role in that to help. But I guess I'm not supposed to.
It's not that you're not supposed to. I don't think it's not that you're
No, you can help. No, nothing we're telling you right now. If it works for your relationship,
Right.
who cares what
That's
everybody
true.
else is saying? We're just,
Mhm.
Your
telling you
husband
what's
sees your
masculine, what's
femininity.
feminine.
Right.
Now, if I'm on the streets and I have a friend that I feel safe with, like I know she gonna beat somebody if they come for me, that's kind of because she gives me masculine energy. It makes me feel safe. And I must say,
What shit?
if I walk on the streets of New York, I feel safe with you. I know you got it.
And Miss Taking gonna be like, what we not doing is you not
Right.
doing.
See, I think that's regional. I think in New York, I would still be considered very feminine.
Because that's normal for y'all.
Yeah,
Go
that's
back to being
They're a little rough.
regional.
Some New Yorkers is rough.
yeah.
Yankees.
But I was telling her.
Tell me about it.
that
I married one.
he said, "What?
You married a New Yorker, Mike?
My wife's
You married one?"
She's from
wife-
Brooklyn?
Yeah,
She's from Brooklyn.
Yonkers.
Hey, a Yonkers person. I was born in Yonkers, Locust Hill. Woo-hoo.
But you know what? I think
Yonkers
that
is
it's
fucking
regional
horrible. I hate
too.
this shit.
Do
I
what?
think that has a lot to do with
I
it, where
hear what
where
you're
you're raised, right?
Somebody
Yeah.
actually just said that, Shantae.
Yeah.
I was going to say it, but they kind of took the words right out of my mouth, where they said, "Takes a lot to lead a family. A boy has to be groomed to be the head of the household." That's the start. And so I feel like, just like a boy has to be groomed into manhood, a woman, she is raised into womanhood. And a lot of these steps are missed in our community, creating a space for a woman to fully be in her womanhood, and while she's holding space for a man to be able to fully be in his manhood, and understanding that interdependent relationship and what is needed for both. And so I've like reading Queen Afua's books and learning how to tap into like my femininity. It wasn't something that I've always been in touch with, so I don't think it just comes natural. I definitely think that it's something that, you have to learn.
You do. You have to be taught. You're product of your environment, just like Mistaken. Mistaken's product of her environment. New York women are known to be rough around the edges because New York is a rough environment. If you've ever been to New York, everyone's bustling on the go and no one talks, no one smiles, no one makes eye contact. You got to mind your business and keep straight. And that's normally how the women are, especially if you live in more rough areas of New York. So
You gotta have an RBF at all times.
I just posted out my story, Mike. I was in New York for work. I was like, let me go ahead and get my RBF ready to go because that's just how it is. That's the environment.
I love New York.
What's RBF? I don't know what that is.
Rescue binge babe.
Oh,
So someone said this super chat, does cheating have anything to do with a man being capable of leadership?
No.
I think it don't. I think a person that's going to cheat, some people don't necessarily need a reason. The reason could be anything for them to cheat.
Well, usually men and women cheat for the same exact reasons.
What reason is that, Mike?
No.
Neglect.
For what?
And more. No, usually
I can see what you mean by that, Mike. When you say neglect,
take out the ones that don't count, like the serial cheaters, and the ones that cheat because the sky's blue. I'm talking about like the average people.
I think I agree with you. But it's neglect in different areas.
Yeah, it's neglecting. It could be something that you're doing, or it could be something that you're not doing.
I think
Hi,
the
chaotic.
the cheating thing tying into leadership, to me, it does to a degree, because that means that if you are cheating, you are not living according. I'm hearing somebody got something on. Then that means
Yankees,
you're
can we
not.
get you to mute, please?
I
Thank
muted
you.
him. Go ahead.
I would think that that means that you don't live according to the rules and boundaries that was established. So that to me would say something about your leadership if you're going outside of the boundaries that was established. You wouldn't think? I'm just
No,
asking.
I agree. I agree, but I think that it's just one of those things. I do
That
agree.
says that you can't even live up to your own standards, your own boundaries. If you're saying that you're in a marriage, monogamous relationship, and then you step out of that, then that lets me know to somewhat as a leader that you may not necessarily live according to your own rules and standards. And I
Well,
would need to question that.
well, here's the thing, though, and could be a learning experience for a lot of people. If you take the ego and the emotion out of it, and if you actually look about what happened, you could probably see why. Now, it's not excusable, but you could probably understand why.
I'm sure. I think this is a case-by-case situation when it comes to cheating. But thank you, Black God. In cruise season, submission as a woman is simply trusting in your own decision making. You choose him as your man. So why is it so hard to let him lead? I agree.
I agree.
Wholeheartedly. If you choose him to be the head of your household as your man, you should be able to submit. You should be able to trust him enough to submit. That's just my opinion.
I agree. Fall in line. You chose them.
No, the problem
Why
is
is it
some
so
women
hard
be
for you to
getting
fall
married
in
to
line?
women that they don't trust just to say they're married. You have women who go into marriages just to say they're married so they can be like, oh, that's one thing out the way. I won't be that woman who's not married. And then this happens. They don't want to submit.
And then you'll be that woman that's divorced.
Well, they do have high divorce rates.
Or unhappily married.
Well, Tam, here's the thing. A lot of people want relationships for the wrong reasons.
I agree. I 100% agree. Some people don't know how to be in their own space and wait on the right one. So you jump into something with anybody just for the sake of just having somebody. And now you have a problem with submitting.
Not only that, people bail out too quickly when times get hard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if they don't want to be there, of course.
Mr. Yankees.
Mr. Yankee, and then Chaotic. Thank you guys for being ever so patient.
What's the question?
Sir?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Well, we just wanted to know if you had a question since you're up on you came up to the panel.
Nope, I'm just here.
Okay. Chaotic.
You're on mute.
I just got done doing a live stream. I came over here, so I'm not really up to date on what you guys are talking about. But
double standards.
Double standards. So could you give me an example, and then I will piggyback off the example. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Which one should we give them? Which one should we give them?
We talking about body count.
Oh,
girls versus guys trip.
Okay. Now, I believe it was the good brother Jonathan Barronville who had an excellent show the other day, and they were actually talking about body count. Yes, there is a double standard. Yes. As a man, particularly black men, we get a lot of coochie. Particularly the black brothers who go to colleges, particularly predominantly white institutions. You have tens of thousands of people in a square mile radius. It's only a numbers game. So myself, I have a very small number. I think my last count was like 81 before I got married. So I slept with 80 something girls, which isn't a lot of females. I am divine by the universe. God himself said that, hey man, be fruitful and multiply. So when I chose my wife, just like when most men do, that is very special. That means that I am done conquering coochie. That means that I have chosen you because you are a special woman. And women, and you guys know that, Miss Taken, Tam, Shantae, Cece, Team Della, you guys know that, wow, he has decided to marry me. I'm that bitch. All these bitches, he fuck shit. He the one who married me. See, you don't care about how many women that he has penetrated. You don't care about that as women. No woman really does. You care about the fact that, wow, I'm the queen in this nigga life. Or if you're white, I'm the queen in this white boy life. I don't know how you girls are. You see, as a man, we value coochie, and we value fresh coochie. See, a woman is like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. You don't put bumper stickers on a Lamborghini. You don't let people eat in a. Now, let me not cap. I've never been inside of a Lamborghini. I ain't gonna sit up here and lie to y'all.
So you don't want to use roast beef?
Hold on for a second, Yanks. Now, hold on for a second, Yanks. You didn't want to talk at first. Give me a second. Hold on for a second. Now, here goes the thing. A woman, yes, we are all animals. You know, I don't know what you guys believe, but according to science, we're primates. Yes, we are supposed to fuck, but no man wants his woman to have multiple partners. And I said that, listen, if a female has over 5 partners, you shouldn't even want to be in a relationship with her. Because the fact is that she has been penetrated with miles and miles and miles of penis and different penises. And no man really wants that. And, in my brain, I just think about all of the sexual positions, the bodily fluids. It bothers me, just like a lot of other men. It bothers us knowing that some man had you touching every wall in some room somewhere or in some car, or, some of you are freaks and you fuck outside in the backyard, have some damn decency. But no man really wants that. And there is a double standard, unfortunately. And, the thing of the matter is that if you are a young lady listening to this, a lot of men won't admit this, but we don't really want that. We want typically a pure woman who doesn't really have a lot of experience. But yes, that double standard does exist, unfortunately. And don't let these women out here trick you into believing all this dick appointment thing, thinking that's cute. It's not. These little trips to Miami, that's not cute shit. It's not. Being a whore has been promoted in this society because of social media. But if you are a young lady listening, 19, 20, don't allow this. There still exist double standards. And hopefully I've answered the question, ladies. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I will say one thing, chaotic. I definitely agree with a lot that you are saying.
Yes.
However,
go ahead.
If I'm dating somebody and you come out and tell me you have slept with 80 women, I'm not interested anymore.
That's not even a lot of women. Wait a minute, 80? That's not a lot of women.
I don't want to know.
According to the chat earlier today,
I don't want to know about it.
Is a lot for a man.
Get on it. 80? Listen, 80.
I don't want to know about it.
I'm 37, right? So I've been conquering coochie since I've been 17. So that's my first.
Not good.
Now, hear me out for a minute. So 4 women a year. I mean, you got to think about you're gonna get to those numbers eventually. I mean, 80 is not a lot. Shantae, you're AKA. You know how many? Listen, you know some Kappas. You know some Kappas that have slept with hundreds of females, right?
I don't know about hundreds. I would hope not. But okay, so you do get props for having letters, okay, on a campus. But let me say this from a female's perspective, I would think, okay, college campus, okay, but when you're talking about your 20s and 30s, I'm gonna only think like, I mean, that's a lot of people. That's more time to have had the kind of being with a woman that I just like, you slept with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, are these quality cooch? Are these?
Is it quality?
Yeah.
I don't think men
Is it
care
a
about
freaky
quality
cooch,
coochie.
or is it quality cooch?
A lot of times it's not quality. I'm not
They
gonna
don't
lie
care
to you.
about
I don't want people in the chat to be like, "Oh, chaotic get bad bitches." No, I've slept with maybe like out of that 80, I ain't gonna lie to you, maybe 50 of them were under fives. Maybe a lot of that 50 was fat chicks. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to y'all. A lot of those chicks.
I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate
My
the
problem is
honesty.
not being fat. That doesn't.
Huh?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
I
like
know what
nasty.
you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but
that doesn't make you nasty. I'm okay with a clean big girl. I'm talking
well,
nasty.
I've only messed with clean big
Nah,
girls.
that's still nasty.
But
That's still
but
nasty.
yeah, I'm
You
not gonna
saying a big girl nasty because she just
no, I'm saying him sleeping with over 80 women is nasty. That's still nasty.
If you think 80 is a lot, I have friends, I have fraternity brothers. I mean, these niggas are in the hundreds.
They nasty too, because I don't
in
want
the
to
hundreds. Like
chaotic over here, the semi coochie conqueror.
Yeah, a hunter coochie gatherer, like a hunter gatherer, hunter coochie gatherer. Mistaken, you seem to be very dumbfounded by what I'm saying. Go ahead.
What's your wife?
But you know what? Somebody said condoms, but I just feel like this. Even with condoms, you are exchanging bodily fluids. Like her sweat is touching your body. And
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Y'all sweat. I mean, unless you just got that boring.
Yeah.
You're sweating.
Yeah. What's wrong with her bodily? What's wrong with a woman's bodily fluid touching me? What's wrong
I'm
with
sorry.
that?
If you hug me after a marathon race, I'm like, and I don't know you like that.
See, Shantae, you don't understand. Men, we're nasty. I mean, we are. Listen, I've gone to the bars when I was kicking it back in the day. I used to well, I don't want y'all guys to. Okay, let me say this the right way. I would talk to a female. It could be a random female, and the next thing you know, I'm kissing on her neck, kissing on her mouth. Dudes are nasty like that. We don't give a fuck. Yeah. Go ahead, guys.
Did you ask your wife's body count? Did you ask her?
Yeah, and it's believe it or not, she's young and it's under 3. And again, I
don't be putting her business out there.
How confident in you are you that
are you sure that number's right?
I properly vetted, and I'm telling you, yes, it's not high at all.
Did you tell her you're 80 plus? Did she ask?
Well, I mean, not to brag about it, but yeah, I told her. But listen, women, you guys are turned on by that. Let's be honest.
Ew.
No, there's nothing about 80 plus bodies that's turned on to me.
Mike Dub, don't let these black women fool you, sir. They're impressed by
I
it.
would need to see pictures.
I ain't gotta worry about it, bro.
Oh, you're married to a black woman. Oh, okay.
Married to a black woman.
I didn't know that.
If she was on this panel, she would be saying that was nasty.
No, listen.
It's nasty.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you guys something in the chat. The black culture, the African people, practice polygamy more than any other cultural group, as far as I know. So when a black man is monogamous, a black woman's like, wow, this nigga really, he's a different type nigga. I like that. That's what happens. Y'all like that shit. Y'all like that. I'm telling you, Shantae, come on, man. Come on, Shantae, don't stop.
I did mention that I like women. I like men who can
like
get
women?
but I don't necessarily want him to be getting the women, like really going after the women. I want him to have some standards about himself.
Yeah.
And the women he go up in,
Well, if he popular, Shantae, he might have had 80 plus women.
I would like people to know
and
that.
not move on, and you can have standards with it, like,
Shantae,
She wants She wants the unicorn. She wants the guy that everybody wants that is selective about the vagina he gets.
Shantae.
Obama-like. We're just gonna say the Obama effect.
Obama got a lot of vagina.
Shantae,
I believe it.
Shantae.
Okay, go ahead.
Shantae, can we take it back to college real quick?
Yeah.
In college.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it could be an alpha.
Well, we all went to college, so I think they all know how college.
But me and you are the only Greeks on the panel, as far as I know, right?
Okay.
Let's keep it real. It could be an alpha. It could be a kappa. It could be a Q. It could be the most livest one. Don't cap. If that dude was, if he decided to be single, tell me if not all the girls like pretty much hating on the girl that he was with. Keep it real.
No, I think that we can all speak on that. You don't have to be Greek. We know that the fraternities, they have groupies, so to speak, or women who date them because they're, they are Greek. So we're not, I think every woman on this panel has seen that who has, Greek organizations at their school.
And it's still nasty.
Still nasty though, yeah.
Yeah, Tam has dated a few iotas. I could look at her and tell.
Iota?
Really?
You should have gone with the
I
iota.
rock with the iotas, by the way. My niggas. But
I love his friends iota. I love him.
But seriously though, yeah, that is a bad double standard. I gotta say that. Yeah. I'll tell you another bad double standard. Men, we can lead with our accomplishments, but it's a turnoff if a woman leads with her accomplishments.
I agree.
Yeah, I can't stand a woman who says I have a degree. I'm like, what the fuck? What? What color are your panties? What are you talking about? A degree?
But you know what? It's so crazy chaotic because I don't know many. I'm hoping that there's not a woman who's sitting there going, well, I am.
Shantae, why are you capping? You know that you're AKA, you're a sorority sister.
Nobody
like that.
I know, Tam, mistaken. None of these women are going to go into a date talking about their degrees.
They won't do it, but Shantae, how many? Okay,
I don't lead with that.
Shantae, let me ask you a question. Be honest. How many sands do you have?
Well, my question is: Are they answering the question? Like, if you say, "Tell me about yourself," and then that's what they're talking about, or they're just
mistaken. Before I got married, I used to go on dates, like most men. Especially a black female. She's telling you about her degrees, her job. And I literally a few times had to ask her, baby, look, I only care about the color of your panties. Are they seamless or not? What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
and
that's not a...
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. This is a good question. This is something to know. Was she an attractive female? Was she a decent looking female? Or do you think that she used that to pull her?
Oh yeah, because 50 of them was under 5.
Shantae, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Was it under 5?
I'm not gonna lie to you. And I've said this before. I watched the show called Star Trek when I was a kid, and I learned a valuable lesson from one of the shows. It's called Star Trek Deep Space Nine. There's a race called the Ferengi. They're little gremlin, but they're about money. And one of the characters said, "You treat the prettier females the worst." I was like 11 years old when I got that information, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Believe it or not, I talked to the prettier females like that, like the worst. Like, hey, what color are your panties, baby? I don't give a fuck. And I noticed that the prettier females, they looked at me and said, "Wow, Chaotic is an ugly motherfucker, but he turns me on because he doesn't put me on a pedestal." And that's how I used to get a lot of coochie.
Women did. I maybe I've never experienced somebody being like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
you got a lot of me, brother.
I say this all the listen. When I was teaching, I used to tell the ugly, like the boys who are really ugly. I'm like, listen, if you are ugly, you gotta be really ignorant to like pretty girls. Not call them bitches and disrespect them, but you have to like not pedestalize the real pretty girl. So the prettier she is, you gotta like talk down to her. You gotta tell her, hey, don't talk, hey, bad girl, don't talk when I'm talking. And I'm telling you, that's how a lot of ugly niggas get bitches.
That don't work over here.
Well, I mean, you're not a 22-year-old college girl either.
But even when I was, that shit still didn't work.
Damn, it may not have worked on you, but don't listen. It works. It works. So don't listen. It works.
I mean, I'm not saying your method.
If you are a 20-year-old boy, ignore everything Tam is saying right now. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her. But it works.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
You got to treat the prettier ones bad. You got to tell them, hey, shut up. Bad girl.
So basically, we're rewarding bad behavior.
Like, of course, we're animals. I'm just a damn monkey with a damn suit jacket on. We're animals.
Is that true? I can't see table. I can't see.
Hi, tree table.
The more you guys got on here, the more I can't see the words.
Yeah, you said it. You said it correctly. Chaotic, you're hilarious, man. You're a fool.
It's the truth.
You speaking facts.
But little do you know, besides the fact that you had 8 bodies, I actually agree with you about, the double standard. I don't think women should have a lot of bodies.
Yeah,
Not a lot of
definitely
bodies and never lead with your degree. Oh, I have a PhD from Harvard.
I don't think any of us.
What size bra do you have on? Why did you tell me that? What? Go ahead.
I definitely agree
But
with
if
a lot of
it's
his points,
though,
but it's still
Tam.
nasty. It's still nasty.
Chaotic just said he care about the panties. Remember how we were just talking about old girl that's 7 months in? Nobody gotta ask him the qualifying questions. On a date, we gotta ask. We were talking about asking men qualifying questions on the first date and making sure that your paths align before we move forward.
Hey, hold on for a second.
Logic. I
don't think Logic is doing the 8-month thing anymore. Are you, Logic?
It don't matter. We said we're gonna use it because it makes sense.
Fante, can I say this real quick? And I hate to do this.
Yes, Chaotic.
If you are young in the chat, I've done this. It may not work every time, but especially if you are paying for the date, you have the pleasure of being as ignorant as possible.
Not necessarily.
The more you pay for the date, the more ignorant the questioning should be. You're interrogating her. Now if you guys are like on some tea date in the park, be nice. But listen, if you're paying $200 for some damn lobster and shit, hey, look, bitch. What size panties do you have? What color panties do you have on? And are they seamless?
Listen.
If you're young, please do not listen to him.
Okay. All right.
Still listening.
I mean, this is like counterproductive to what we talk about.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I bet you could be a lot of 22-year-old boys emailing me saying, damn, Chaotic, you were right.
Right. But I really wish the emphasis of our show was how to get laid. I mean, that's just not the emphasis of her.
That's I know how you get laid. Okay.
No, she doesn't want to.
No,
that's the point.
That's not. You're not listening to my point.
How do women become wives? Not to become wives, not just to get laid.
Our focus on this show is not to have women get laid and how men can get laid and all that.
No.
Like, it's fantastic. You got a lot of coochie in college. Your body count is 80. That's fantastic. Congratulations for you.
81 with his wife. 81.
Right. 81. And his wife had 3.
If you want a black girl to be attracted to,
let's focus on the double standard. Double standard is men can have a high body count, women can't. But to go off on tangent, talking about how to procure coochie, as you put it, is not the purpose of the topic or of the show. Just go in there. Hi, Mr. Logic. How are you doing?
Mr. Logic.
Why is it a double standard for? Okay, so for example, here goes another double standard. Okay. Why is it that a black man, I'm criticized if I date a white girl, but it's not a double standard for a black woman to date?
Fair question.
A white
I don't care who
you
date. We have had this conversation.
I have gotten attacked by black women physically.
No, let me tell you why you get attacked, Chaotic. Let me have this.
They threw some water on us. They said, nigga. Yeah.
Listen.
They said the power price compels you.
You said what? I don't think that women, at least the women I know, care if a black man dates a white woman. Okay. It is only when they feel the need to express that the white woman is better than us that we have an issue. Date your white woman in peace. Now, there are few select men who we may desire, and we're like, oh dang, that's one gone, but that's not even majority of the black men. That is like 1%, not even a percent, it's like 0.5%.
So you mean to tell me I can't say this? Dating a white woman was like being in heaven every day without being attacked by a black chick. That's not.
You can say that, but why do you feel the need to let everybody know? We don't care.
Because black females who date white boys say he does this for me, he do that for me, he do this, and to a degree, really? I as a black man say, well, shit, that's kind of true. Yeah, they provide more. And
I don't agree with it.
Well, let's ask the white guy on the panel that's married to a black woman. Did your black woman do that when she got with you?
I knew this was going to come to me.
I mean, you on the panel, you married to a black woman, and he's using that to make his point. Is that true? Did your black woman go around?
No.
Okay, so chaotic, that doesn't necessarily prove your point.
I guess I would want to know, why is it that you want silence if the black man dates a white woman, but if the black man dates a black woman, it's not that it's expected for him to shout from the rooftop, but if he's silent, it's not met with the same energy. You know, if he
It's
chooses
not the silence that we care about. It's the fact when you start downing your own race of women
Downing,
to
yes,
make yourself
downing.
feel better about dating this white woman. You don't have to do that.
I agree. I'm not even saying
you like your girl. No one cares, but it's when you start saying I'm dating her because black women ain't this and black women, that's when we got a problem, or she doesn't compare to a black woman because of this. That's scream from the rooftops if you was a white girl and love her. By all means.
There's not a lot of black men that are dating women that aren't black that are vocalizing why they're dating the women. They're just dating the women. It's that he's black and he's dating a woman that's not black. And then black women have an issue, but they normally don't have an issue with men that are normal. They have an issue with men that have resources or status, because somehow, some way, he's black, so he owes you the opportunity to date within the race. That's what it seems like. Just saying what it seems like. You frowning, Pam, so.
I don't fall for that, because the numbers they're very small. They're not a lot. They like to make you think that I could be in a room full of men, black men who are successful men, and I may see one with a white woman. One.
Agreed, but but we live in a society that has such a media presence, and obviously they're not going around with camera crews recording regular dudes. Nobody cares about a regular dude that
successful men, not regular
successful men. Even okay, that's still regular in a sense of he may not have position on a Forbes list. He may not command.
You're talking about celebrity, like basketball players, athletes.
Yes, that's usually what people are referring to when they're talking about this particular topic. They're not talking about just average everyday. No, they don't really care.
I think women, black women in that situation that you're talking about have problem with that is only because typically they are dealing with black women prior to them on the come up. And so and I'm not saying all men, but you know, you have a black woman who, you know, helped you along the way, or you've dogged out all along the way, and then you get on the come up, and now all of a sudden we're not good enough for you to be with, and you feel like the upgrade is the white woman or a woman of a different race. And I think that's what black women have the issue with, not necessarily that you're dating outside of your race, but getting the black woman is not good enough when you are the regular dude.
But who said that? I think that's an assumption that you're saying, one, that black women are helping him on his way up. That's an assumption.
Let me just say
two,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm let you
not say necessarily. Well, black women do. I mean, I guess women in general. If you're saying that it's in a woman's nature to be helpful and be a helpmate, I'm gonna assume that the black woman was helping at some point if they were together. But I think the biggest issue that most black women have when the black man makes it to the top is that they switch over. I'm okay for you to be with when you the regular dude and you do you or whatever, but then when you get to the top, now I gotta get somebody outside of my race, as if that's a better choice.
That proves my point. That's what I'm saying. They don't care about your everyday dude. You're making a point to say and make a disparity that this guy matters because he's at this level. If that was the case, then that energy should be spread across the board, regardless if he dates black, white, Asian. It don't matter whether he's broke, whether he's prominent, shouldn't really matter. And I think that it really just speaks to the fact that most black women, this is an issue with their own self. That somehow, some way, that dude that has the status and has the things they feel they deserve, we owe you that. Like, if we get there, we're black, so we owe the culture. We don't owe the culture.
The neighborhood guy doesn't have a platform to go on to talk about black women. So we only have the men that are of a certain stature that are getting on the public platform, and they are basically downing black women. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, Tyrone down the street in the neighborhood ain't on the platform talking about downing black women and I date Becky because of X, Y, and Z. It's the men that are getting on a public platform that are downing their own race of women. I personally don't give a shit if Tyrone down the street date a white girl, or if Jamal that's in the league dates a white girl. Like, I don't care. You don't have to down your own race of women because you choose somebody else. Like, live your life.
Who are these
Don't get on a
men?
public platform and dish your black women. Don't do that.
Who are these men though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these men?
Hold up, table. Look, because y'all been disingenuous too. So look, and you know me, I'm Mr. Equity. I call it straight down the line. See, you niggas, see, the chicks that you look outside your door and see every day, them the hoes that you don't want. And on the women too. The niggas they see outside their door every day is not the niggas they want. You niggas want the little babies, the Sierras, all them shits. And then in your mind, that's your standard. Them bitches do too. They want the little babies. They want the Gucci mines. You know what I'm saying? They want all that shit because social media have gave them access to them people. When I was coming up, we didn't have access to them people until we saw them on the BET Music Awards. See, you niggas right now is all fucked up because y'all think that y'all can see shit and y'all create a mental standard. Women and dudes today create a mental standard and they listen to these YouTube talking points and they follow them bitches goddamn like, how dare you talk about the YouTube talking points, dick discipline. And then see, I'm telling you, wait, look, I have a perfect example. I'm not going to call this young man out, but he's a strong advocate for dick discipline, right? A chick jumped up on this panel and said he was cute. All that dick discipline shit went out the window because I told you it's not dick discipline, you pussy. You niggas just don't have access to pussy. That's why it's dick. And you ain't got no choice to be disciplined if you can't get pussy. You know what I'm saying? Would you not say that's discipline? If it was no such thing as drugs, would you? If it was no such thing as drugs, would it be a drug-free community? Yes, goddammit. You niggas don't have access to pussy. So guess what? You come up here with these YouTube talking points that don't make sense, and I tell you to get your pussy ass outside and put them points in the streets, and these hoes will run circles around you. I told you, body counts is the stupidest fucking thing that a YouTube nigga ever said. And all these other pussy ass niggas will run around here saying, body count. I want to know her body count. Tell a girl that in real life.
Who cares?
And watch you get shade. Now I'm going to say this one last thing and I'm going to shut up because there's been a lot of cap on here.
We love you watching.
Niggas on YouTube talking about women is using them for meals. And I asked the nigga, have you ever had Brazilian mashed potatoes? He said, Mr. Logic, what the fuck is that? So how the fuck can a bitch use you for a 2 for $25 for Applebee's? She can't. Nigga, that's pocket change. 2 for $25. You give us some being used for that? Used for 2. Man, I'm done, man. Fuck YouTube. This is why I'm done with YouTube niggas and YouTube bitches. Because nobody keeps it real and nobody take their ass outside. And I dare any nigga or woman to refute anything I just said.
I appreciate your passion, but I'll refute everything you're saying. It's full of passion, but I don't know if I necessarily agree wholeheartedly.
What do you disagree with? Yeah.
I think that he's making I will agree with one thing. They're making a point as far as people are raising their standards based on the internet. But I also think that you have to understand that people are always going to be motivated by things that are appear larger than themselves. I disagree that the whole you don't want the people outside of your community because most people don't travel outside of their community, period. 10, 20 mile radius on average. Even if they relocate to college, they end up coming back home at some point because most people's foundation stays very close to home. Most people don't think broad. They don't think East Coast or West Coast. You're on the West Coast. You're not necessarily thinking about girls on the East Coast. You're going to stay within your region. So it doesn't really make sense from what you're saying that they don't want the people outside. That's actually not true. they want to be related. They want to be able to say, oh, you know about grandmama's, macaroni and cheese, so on and so forth, things of that nature. It's very odd for most people to travel completely outside of their culture or something that's opposing to their culture. Let
me restate. You didn't hear what I said. They had no reality. They fucked the girl next door. They fucked the girl across the street.
Okay, that's fair.
They get on YouTube and they start having these Sierra Russell Wilson relationship standards. Now, that's why I said you're not being realistic. Like, just say the whole money thing, right? Like everybody on YouTube is a millionaire. Would you agree?
No, absolutely not.
I'll agree.
I'm saying everybody on YouTube say they're a millionaire and they're wealthy, correct?
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yes.
But outside their door, they don't have these wealthy millionaires, right?
Okay.
So we created a whole back and forth dialogue about high value men, right?
Okay.
Nigga, you ain't high value. Look, a chick that's not high value, right? She gonna fuck niggas outside her door. If she's high value, guess what she gonna have access to? High value niggas. If she's broken dusty, guess who gonna be slamming dick in her? Broken dusty niggas. Do you not understand that's the way life work? Tribes, access. It's hard to get in another tribe, even though you can fake it. I can go to my favorite restaurant and y'all might think I'm ghetto as a motherfucker, but I blend in very well. And guess what? Look, I can see a nigga outside my tribe from a mile away. I'd be like the white folks. Say, how dare you let him in here? Somebody need to call security? Yes, nigga, I'm that nigga now. I'm that nigga. And guess what? Because every time a nigga come they want to shoot my shit up. But look, besides the point, no matter what YouTube say, that's how it's gonna be. It's based on tribes. It's based on access. It's based on location. And then high value talking point is bullshit because most niggas is low value. So why the fuck would you have a conversation constantly about high value men? And then this the whole thing I like. Level up, chase the bag. I said, well, hold up. Nigga, it's only one CEO, nigga. And then it's 1,000 workers. So make that make sense. Everybody, you don't have enough positions for everybody to be a high value man. But as niggas, it sounds good. Niggas want to be, like I said, they look at little baby. They want to be millionaires. Chicks want little baby. So it's a good conversation to have.
That's fair. Could you potentially answer my question, Logic? I wanted Tam to answer it. Who are these black men that are in these prominent positions that are dissing black women if they're not dating them anymore?
When you made the comment, you were speaking on more so from an athlete standpoint. So I think anybody that has a public platform, those are usually the men that are the loudest. We're not hearing Tyrone down the street talking.
But that's who, Tam? Like what athletes? Because I have not heard any athletes.
I can't give you the name.
I know there's one
let's
football
not sit up here in front like we haven't heard people that have a platform, whether they're an athlete, anybody that has some type of public platform where they have a large following, where they haven't publicly stated that something negative in terms of they prefer to date this type of woman over black women. Date who you want to date. We don't need the explanation behind it. Nobody asked you why you with Rebecca. Nobody asked you that.
Not Rebecca.
I don't care. I don't care why you chose Rebecca.
Come on, Chaotic. You had your hand raised a couple times.
Yes, because I'm very orderly. I think it's important to claim or proclaim why you're dating Rebecca. Now, Shantae, I got to use you as an example real quick. And I'll give me like a couple of minutes, guys. Shantae, you went to a PWI, correct?
No, I went to a HBCU.
Okay. I went to a PWI.
Logic.
The Deltas, the SG Rows, the Zetas, they fought each other physically. multiple times. The Zeta Phi's, whatever the white girl sororities, never fought each other. They never had a problem with each other. I saw it first. I used to hang out with both groups.
That's not normal.
No, Shante, hear me out, because I want to get to what Tam said. All I'm saying is that what is so wrong with me giving advice to younger black boy or 20, 21-year-old black men, telling them maybe you should exercise your option being with white women. They are less combative. I am just saying that from personal experience. It's like being in heaven every day when you date them. Is that so wrong for me to get on YouTube or people to get on YouTube and say these things? Tam?
Well, why you just can't say, try white women? I tried it and it was great. Why do you want to bring black women in the mix of it?
Because I didn't know. Wait a minute. I never bring back black women in it. What I'm saying is that
you just said.
Tam,
you just said, Chaos.
You just said
try white women because white women are less combative than black women.
Okay. You caught me. All I'm saying is that YouTube is a public platform. And yes, some people are capping. Yes, I hear a lot of millionaires on YouTube. I'm like, damn, every black dude a millionaire. But what I do know is this. I know this. I am married to a black woman, but I can tell you, maybe divesting is good. And and again, I don't understand why there is a double standard when a black man says, you know what, being with a white woman is like being in heaven every day. Maybe guys, you should try that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's not dogging black women. It's just saying, listen, black women have a culture of being combative. There's nothing wrong with stating the obvious.
But why do you even have to bring black women in the mix of it? You can still tell whoever you feel you need to tell to try white women without having to bring black women in it at all.
Okay. Tam, I have listened to you and I will take that into consideration. And I won't ever mention black women again, but I will tell black boys.
No, that's not fair. Because the first thing, now I told y'all, Mr. Equity, the first thing y'all get up here and ask the dudes questions. Are your wives white or black? That's how we find out.
When have we ever asked that on this?
No. I'm saying I'm not talking directly to you guys. I'm talking about
you sound like you have a black.
I'm talking about YouTube shuffle. Like the thing is, soon as Mike Dub come on here and he start talking, right? I didn't see it on Fight Club. How you gonna qualify to say something? Is your white black? And he said, yeah. And they shut up, right? And then a lot of times they'll find out that a lot of niggas be divesting and stuff like that. But I want to share my experience in Philippines with divesting, right? I'm gonna say this: you niggas.
So let me just say this, okay? I think.
This is gonna be a quick because you niggas are terrorists. I don't know how you do it. It's more work dating outside your race than it is inside your race. Cause, like I said, and I experienced before, I think I tried to go on a date with a Korean before. It's more work trying to bridge these gaps with this motherfucker. And I ain't going on an official date with her. We just went to get some drinks. And maybe like an hour into it, I had to leave. I was like, fuck this bitch, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she in here talking shit. She really trying to conform to what she think I like. And then now it's like more or less, when you do it, you got to get over one more code. Because I think all women the same anyway. But now, why add another hurdle in that race as race, right? And I just don't see it. And to me, you niggas put more time in these foreign bitches than you do in the black women. And I say black women crazy as fuck. Y'all gonna see me saying it. I don't know how y'all do it. I don't have the patience. I rather deal with a black woman attitude and kick out the car and let her think about it and deal with that. Easier than dealing with these terrorists overseas and shit. You niggas are capped. I don't get you niggas. I think you niggas are the terrorists. I
You
don't
gotta
get.
explain to her why y'all season y'all chicken and they don't. Like, it's too
All right,
much.
all right, all right. Hold on a second.
Logic,
Logic,
we still
Hey,
go to
look,
Waffle House.
Logic, you
wait,
ever dated a white girl?
That boy is
Tell
wild.
that is, you tell her to try some collard greens. And she
Hey,
said,
Tam,
you
Tam,
like it?
don't be
She
doing
said,
that now.
hey, no, wait. You said how you like them collard greens and catfish my mama made for you? And she like, it's very good. It's very good. And then hey, you'll see the whole plate in the trash can, and this nigga in the back of the car eating noodles. Niggas are terrorists.
No, but logic. That's Filipino women. Have you ever dated a white woman, sir? I don't think you heard me.
Logic, I
What's
think that
that?
question is for you.
Logic, that's Filipino women, but have you ever dated a white woman from America?
I think they're the biggest terrorists too.
Really? White women?
Look, I tell you, I think all women are terrorists. And then when you get to that point where you have another barrier there, I think you will really get some fake ass shit. Unless she can show me she from West Side Atlanta, and then she really have a lot of the same cultural upbringing that I have. If I find out she from fucking Sandy Springs, then she really gonna be trying to be what she think I want her to be. And that shit gonna only last for so long. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it might be for y'all, but it definitely ain't for me. Mr. Logic is off the goddamn divestment track, so you niggas can have all them foreign bitches. Oh my god.
Hey, Logic, you still claim Tam, or you got Amber now?
Do I got what?
You got Cam, or do you got a Tam, or you got Amber? Because I know you've been claiming a few chicks.
Why are you upside down?
Upside down.
Why are you upside down?
Cause he hate. I ain't even do it. Hey, nigga trying to hate and was upside down. See, this is the pussy black nigga shit I'm
Who was trying to hate? I just asked a simple question. I just asked, are you still claiming Tam, or are you claiming Amber? And who's trying to hate?
No.
Put a one in the chat if that's hate.
How's that hate?
Hey, hating ass nigga.
Damn.
All right, but
It
look,
was a legitimate question.
First of all, I don't
So you want to call somebody a hater simply because I asked the question?
it had nothing to do with the conversation. But you know what? Because I'm me, I'm gonna answer the question. Both and all of them. That's how I roll. I always roll like that. You know what I'm saying? But, go ahead.
So does this mean we're not going to Waffle House in 2 weeks? Is that what's happening?
Because apparently he's claiming everybody.
I know I want my Waffle House though.
Hey, this miss. I've been the same way. I've been the same way.
I saw the Waffle House in Atlanta, August the 5th and the 6th. Y'all get the tickets.
Still throwing out wigs.
I like that plug.
Y'all get them tickets.
Them tickets 5th and 6th and meet us at Waffle House.
Is it in a white? Is it in a white neighborhood?
Yes, chaotic.
You know what, chaotic? I think the
No,
actual
it is.
perimeter area of Atlanta, so that is a white neighborhood for you and your black wife. I think you both will fit in just fine.
My wife is not a coon, by the way. I'm the only coon. Now she loves
chaotic though. We going to the Waffle House on the east side.
We're going to the Waffle House in the hood.
No, I'm not.
We're going to the Waffle House in the hood.
Yeah, we going to the hood. Yeah, we go. Hey, look, if the flow clean, we walking out of that bitch.
I need a slip.
Hey, if they don't got a stack of frying pans that need to be washed, we walking out of that bitch.
Yeah.
If the chef
you can't walk in that
bitch, hey, logic. The chef that be smoking a cigarette.
Hey, I'm cool with it. Hey, that add that flavor to that actual Waffle House.
Nice, yeah.
That shit, you know what I'm saying?
Super chats. Shantae, look how black women treated Jay Ellis. I don't even know who Jay Ellis is. Who's Jay Ellis?
That's the guy from Insecure.
Oh, he just got married. Oh, he just got married to a white girl.
And
So
I can't
look
speak
like
for all black. I can't speak for all black women. I ain't had no problem.
I didn't care about it. I saw it and I said, "Oh, that makes sense."
Listen, I don't care about. Listen, if it ain't a man I don't want, I can really care less who he dates.
He's happy. He put a ring on it, and that's what's gonna happen. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
Bobby M, but thank you for the super chat. Bobby M, do you think that men with low body counts are more attracted to women because that's the case? If that's the case, then why are men like Future and Nick Cannon so sought after? First of all,
they are rich.
Future be kind of low class. They ain't top notch.
They are rich.
Lori was the top one, but them girls do not be. But Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon trying to create generational.
Oh wait. Who's that? Who's the R? Who's the R? Like the one who?
We can't see that comment.
He made a comment because Nick Cannon is trying to build generational wealth. That's what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep disappearing. Come on, talk to us.
Yes, that's what I said.
I mean, but I don't. It's just not my stilo.
I mean,
For them.
But why do you feel that way? That he's trying to build generational wealth?
I'm just joking. I don't think he's building generational wealth.
What do you think he's doing?
What do you think he's
having babies?
No, but how you gonna say he's not building generational wealth when his kids have a better opportunity, not only through his finance,
but through his name,
but through multiple brothers and sisters? Do you not know that's how the Mormons actually build wealth?
No, I do know that's how the Mormons build wealth. Jewish do that thing a similar way too, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, now Jewish don't do it through like through kids. They do it through it's legacy.
Yeah.
They do it through a different. They like, okay, daddy a lawyer, I'm gonna send you to they do it as far as community. So they just rotate positions. You know what I'm saying? But I want to know why Harrison want to know what Miss Elijah doing. Because I didn't catch the link to the conversation.
The one link, I just asked the question.
I want to link the conversation, if you don't mind, sir.
I mean, I know. Well, I don't even remember why I asked the question. I don't know. Something that you said made me think about it. But I just thought it was interesting that you thought that all women of the world are terrorists, and that I also thought it was interesting that you think that just because you're talking to a woman outside of the country, it's harder to deal with her than it is to deal with somebody that's in your neighborhood or something like that. I thought that was interesting.
I mean, it's a fact. You know what I'm saying? But let's do this. When the last time you went outside the country, Harrison?
No, I don't travel outside the country. Mm-mm.
Okay, so when the first thing you dealing with when you're dealing with foreign women, right, is you going off the top, you're gonna cross 3 barriers. You're gonna cross a race barrier, you're gonna cross a language barrier, and most likely you're gonna cross a religious barrier, right?
Don't forget culture too.
Yeah.
Well, that's my top 3, but yeah, we can throw culture in that, right? So what you got to realize is that 4 of them things, them 3 things, a nigga cut your head off of them shits in them countries, right? So what I'm trying to get you to say, it's a good talking point about this YouTube travel overseas and get some pussy. But I just gave you an example of where you have 4 barriers that every time you go overseas dealing with an overseas woman that you will have to deal with. Yes, our women might be, you know what I'm saying, hard to get with, but you know what I'm saying, the reason they're hard to get with because niggas let them get away with it. That's why you think that every time you see an uncooperative woman, you got to realize this. The society, the culture created that, but the black man actually tolerated it. So that's why she feels she can say and do what she want to do with no repercussions.
Well, I'll say this. I agree 100% that there's enough women in the U.S. for us to be able to find somebody to work with. And you don't got to go to somebody else's country to find you a legit, decent, feasible woman. I just think that, I think with people basically saying the same thing across all the different channels, whether it's the Manosphere, whether it's the Red Pill, whether it's this space or some other space, a lot of people are having the same, like you said, YouTube talking points. So now it's just like it just makes things seem like they're harder, but when you go outside, it's a lot simpler than what people make it. So it just be interesting to see that everybody has the same idea, but when you go outside, it don't necessarily work to the T like how they say that it does. So
Harrison, you're married, right, Harrison? If I remember.
no, I'm not
correctly.
married.
Oh, you're not married. Oh, okay. Sorry. I confused you with somebody else. Sorry.
I look married.
I don't know what a married person looks like. I mean, Chaotic's married, Mike's married. I mean, it doesn't have a particular look.
Yeah, I'm married. We all look the same.
Okay, let me go to this super chat. So, Miss Parker, that's what I've been saying. Men expect submission from everyone. No. Submission is reserved for your husband. I agree. CC and Tam concur.
Thank you, Congo.
Congo. Oh, we already said that one. Sir, look what Black women did to LeBron James Jr. Come on.
What happened to LeBron James Jr.?
I don't know.
What they
leave his son out of this. Yeah.
I thought
I
Bron
don't
was
know
doing
what they did to him.
Because he went out with a white chick.
yeah.
How old is he?
He's 16. Like they need to.
Oh my gosh.
Leave him alone.
Okay.
He's a kid.
Congo again. C, Tam, Shantae. Love how y'all stand consistent and transparent. Thank you.
Cheers.
And E, Logic, how's your experience dealing with the American Black Queens then?
I like that you call us Black Queens in the question. I appreciate that.
I already said the experience dealing with Black women. Y'all hear me every Thursday and y'all see me interacting with them. The experience is horrible. But the thing is why would I add 4 more? I'm telling you, I'm keeping it funky. But why would I add 4 more hurdles in that race? I'm just saying. And then now, a Black woman might try to fuck me up over some shit. You know what I'm saying? That she might not like. Look, because I was the biggest hoe in the fucking world, man. I'm telling you. I just recently just put up the whole hat. And I'm telling you, it was, I understand niggas like me made some of the Black women y'all dealing with. And I know it's niggas like me that's out there that made some of the Black. So it's like not like these women is just doing it for no reason. Like I'm able to be logical with the situation. You know what I'm saying? Just because I'm reformed don't mean I don't understand that I was damn the one that was making these 304s. You know what I'm saying?
So you were a slut maker.
You know what I'm saying? What?
So you were a slut maker, basically.
Yeah, it's not a slut maker. I mean, it's just that if you take a target and you shoot it up,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, you'll horn it up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and like I said, maybe I need to pick a side, right? Yeah. But no, I don't. I'm not gonna pick a side. I'm gonna tell you the facts on both ends, and then as a grown adult, you should pick through the shit.
Yeah.
Logic, can I ask you something real quick? And this is going to be something I want to prove to the ladies on the panel. What are your numbers in, sir?
My numbers?
Your numbers.
What you mean?
In terms of like
your body count.
Body count, right?
This might sound sad, but I don't know.
So that's what I was trying to tell to the ladies. I was trying to tell the ladies that most Black men, believe it or not, are in the hundreds. Like, and a lot of Black women can't fathom this number for some reason. I'm like, yeah.
No, I can fathom
it. We didn't fathom. We just said it's nasty.
Oh, it's nasty. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
And I would prefer not to know. Like, you don't have to lead.
Just don't say nothing.
Don't
really?
say nothing.
Okay.
That's like leading.
Okay.
That's like a woman leading with her degrees. It's on the same level.
Really? Okay, I got you.
It's not. No, it's
turn off. It's a turn off, Mr. Logic. I don't want to hear that he had sex with 80 women. But his wife, he said he told his wife this, and his wife has only had 3 bodies. I don't believe that. But
less than 3.
Less than 3 bodies.
Supposedly.
So
allegedly.
She says.
Allegedly.
However,
allegedly.
We cannot
I believe your wife.
Allegedly.
Thank you so much.
We cannot prove how many bodies each individual has had. So why is that question even a factor?
Not even relevant.
But see, I want to understand that was big. Look, watch this. Look, I was on the network, right? Like the Kevin Samuels coming frequent now. And I was just standing up. I was like, no, this shit is stupid. It is absolutely dumb. But that's why I said these dudes don't take and stuff and analyze it for themselves, because I didn't have young jits attack me over this body count. And I asked the little niggas, all right, have you tried to ask a chick her body count? He said, yeah, I have. I said, was y'all on a date? He said, yeah. You gonna go on a date with her tomorrow? No, I ain't talking to her no more. I know, nigga, because you ask her dumb questions like that. Body count. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Long as that shit work for me, I'm straight. Long as ain't nobody gave that body that body no diseases, nobody they took it out of.
No papers.
Are you STD free?
Right. That's really all it boils down to. So Chaotic, you had 80 bodies. If you think about like when in the area in my profession, when you talk about 80 bodies, we do the math on how many contacts you really had because you had sex with 80 people and the probability of that.
Yeah.
Number is higher than 80, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. A lady years ago. I want to say, you know who Cheryl Lee Ralph is?
No.
Cheryl Lee Ralph was the mother of Moesha, right?
The fuck? Oh, that's JR.
Yeah, Cheryl Lee Ralph was the mother of Moesha, right? She came to our school and she did a presentation on like, you know, HIV and everything. And she said, yo, if you guys have slept with a certain amount, like one person, that's like 10 or 15 people. So and multiply that by, and we were like, get the hell out of here. Yeah, she was really, so she went on tour with that. And so I remember that.
The statistics are definitely there to say like.
I got by 2.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
JR, what's your number?
You don't know.
2.
10?
2.
JR just made some shit.
7.5.
Oh, he lying, girl.
7.5.
Who is that? Who said that? That Yankee
Who said that?
So annoying. Because somebody's in the chat and on live.
Yeah, but see, it's hard being a dude when you're not married, because if a woman comes onto you, it's like it's hard to turn it down, you know, and like that's what's so hard. I think it's a good thing probably that men should get married early, because you know a lot of us don't have any what's the word? Like we can't handle
moral compass.
We're not that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, see, these women is not keeping it real because, like I said, I feel like I repeat the same shit.
I feel
like,
sure do.
This is a double standard, right? When it comes, if this body count thing was real, it would be a double standard, because if you see photos of me right now busting down a chick, you seeing me. Wait. You'll see me. If you see a video of me busting down a chick right now, you'll see me beating her guts out, right? And you'll see me skiing all over her, right? Now let's reverse it, right? If you was to see a woman
with a facial,
so she's getting pounded. It hit. That's different. Men violate, women get violated.
That's what I said earlier.
I understand it's a double standard, Mr. Elijah.
Yeah, no, we said
nobody
that
on here is saying
that
women it's appropriate to have 80 bodies. And when
I'm not saying that. Look, the point I'm saying is that Chaotic said he got 80 bodies, right?
Yeah.
Really 80 bodies. He really got 80 victims. Let's keep it funky. Like I'm just saying.
Damn, he's a sniper.
Victims, unless Chaotic was a bisexual and he's getting violated or some shit like that, and then I'm just putting it out there. He's doing the violate. So now it's different though. Y'all getting violated, so y'all got more to lose.
Yeah, that's literally what I said earlier. I'm like, it's unfortunately, it is as much as women want to be like both should be held to the same standards. It's unattractive for women because women are the ones that are being penetrated.
Yeah.
Penetrated, skeeted on, goddamn, pushed down some stairs. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm telling
Damn.
you, look,
Push
look.
downstairs. You trying to kill a bitch?
Hey, look, hey, get smashed in the bed next to their kids. Like, you don't have it. I'm just
true. That's true.
listen what I'm saying. Dudes don't have these moments of shame when it comes to sex. Like, I guarantee you, every dude on this panel then either one smashed the chick next to the kid or know somebody that smashed the chick next to the kids. See, like, that shit.
That's true.
That's unacceptable as a woman. She ought to be ashamed of herself.
Well,
if that is your child's father, why are you allowing a man in your bed that is not your child's father to have sex in that same bed while your child is there?
But
ma'am,
Hey, keep it real. That's why the dudes do it. It's because usually we didn't have beef with the guys, so we don't respect them. That's why we do it.
No, but watch this, ma'am. You cannot try to debate. See, this is the thing. Reality is a fact. So if we're debating on the occurrence of something, so like another thing that we do too, we try to debate reality. We can debate the reality to what it should be, it can't be, but you can't debate that it happened. I'm telling you, more chicks with kids have got smashed, especially they got a little one. They just smashed in the same goddamn room, and the nigga don't even care. Like I said, a nigga won't even care, but that's like I said, that goes back into the point.
Timothy scarred.
Get violated. Chicks
Baby
get
still in
violated.
diapers and all.
That baby scarred for life.
What, Yanks?
Baby
Do y'all think the kid
That's
can like
that baby is scarred for life.
recall that when he gets older?
Probably
Depends
not.
on the age. If they're like less than a year, they're not gonna remember anything.
They probably say
That's true.
Thank God.
Hold on. Did that make the pedal go quiet?
Yeah, that's
Trashy. That's just trashy.
No, it's a problem. That's the problem.
That's disgusting.
See, what I gave you right now is I gave you a piece of celery. It was healthy, right? It didn't taste good, but it was good for your conscience. It was good for your soul. Now, I could have told you some sweet cupcake shit, and then it's horrible for your body, but it tastes good. Do you understand my analogy?
Yeah, that's a great analogy, Logic.
I love celery though.
Yeah, I like celery too.
I
I
like
think,
celery too.
yeah, you probably
I
should have.
prefer celery over cupcake.
My point is, in conversations,
Yes.
Black people like what's comfortable that tastes good. And I'm gonna say this, especially Black women. They don't necessarily want the truth. They want you to tell them what makes them feel good.
I'll be back, guys.
Bye, chaotic.
I'll be back.
You about to go? Oh, you saying me back?
Yeah, I'll be back though. Yep.
Yeah, come back. He about to go drop old load in the old lady.
She probably overheard her coming in.
Nothing wrong with that.
He's like, you out here telling people you
Get
slept
off
with
that
80 people?
internet.
Listen, you better bring your ass over here. We know who wears the drawers in that relationship.
He's like, bring your ass over here and tell her you done slept with
Man,
80
his low, and he gonna come back calm as a motherfucker.
I can see clearly now.
Look, watch this. I'm tell you this.
I wish he was still here. I'm not gonna talk about him while he gone, but he was capped.
Hold on, I got a side note. Just if YouTube had the standard that before you come on the panel and start talking this relationship talk, you had to bust a nut. Imagine how civil the conversations would be. The women would be super
Are
feminine.
you trying to say that people on here are stressed out because they're not getting laid? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Logic?
I don't know. I ain't got laid in a year, and I ain't scared to say it. So you know what I'm saying?
Beautiful.
I haven't been laid in a couple months because I've been away.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I have a question in regards to sex specifically.
Hold on. Side note. Hey, Mike Dub, did you talk to Keto Perry?
No, I didn't see him.
You didn't see him? All right,
Nah,
go ahead. Sorry, brother.
I'm all the way in the back of the. I'm back in the ranges.
You do it, damn.
What happened?
Make me to. Let me tell y'all, they be punking me.
Who?
Tam, thank you, ma'am.
I do not be punking you. We are friends.
Tam
that is
wanted me
not
to
how.
ask y'all.
No, don't lie and say Tam, because you brought that up earlier today when we were talking. So let me, since Shantae want to lie.
I
So,
thought you was a soldier, Tam. You scary.
no, I'm not. So me and Shantae was talking earlier when we were talking about the different topics of tonight's show. So Shantae said that a lot of men be out here thinking that they're pleasing a woman sexually.
Double standard.
But a lot of women be faking it.
Facts.
Mm-hmm. Well, whose fault is that?
If we like you, the more we like you, the more theatrics.
Whose fault is that?
The Academy Award
The award goes to.
But then why do we have sex with them again?
That's true.
You know, okay, so this
Like
is
I
what
said,
I
whose fault is that?
This is what I learned. Are y'all ready?
Well, assuming you're in a relationship with the person
see
that
what
you're
I
having
learned.
sex with.
Y'all ready for this? And if you've ever watched, okay, so I'll put the YouTube video down below, but it makes so much sense. But anyway, this particular YouTuber explained it very well, and I do agree with this. I think that women get out of it something very different than men get out of it. It doesn't say they don't enjoy it the same. It's just the outcomes are a little different, or what you get out of it is a little different. Women like adoration. They like to be desired. What more desirable are you than in that moment? Okay, to a man. And then you wonder, well, why do women get it all the time? I mean, just imagine if you had a person, I'm not saying all women, because I know some of you guys have mastered the art and you do it all the time and you've mastered it. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, just imagine the women who go from bed to bed. It's just like they want that they want that to be desired so bad, like that attention. Women like attention. They like to I don't want to say be praised, but they like attention. And so they go from bed to bed because they're not getting it on their own. You'll find that a lot of women who sleep around are not the most
secured.
Not secure, but they are, what's the word? That's the way they get attention.
but in reference to when we were talking about it, it was regarding the guy Andrew Tate. That entire video he did, it was a question where they had to hold up a card, and the question was in regards to oral. And the girl said yes, and he said no. And she was like, "You don't give head?" And he was like, "No, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not doing that."
But that's how most women, if you really want to be with that's going to be the way, the most pleasing way to a woman. But Congo made asked a good question. Well, why do women fake?
I think sometimes it's for the oral aspect. Some women need oral because it's hard for them to be able to climax with just penetration alone.
Lubricate in the first place.
What? Yeah, wet ain't got nothing to do with it. If it's hard for a woman to come just off penetration alone, yeah, she's gonna need something else, a little extra besides just that.
I've heard some women say they haven't found their spot.
Yeah.
So
they don't know their spot, or he doesn't know.
I got the total answer
He
for
don't
your
know her spot.
It's usually the woman who don't know her spot.
But hold on, I got the total answer for your question, right?
That's unfortunate. Go ahead, Mr. Love.
It's unfortunate I got an answer.
No, it's unfortunate what Rojo said about not knowing your body.
If y'all understand the concept,
I'll explain after Logic finish.
It's like a combination.
A lot of the smaller players have to learn how to shoot 3-pointers because they can't play around the basket, right? Do y'all understand?
The vaginal canal actually has more stimulating.
No. This is what I'm saying.
You're not giving oral. Grow up.
Listen, y'all ain't listening.
I agree.
First, short players have to learn how to shoot and be more twitchy and effective because they cannot play around the rim. Now I'm gonna tell you this. It's niggas that know how to play around the rim, right?
Mike, you just got it, huh?
Wait. It's niggas that know how to play around the rim, and then we can dominate the paint. And we got the size. See, think about it. You need the size to play in the paint.
You can't have a pencil stick.
If you don't have the size to play in the paint, then you need to go out there and you need to do look, you got to do all kind of tricks. You got to do all kind of tricks to get to the paint. You got to be all kind of tricks effective, right? But I tell you this, and I guarantee you, I can call people from my real life. They would never want Mr. Lodge to do nothing to go hard in the paint.
Sometimes you just gotta be well rounded. You gotta be able to play inside and outside the paint.
Listen. Do y'all want us to? Do you guys want us to tell you tales, or do you want us to be honest? Because we're trying to have an honest conversation with you, but we can stop it if you guys don't want to listen.
Who's not giving oral in 2022 on both sides?
That's tough.
Grow up.
Listen. Can I keep it all the way real quick?
Yeah. But see, I don't think they is Tam. But what I'm saying, when a nigga come down the lane like LeBron and caught that bitch back like that, you know what I'm saying? You're like when he come down the lane like LeBron and cock that bitch back and sham that bitch in that bitch, you might not think about oral, but for that little nigga that's out there shooting threes and shit, you be like, go ahead and eat it real fast.
I don't think nobody is saying you have to.
Logic, you are wrong 1000%.
Just understand that women or men are different, and she is not going. I mean, I understand that you're doing your big man thing, and just understand that women fake, and you'll just never know the difference.
And sometimes, and we're not always talking about each other giving oral every time we have sex, because sometimes you're just gonna have the moments where you just like, we finna have a quickie real quick, or it's just straight penetration only. But for people that say, oh, I'm not doing oral, grow the fuck up. Grow up.
Sometimes I only want to do oral.
Grow up.
Don't men fake it too, though?
Tam, you gotta realize there's some people who
wait. How do men fake it, and why the hell are you faking it?
There are what you say, Mike?
Wait, who said that?
There are some people who refuse to do it. One of my buddies literally cheated on his girl because she refused to give him head.
That's normal.
Rode her ass.
Grow up.
Listen, that's abuse of monogamy, is what that's called.
Grow up.
It ain't no such thing as no. What the? Why are people saying no? First of all, when it comes to sex, period, right? The pleasure is for the woman. All we doing as far as sex is concerned is really boosting our ego when it comes to men. Pleasure for us is the same when we do it ourselves, just like when we receive it from a woman. But for a woman, the pleasure is way different.
Hold up, Yankee, mute up, player. All right, my bad. We couldn't hear you. He was on the
basically, when it comes to sex, the pleasure is built for the woman. The ego aspect of it is really for us. At the end of the day, we have sex for our ego as men. We can receive the same pleasure playing with ourselves that we can from a woman. So we really doing it to boost our own damn ego.
Well,
women, they actually need the pleasure.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
It feels good. That's it.
No, look. You're
I don't know
wrong.
what kind of vagina your girl got.
I'll tell you
I've
this.
never heard that before.
Watch this. The thing is, I told y'all it's 3 different types of nut. I need to write a book on this shit. Hell, all these other doing it. It's 3 types of nut, right? It's an actual, I can get it myself nut. That's nut number 1. Nut number 2 is that I'm just fucking her on it because I'm fucking her and I really have no interest in her. We call that a club nut, right?
Yeah, you just trying to bust a nut. You had nothing for.
Yeah, it's a club nut. And then also you got a nut if you really like somebody and you really fucks with them. I don't believe in all that energy and spiritual spooky shit, but I'm just saying, if you really fuck with them. And then the thing is you will see the performance within each one of them. The first 2, you're trying to get you. You know what I'm saying? The third one, you're more participating in the process. And what it is that the outcome you'll see now why motherfuckers get pregnant. Motherfuckers get pregnant when they actually like motherfuckers. Cause I'm telling you, it's a
Chemistry
some
and
like
connection.
explosion. I wish I could have had club nuts my whole life.
So I got two questions. Question number one.
I want to know
When
why they
men
lie.
have sex versus when women have sex, are women as tired as we are? Like,
Nope.
does it take as much out of them as it does for us?
Are they starfish?
Yeah,
What
she
the
said it would work.
activity or what?
No, did she
interaction?
orgasm?
A lot of times you just gotta be on your hands and knees.
Oh wait, are you talking about after an orgasm, or are you talking about during sex? Are women as tired?
I'm talking about after an orgasm. So like, I'm
I don't
talking
know.
about
I
like
see
afterwards
some who had an orgasm. They couldn't walk afterwards.
because
Yeah, I need to lay
like,
down for a second.
I need to pause for a minute.
I need to lay down for a second.
Them legs don't work right after.
so because the question that I've been wondering is like, why do they tell men, like, why do we get extra tired even after sex? And like women seem to get more energized after sex.
730.
That's a red flag.
I don't know about you, man.
730. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I've seen my wife. She's not that tight. She'll literally pass out of sleep in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I need a minute.
Snoring.
Oh yeah,
No, I mean, like,
Y'all
like
funny,
after
man.
the nap, after the sex and all that other stuff. I mean, like, you're able to go through your day like normal. You can just walk, you can run, you can do whatever, all this other
I ain't
stuff.
gonna lie. She was in a bad
No, they can't, bro. No, they can't.
If she just came, that's different. If she
No,
just came, but if she orgasm, no.
No, I need a minute, and it's hard to pee after. FYI, I don't know if men know this. It's hard for a woman to pee after she has had an orgasm.
Y'all just be laying there for at least a good 15 minutes.
Nah.
Laying in the pole.
Hey, that's why I'm finna put this on the line. We
That's
finna
why
make a
cuddling
kiss.
is so important afterwards. I
Yeah,
need to lay down for a second.
Look,
crab legs.
I'm finna come out with my official sex drink, and it's called the Polo Punch. And then I promise you this: you gonna get 3 nuts after goddamn your girl get that Polo Punch. I'm telling you, it relax you.
Logic crazy.
But the instructions though, you gotta like her, because if you don't like her, you really gonna get a nut and go to sleep. But in my life, I never got a nut and went to sleep over a chick that I truly like. I only got a nut and went to sleep over chicks that gave me a club nut.
And
That's it.
That'd be the best sleep though. After you busted a nut.
Say it again.
I said that'd be the best sleep. The number 3 nut. That's the best time to fall asleep. You be sleeping good.
But the club nut was number 2.
No, I don't be going to sleep.
Sometimes for me it works in reverse. Like if I have sleep before I get a good one, I'm wide awake. Like wide awake. I get a lot of energy.
So the topic was women who fake an orgasm. Like, what are we talking about here?
Well, we were going to explain why y'all lied, but we went sidetracked. So why
did they lie though?
Why they lie? He calling it what it is.
Why do you think we lied?
I'm not contributing
that's
to
why
this
I'm asking.
conversation because nobody wants to hear the truth. They just want to.
I would love to hear the truth.
No. I think sometimes we lie because I'm gonna be honest, men.
Ego.
Don't hate me for it. Sometimes in the moment when y'all are in it and y'all feeling yourselves and y'all talking that shit to us and y'all like, we gotta feed your ego a little bit.
I mean, how would it feel for her to be like, nigga, you ain't do nothing?
You know the question.
I'd rather a woman tell the truth. To be
That
honest.
comes after. Did you come? Yes.
Do men know when we're lying about?
we do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, we do.
You don't.
We do.
But bruh, y'all lie. See, y'all women be
find out later.
See, this is why I hate you. Wait, see, look, this is why I hate YouTube. No, wait, this is why I hate YouTube.
Somebody got to mute.
No, look, brothers, I'm gonna tell you this. You would know if she nutted. Don't listen. I told you they terrorists. Don't listen to shit come out of their mouth. Like I said, when you see the motherfuckers in a goddamn full convulsion, then you know they nutted.
Like a Purple Legion.
I got that whole move on lock. I can read
tell
it
you-
here.
Nah,
And I'm telling you this, right? And I'm telling you, brothers, this. Y'all listen to Mr. Logic. I tell you this. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to
Mr.
put
Logic, listen, Mr. Logic.
Women been faking for
Mr. Logic,
centuries.
look,
Are you
I
taking
would
pride in how
not.
you think? Are you
This
taking
is
pride
not
in how you think?
something. This is not something
That's
that
true.
women. Who's talking? This is not something that women feel comfortable. This is something I'm being vulnerable by letting you know, because I think you are great guys, and I think you should know that these women out here be lying. And so we are calling. This is what kind of benefit do I get out of telling you this? Absolutely nothing. All we want to do is have an innocent conversation with you and be honest.
You definitely breaking
You
girl
already know
code.
what
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you a real question. Let me ask you a real question.
Wait, hold on. I want the ladies to do this. Ladies, tell me if I'm lying right here. Right? Niggas quit asking them, you would know. And then this is how you would know.
Okay.
You would see physical changes in her body. You would see muscles twitching. You would see all kinds of like the motherfuckers would get Charlie horses, all kind of shit. And then if you really see then, and if she cool, calm, and collective and don't want to be honest, or she like a vet, do this, brothers.
Not a vet.
Wait, kick her out the bed and tell her to go get the nut rag. And if she can walk, listen,
I don't know.
wait, let me finish. If she can't walk, go to get that hot rag, right? You will see her going to the bathroom and she in that bitch
Walking like Bambi.
bubbling like Barry
Well,
Sanders.
let me just say this. Beating
Big
it
facts.
up. Look. Beating it up and having the big O are two very different things. We didn't say you didn't beat it up. Like beating it up is like a tort. You know that doesn't necessarily.
No, Sante.
Okay, so are you a woman? When was the last time you were a woman?
Listen, let me explain to you something about the difference. It ain't got nothing to do with beating it up, right? It's a level of sensitivity that you guys have on y'all nerve endings that you cannot walk normal because of how y'all built.
Yes.
The motion of your legs. Hold on. The motion of your legs is what's going to create that lack of stability in your legs because of your nerve endings still under attack, basically.
They start to shake.
And y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just like y'all just said earlier how sometimes you can't even get touched after a good orgasm. So what Logic is saying is 1,000% right.
Ain't nobody debating you but Shantae. The other two ladies is quiet as fuck. Because
But
they
wait,
did not
I got a question. I got a question for what Shantae said.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Going to get that nut rag.
Hold on. Shantae, I got a question though. The question I want to know is, why even lie about it? How you ever gonna get it if you don't keep it real and tell him how to get it for you?
You're right. You know what? I think that women, when you like a man, you do want to boost his ego. You really do. You know that everything rides on that. And for some women, they just feel like that goes along with having good sex. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It's really weird how women think.
But eventually that's gonna get old.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it gets old if she don't come up with good lines and different ways to.
Now let me tell you how it gets old though. See, that's why sometimes y'all get cheated on, is because y'all don't be receiving the proper amount of pleasure to where it gets boring for us just as much as it's boring for you.
Possibly.
And like I just said earlier, we need an ego boost. So now we going somewhere else to get that ego boost and some vagina because y'all rather sit there and lay around faking it.
Listen, I cannot argue with your reply.
I ain't going bad for no lame.
Right.
But here's the thing though. I've actually heard women sit there and say they cut their man off of sex because it sucked, but they refuse to tell them at the same time.
Yeah, that's not okay. That's not okay.
So,
but the thing about
I
it
have
is,
another question.
Look, this is the problem. Nobody wants that. So this, like, I'm opening this conversation. I'm trying to have an honest conversation, and you get all these wrong, blah, 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 blah. That's why nobody wants to have a conversation and be honest, because it's always going to be an interjection from somebody who just doesn't even know. We're just trying to be honest with you.
You haven't said what it was yet.
What do you mean? What was?
What do y'all lie?
It's just an ego boost.
You said it was ego.
Yeah.
It's just you know why we
You
lie?
can
Because
blame
of
the fight.
the reaction we're getting right now. It's just easier to lie. Just lie.
Yo, we are gonna boost.
I think also in Shantae's defense, it's not to say that that person hasn't made her climax before. It's just maybe that particular time he didn't.
It was just horrible.
Can I ask y'all a question? Like, can I ask a question to the men?
Horrible.
Can I ask
It's
a question
just
to the men?
women get, listen, the satisfaction that you get at the end, and women get that satisfaction out of pleasing her guy. You know, there's something about a satisfaction of making sure he's okay that women get, and that's just as satisfying as the end result for women.
So check me. I got a question. So like the men that's on the panel, y'all really be asking y'all woman if she climax? Y'all be asking y'all woman these questions?
No,
absolutely not.
You know what I'm saying? So like, what we even talking about? Like, what? I feel like you'll be able to understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, based on her actions, like just in general. You know what I'm saying? If she's being pleasured, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you feel need to get a verbal confirmation? I feel like that's like robotic almost. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, because hey, real fast. Right now, what are we streaming on?
It's streaming on that stream, or
no? What are we streaming to?
Oh, YouTube.
It's a YouTube talking boy. I ain't never asked
no.
Thank you for the technical answer.
So this guy said, listen, sir. One guy said, usually women with high body counts. I beg to differ. I feel like if you have a high body count, you're going to orgasm more because you know your body. You've done it enough to know what he's going to do to please you. The women who don't have a high body count may be lacking because they don't have every man up in their vagina trying to figure it out. How about that?
Some women have a high body count because they're chasing the orgasm they haven't got yet. So that's not true.
They gonna debunk this shit, right?
No, so
I'm gonna put some facts out here, and I'm gonna debunk another myth.
Hold on, no, hold on, Logic, hold on. So we
women
heard
actually had an
from
orgasm?
Ricky that's not true. Because remember, like a conversation we had with Ricky about the fact that a girl, you could be one person, she could have one person still be super, super freaky, and you having sex with that one person. So the number of bodies a woman's had doesn't necessarily mean that she's not sexually advanced.
Now listen, but I agree with that. But the opposite can also be my biggest focal point is that if she's not out there like that, she has not experienced enough guys to say, okay, this guy gave me the big O. You understand what I'm saying? The inexperience.
I get what you're saying, but I think that comes from knowing your body personally. I don't think a man really.
Thank you.
It helps, but I think a woman should be able to identify for herself.
But the comment said a person like this. The comment said only high body count people talk like this. So I was debunking that comment.
Oh, he's trying to say that we got high body count
because we're telling them that that's not the truth.
Got it.
Hey, Shantae, get off the chat unless it's a super chat.
CC have a point, because if you don't know what's gonna work for you, how the hell am I supposed to?
I know it's working for me. It just don't work.
You gotta get in tune with your body, honey.
You have to know your body.
You can't be able to explore themselves. You can't be able to tell a man how to please you if you don't know how to please yourself. Get into
I know. That's the time that it's a guarantee. Pleasing yourself is a guarantee every single time you hit it. It's just
nah, Shantae, you'd be surprised how many women can't please themselves.
Oh,
which is why
you would be surprised.
You'd be surprised at the percentage of women who have actually never had an orgasm ever in their life.
Well, you know, that's not abnormal though. A lot of women don't. They don't have it's just they just don't. That's just
I did call somebody out.
But I also think I'm really under the impression that a lot of things I think has to do with mental. It's on their head.
Yeah, that's what I want to ask. Is it a skill thing or is it an emotion thing?
A woman's orgasm is
it's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture of both.
Yeah.
Because if you're like,
I think
here,
mental and emotional go together. You know what I'm saying?
But if
Mental and
you're
emotional.
For
They're like,
women, yeah. For women, yeah.
if you're like
Yeah.
worried about the kids, worried about this, worried about that, you ain't never gonna achieve it.
Oh, that's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
no, you know, her mind has to be focused.
Has to be in it.
She also has to trust the person that she's having sex with.
That's
That's
right.
all for the mental.
And it has to be a level of comfortability. I always say there's two different types of comfort level. When you're in a relationship with somebody, you're comfortable just with that person in general. And then there's a level of sexual comfort where
Right.
you are open to things in the bedroom and trying different things and being able to express yourself sexually without being judged in the bedroom. So there's different levels of comfort
That's
that
so
are
true.
required in a relationship.
Okay, so
That's
after
very true.
after a woman receives an orgasm, does her vagina like kind of like chill out? Like it's like I'm done after the first orgasm?
Goes back
No.
to
Nah.
Sometimes it wants.
What happened? No, Harrison, what happened in your situation, baby?
Listen, if you swell them
Oh,
up,
listen,
What happened?
No.
I'm just saying, like, I've talked to a number of women about this, and they kind of give me different answers. Some say they're ready for right afterwards. Some say, all right, the shop is closed after the first
It
orgasm.
depends on the
nah, you
woman.
just
So,
gotta eat it again.
It depends on the woman, I think.
Harrison, come put your head right here, baby. Something happened.
that's
Oh,
okay.
Harrison, she just
listen,
got out.
I'm saying I talk to women, and I like to listen. So I just wanted to get a perspective from
So you
more
want to know what
women.
happens to the vagina after what?
I said
I guess you want to
after.
know if women can, after they come, are they out for the count? No, we can still keep
We
going.
can keep going.
Especially if the man hasn't climaxed yet. Yes, we can still keep going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The
it's
woman
like
should
it's like
actually
it's like if I
receive
may
more
right, if I may
orgasms
right,
than the man.
if a female cares about you, like, and she already climax, like she'll continue until you climax. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, that's what I
Sometimes
say.
they want more in the same session because it intensifies.
Is we really having this conversation? This is
Yeah,
I told y'all, look,
Yeah,
bro,
this is like high school shit. I don't know why.
Listen, I told Harrison to come put his head right here, okay?
Oh,
Listen, the questions that I'm asking is not because I don't know
Hey,
what's
I'm
going
23 by
on
the
with
way.
you. I just want to hear strictly from
Somebody got to
women
mute.
and what they're saying.
Somebody got to mute.
You, Rojo, I think this sucks.
Harrison is just listen. If we're sitting here telling him that women are faking, he just has legit questions to understand if this is a fake or if that's a fake. I get your questions, Harrison. Thank you.
Oh no, I got a pretty good judge on when a woman's faking.
don't
But I
listen
was
to
just wanted to hear from your perspective as women. What's your experience with orgasms? That hey, either y'all stuff close up or y'all ready right afterwards, or y'all need a break, y'all need to chill. Like,
It's all one
and go out and get some pussy. Stop listening to people who want pussy. The only way you gonna know if you get pussy, and I'm not saying you don't, because I don't get none either. But I'm telling you, the only way you would know.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
There's a difference, Mr. Lodge. There's a difference besides you not getting it because you're choosing not to get it versus the latter.
It still don't matter. I'm saying don't listen
So you
to.
have your experience though. You have over 100 bodies. We are.
I
But
need
some
your
men
life.
do
You
not
never heard
have
me say
that.
I had 100 bodies.
You can't get that man bodies. He didn't say that.
I said, see, why you
Oh my
gonna
God.
on YouTube? See, when they asked me what my body count, I gave an honest answer. I don't know.
Right.
Listen, Linda.
Right. And that's a truthful answer to somebody who got bodies.
You know,
I don't know what chaotic ass was talking about.
Me neither.
I have no idea.
Anybody in the chat will tell you if they really get to the box, you don't keep count after there's no more thrill in it. If you really getting it like that, you're not
Hey,
keeping count.
Rojo, I don't know if that's exactly true. So like, I just graduated from FAMU. I'm finna go back to get my master's. But like, when I was an undergrad or whatnot, like, I had friends of mine, you know what I'm saying, who were literally keeping score. Like, they was like, they had 3 figures.
In college though, right?
You know what I'm saying? Yes, but it's college though.
How
I'm
old are
speaking
you,
from a
young
23-year-old. I'm 23, man.
23?
I'm finna be 24.
Okay, with all due
I'm finna be
respect,
24
I've been
in a couple
fucking
days.
longer than you've been alive, bro. With all due
Probably.
respect, I've been fucking longer than you've been alive. When you get to a certain point, you stop counting. That shit gets childish, and you so busy calculating when you get in the next box that you ain't got time to keep count of how many you didn't have before.
Exactly.
Logic answer was
I'm not here to
1,000%
disagree
right.
with you. I'm not here to disagree with you, Rojo. I'm just here to say that there's people who keep count past hundreds,
I got
past
you.
what people
I
have in their
got you.
whole life. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
when it's thrill. That's when it's a thrill
Yeah.
to keep count. When
Yeah.
you get to the
It's a
box
competition.
like Chaotic claimed he did, you don't keep count because you can't.
That's
So
true.
That's why Logic's answer was right when he said, I don't know.
But you know what's
Yeah.
good? But you know what?
Hold on.
What's
Let me
good?
give an example. Let me give an example,
You
right?
know,
Practical. I want to give practical example what we talking about. Practical.
Yeah. What's going
How
on?
many steaks have you ate? Steak dinners have you ate in your lifetime?
Over 10.
You can really count how many steak dinners you done had in your life?
Yeah, if
not
I would
everybody
guess,
can afford
I'll say over 10. That'll be a safe number.
Yeah, not everybody have a luxury of eating steak.
So look,
Not everybody eat.
Wait, hold on, Logic. Hold on. I'm going to give him another example, right?
if I was to get to like a normal person, not saying you're not normal though, but I'm just saying.
But
I'm
again,
just-
I think what's
you
important
would
is that he's
know.
a younger
Watch this, you would not know how many steaks you ate, but you would probably know the best steaks you done ate. You'd probably knew the best
Thank
experience
you.
around you done
I
went
agree
to
with
eat
that.
that steak, but
I
you
agree
would
with that.
not know how many steaks you ate, and then you'll be a fool to sit here and try to make a notebook with how many steaks you ate. That's
I
crazy.
agree.
Especially if you keep in
Trust me,
count
I agree
of the
with you.
steaks that's a 5 or less. Like, come on, bro.
So you guys are yelling at somebody, but this is good because it's a different perspective. He's not your age. So this is good to talk about and have someone on the panel who is in their 20s who is giving you a different perspective. Yes, in your 40s or however old you are, yeah, that number doesn't matter. But in his age group, it matters. They're keeping count. They got
My bad.
tallies.
I think I got lost for a second.
You know, like I don't
Type
understand
shit.
why we're arguing this. If
No,
people
listen.
Nah,
What I'm saying is this.
because
Cats that keep count, that will fade away. He's young.
Yeah,
So
that's
I get
true.
it when he's talking about with the young cat he's talking about. But once you done had enough experience, enough women, you not keeping count. And let me tell you another reason why, right? If you were just on some player shit. For one, if you at 75, right? You're not about to tell a woman when she asks you, oh, I'm at 75, because she thinking, okay, I'm about to be 76 and he about to be on to 77. So that's why, for one, we don't keep count once you get to a certain level. Just on some player shit, you're not about to hate on yourself.
Chaotic did.
But chaotic.
So Rojo, so the whole
why I
basis of the
call
count.
cat.
Hold on, Rojo. From my perspective, the whole basis of the count is really for competition.
It's
You know what I'm saying?
amongst
It'll be
friends.
frat brothers competing with each other, or it'll be community
Man,
brothers
Logic,
competing with each other.
Logic.
That's
Let me
the
ask you a
basis.
question, Logic. How do killers move?
It's solid.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a lot of dumb as hell then, huh?
Watch this. Look. Check this out. What I'm saying is this, right? I understand it's easy to keep count when you're in low numbers. And I'm not saying I got high numbers. So when you first start fucking, yes, you would keep count. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even have to keep a note. You have a mental count. But I guarantee this, them guys in college, I guarantee they can tell you the bad ones they hit, but they don't remember the fat ones. They don't remember what was in a car.
They must not be real with themselves then. They must not be real with themselves.
Nut in the back of the club. They don't remember all that stuff. They only remember the moments they want to remember.
I feel that.
They only keeping track of these so-called bad ones. I promise you.
But it's a thing though. Hold on, Mr. Logic. So like you gotta hear me out on this, right? So like, you know what I'm saying? It's people I know at FAMU graduated and they was keeping score of everything for a literal. I don't know what this guy's specific basis was, but in this organization he had the highest number by far, and he was counting everything. He literally he showed me a note with a date. He was putting the date with the name, all this shit. Like I guess it's his mental game. He feel like he was on top of the world because he able to have the most bodies. But the whole problem I have with the loser count thing is that like for some people probably get to, I don't know, maybe 100 bodies stop counting. Some people maybe get to 5 bodies and stop counting. So at what basis are we understand? Because like it's different for different people and their experiences. Some people probably ain't even. Go ahead.
2 minutes to remember when you don't like when you physically see they like these guys you saying in college, right?
Yeah.
Like it's within a 2-year span. Let him get 10 years in the game, right? And he will understand that unless he a hoe that's keeping a notebook and that shit like that, all that shit finna be going in the way. Because, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to even matter. Yeah, I mean, that's all, man. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Body count, though. If it do something for your ego, you know what I'm saying? I ain't decent shit doing it.
Nah, for sure.
I said it earlier. Sex
That's the
is for
thing.
a
See, I ain't
man's
gonna lie.
ego.
I ain't gonna. My ego don't get stroked by sexual accomplishments. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, unless I don't know. I feel like certain people got different perspectives and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like I don't know. I feel like a 40-year-old man. Oh God, like no cap. But I don't know.
You don't want to feel like no
What are you
40-year-old.
going to FAMU for?
Trust me, I don't move like one. I
Hey,
don't
what's
move.
wrong with being 40?
I'm healthy and
What's wrong
fit,
with being
man.
40?
I'm healthy and fit, man. I just got the mental like a 40-year-old man.
Enjoy your youth.
What are you going to
Ain't nothing wrong
FAMU
with being
for?
40, dog.
Like I graduated from FAMU. If I go back for my master's for medicinal chemistry, I got my BS in chemistry.
Nice.
Working as a chemist 1 right now at Memphis.
That's what's up.
That's good.
For sure.
Ladies, you heard that?
Ladies in the chat.
Ladies in the chat, you heard that?
Thank you for your perspective, because a lot of times we don't have a younger male on here to give their perspective.
I'm a man, shawty. I ain't no male.
Well, I mean, technically, you are still a male.
Oh yeah, say
man,
that shit, young brother. Say that shit.
M-A-N, shawty.
I mean, technically, male, man, same thing. You're not a female, so you're a male.
Dog, cat, horse.
I dig your technicalities. You know what I'm saying? I can dig it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, M-A-N though.
Male, man, same thing. I mean, it's better than being called the opposite. And you know.
Hey, so wait a minute. We can't call y'all females. Y'all
I
prefer
don't
to
have
be
a
called
problem.
women, right?
No, hey, that's valid. That's valid, Rojo.
I don't have a problem being called a female because I am indeed a female species. Yes, I absolutely am.
You are 1 in a million, sweetheart.
I don't care either.
And Tam, if I may, right? Tam, if I may, like you totally correct that technically, you know what I'm saying, there's male and there's female, but the whole reason why I said that is because in 2022, there's men, there's adult males who aren't men. You know what I'm saying? That's why I need to separate the delineation. You know what I'm saying? I got a aesthetic symmetry phase. I got long hair. So I gotta make it be known that I'm a man. I ain't rock with that. So the male, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, and if you want to get even technical, there are men that were born men that aren't men anymore. If you want to get technical.
Nah, you can't be born a man. Nah, you can't be born a man.
Okay,
you can't be born a man.
Yeah, we gotta leave that one alone.
You never born a man.
But you're right, Tam. No, but I understand what Practical's saying because, like, I have a 12-year-old son, and I don't allow people or myself to call him a child. I call him a young man because I'm not raising a child. I'm raising him to be a man, but right now he's a young man. So I understand what he's saying about the difference between adult males and men. So I'm 1,000% in support of what he's saying. That's very accurate.
See, well, nigga, like men, if you were XY chromosome, my bad.
Always working. This nigga, I bet his overtime is off the chain.
Why he always in the chat?
Hey, I was on vacation last week when I came on, and I still didn't charge my phone, and my shit died. Yeah. I don't even think Shantae knew it was me because I was at home. I wasn't at work.
That's a hard working man right there, then.
I was on vacationing last week.
Huh?
She was in the Bahamas.
Who was in the Bahamas? No, I wasn't.
Yankees be coming on saying one word, little statements, and then he just go mute.
Right. No, she was not in the Bahamas.
Yankee, if you don't paint your whole face in the camera, not just that forehead.
Is the top of your roof painted half yellow?
No, that's the light. Shadow from the light.
No, it's not.
No, it's actually yellow. I'm in a warehouse right now.
You're in the process of painting. Okay.
I'm green or something.
I'm in a warehouse right now.
You're in the what?
I'm in a warehouse right now.
Oh, the warehouse. Are you working?
Salute.
No, I live here.
Cool. What?
You live in the warehouse? Okay. Cool.
Yeah. It's very lonely in here sometimes.
You know, the lady from Flashdance.
The
lady from Flashdance lived in the warehouse. Y'all remember
Hold on,
that?
wait. Did you say it's very lonely there?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wait, so you got like a whole warehouse to yourself?
Yeah, man.
Hey, them man got money, bro. Y'all need to. Hey, the female in the chat need to do something, man. What the female say?
How much? Hey, you in California? Because I need some storage space.
No, I've been shitty ass
Put
New
some
York.
stuff in his house.
We can't hear you because you keep moving around.
I said I live in New York.
Okay.
You live in a warehouse in New York. That's property taxes high as fuck.
I live in
I
an
ain't gonna lie.
apartment in New York.
Hey, is it a roll of toilet paper right behind your head?
Nope, that's a bag.
Logic.
That's paper
I'm
towels.
just asking. I'm looking at shit.
This is my dad's apartment. It does look like a warehouse, though.
Oh, so it's not a warehouse.
Nope, it's an apartment.
Oh, I thought it was for real, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'll take you at face
It
value.
does look like a warehouse.
What part of
You had a
New York
warehouse,
you
bro.
live
I'm
in?
like, this man lied.
I have no
God.
idea. I lost count.
Lost count of what?
Where I'm at right now. I don't know where I'm at.
But you're in New York.
How long you been in New York?
My whole life.
Okay.
I hate this fucking place.
You hate New York?
Yeah.
I got some friend. I got a friend of mine who just went over there. He working over there. He said he loved it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Where does he work at?
He like working in this tech position or whatnot. I believe in Brooklyn.
That's good, I guess. Good for him. I hate this fucking place.
Why, man?
New York's just too crowded.
Yeah, I feel it. I'm a country boy myself. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Somewhere in the country where it's desolate and quiet, not loud, and you hear police sirens every day.
I say come to Memphis, but you gonna hear all that.
Yep.
No cap.
Oh, I want to be in Memphis right now.
I'm in Memphis right now. You know what I'm saying?
But
Out of North Memphis, Raleigh area.
can't come.
Memphis.
Anyhow, beautiful people, it is almost 3:00. I was gonna wait 3 minutes though, but y'all ain't really talking about nothing.
Where we're finding out about Yankee. So you
Nah, y'all gotta help me get through this shift tonight. Y'all ain't going nowhere.
Not our
Yeah,
job.
that is not our job. You better
not our job.
Roll.
And maybe
I done
don't
braided my
send it
hair
back to
up,
Michael.
honey. Shantae is.
We appreciate you hanging out, Yankee.
No problem.
You okay, Yankee?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
I'm just tired. I've been up all night.
Yeah, us too.
Well, thank you for joining us.
It looks light in there though. Didn't it like it's like daytime outside at Yankees?
Yeah, it's daytime. It's just so wonderful.
It's daytime.
You in New
Yeah.
York?
New York.
Yeah.
New York.
They had different time zones over here.
No,
New York. We in the same time zone. Hold on, Jesus. Wait a minute, Jesus.
What's New York doing?
New York is in the Eastern time zone.
Focus up.
Hold
Hey,
on.
that chick ain't in no New York if it's light.
New York ain't light at this time.
No, it's not.
He lying.
That's legit.
What did you say?
I said I am lying.
We know.
But where are you?
I don't know.
You don't know where you're at.
No. I got kidnapped like 2 days ago.
You okay though, right?
And
The
you're
fact that y'all believe in me somewhere is funny as hell to me.
what? He said it's funny that we believe him.
I'm just joking. I'm just.
It's okay. We're just gonna.
I can't. It's too late. It's too late for this.
What was the topic of the show?
CC, this when you letting that filter of yours.
Practical. It was double standards.
But yeah, we were
Double
just
standards.
talking about double standards. But you guys have to tap in next week because we're gonna be talking about the women that y'all love to say we don't. Y'all always say we don't listen, so we're gonna talk about women and.
They don't listen.
I mean, a woman can give you problems or whatnot, but from my small experiences, a woman, it's not that a woman don't listen. She'll probably give you. You gotta do the things the right way. As a man, I feel like if she lose respect for you, she lose the less willingness to be able to follow whatever you telling her. You know what I'm saying? Like I had a woman I was dealing with. I had to write an essay for me because I had to become an essay writer and getting paid for it. And she didn't want to do it at first, but she found out that she was making more money doing that than the Taco Bell job she had. So she started doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just. I don't know. But every woman not gonna follow every man though. That's for sure. Some women not gonna
I think they were just talking about as far as being loud, the same old submissive, all of those things.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Like one thing I will say, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like we do inflate a lot of like what Elijah be saying that YouTube talking point. I don't want to copy off him and say that, but it's like I feel like people be making big problems bigger than what it is, and the smaller problem, the opposite smaller than what it is. The stuff that's good, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, like I wish I had the right word to say for this, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I feel like we just bullshitting specifically as like a black community, and it's like if a woman not gonna listen, then a woman not gonna listen. If a man not gonna be a man not gonna be a man. So that means the men get to get with women, and everybody else, y'all just do your thing.
Hey, Brady, I'm just say something to you. You can't copy a fact.
For sure.
It's reality. So
some of these dudes just got to get off YouTube and go deal with women.
You
That's
say
an
something
issue.
that you also see that occurs. That's not copying. That's just acknowledging the fact.
I could dig that. Nah, for sure.
So
yeah, you can't
what if the
reinvent the
guys
wheel.
actually talking about their experience and that other guys are reconfirming their experience?
Yeah, exactly. People be reconfirming other people's lives and they never experienced it or even a morsel of it. You know what I'm saying? So like that's one thing I think I've seen. You know what I'm saying? College allowed me to be able to see a lot of that though. Even before
and
YouTube.
especially who like to come on this channel.
Interesting. I wonder who you talking about, CC.
Yeah, she about to be out. Like she ready for bed.
That's not even it. I was exactly what he said. People who come on just for the sake to hear themselves talk and never experience anything that they're talking about. It's just what they heard on YouTube. And they want to just regurgitate it. They want to regurgitate
Or maybe
it
they do experience it, but they don't ever want to dig deep onto why they experience it. It's not
come to the realization.
their realization of why they experienced it.
Nah, that's not the case for some of them.
CC, is you trying to talk slick about me?
Pretty much.
Mr. Logic, if it was you, I would say it's Skim likely, but I don't mind saying it. He don't pay my bills.
Damn, not Panderson.
Damn, not Panderson.
Not Panderson, man.
She's talking about the chat people.
I'm talking about chat people. It's not you, Mr. Logic. It's not you.
Yeah,
Or they won't cam up.
everything that he say, he just be talking. His real life is
One
different.
thing he's right about though, them make me funny.
That's how it is.
Sure.
I mean, he literally be letting y'all know he's trolling half the time.
Yeah.
Right, which is exactly my example. Like my example is if
Somebody
you
else.
just want to hear yourself talk. It serves no relevance to this channel.
Some of
it does though.
Ooh, you gotta
From the
get that.
dating shows to the fighting and all that shit.
Ooh, you ain't got no signal where you at. You ain't got no signal,
You
Rojo.
got that government Wi-Fi.
You gotta just stay
Got
where
that
you at.
Chinese government Wi-Fi.
You ain't got
Watch
no
him.
signal where you at. Go back on mute, Rojo. Rojo, can nobody hear you? Ain't got
All right,
no
can y'all hear me
signal.
now?
He got Boost Mobile.
Damn, Gina,
bro.
my bad.
It's like millions of folks on Boost Mode, but you just shitting on like 1/16 of the population in America.
Y'all not gonna talk about Boost Mobile.
You got a Boost Mobile phone, Shantae?
I ain't got no damn Boost Mobile. But hey,
Somebody
I don't know if y'all heard me. What I was saying was you see cats over like on channels like dating show channels, and then later that same day they'll be on Fight Club, and then they'll be on like other shit, and it's like damn, like you YouTube famous up in this mother.
But those are the people they live for that though.
Right.
Like the YouTube
On
famous.
YouTube,
like,
I can't wait to
Well, some people watch it like they watch TV. I think, but the problem is when people try to make their problem everybody's problem, and it's really just your problem, you know. Or the problem with YouTube is or the problem with YouTube is it's like, oh, it's a money maker, so they'll say things to bring
Shock
the
value.
people in, the shock value, controversial, you know, and say anything, and they're not thinking like there are people who are listening to this and they thinking this is reality, and it really is not. It's just not.
But Shantae, it becomes their reality after
It
a while.
does
because the chat goes wild.
What they do is everything they conversations, the people they actually use for examples, they all YouTubers. So like everything around them is YouTube. So like I said, that's why I go so hard for it. And then I'm an advocate for niggas get out of their neighborhood, going out to the city, take your ass somewhere you never been. You know what I'm saying? So you can get some level of experience. But you know, I don't think it's gonna change. It only gonna get worse. And now we're gonna see babies born on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna say,
Why did their families try to fight? And it's like, why?
but I'm serious. We're gonna see babies born on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like we already seeing kids unbox toys and gifts and whatnot getting paid for it. Like, so
Of course, he's
it's like
making
we're gonna be going further and further back. You know what I'm saying? So that makes sense. What Logic just said, to be honest.
Mr. Logic, are we gonna have a baby at Waffle House?
Nah,
Mr. Logic
I don't
is
go to
You won't be having it in Dunwoody. You don't
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I like Waffle House,
Oh,
but they be changing the
yeah.
price on every Waffle House. Change the price every time I go. I promise. I mean, it don't
Yeah,
be like
them
$1 or
ain't
something,
less
but
than
they be changing the
$15.
price. No cap.
Practical is still less than $15. Stop it.
True. I can't say you're right. You're right.
What
It
is
gets to a
price
point where I
on
can't
this
complain.
thing?
First
First
world
started
problems.
at 7. It's like at 11 now.
look, wait.
Like
Look,
$4 for 2 eggs, scrambled eggs, and then you gotta add $1 for
hey,
cheese.
but look, this is a perfect example. No shot at you, Practical.
What's up?
But these are the niggas that be coming up with that chicks using them for dates. That I never noticed a Waffle House dollar increase.
I ain't gonna lie, girl. I'm 23, girl. I ain't gonna lie, I'm 23. Like I'm on the lowest tax bracket on guys. I be knowing everything I make, everything I spend.
Practical,
Yeah.
you might not be the lowest tax bracket at a chemist, honey. There's might be some people
I'm an entry level, you know what I'm saying? And I'm only gonna be there for a little while. I'm finna go back to my masters in like
I'm not
in like
shooting a shot.
September.
I'm not really fucking with you because you don't run to say these YouTube talking points.
Oh, yeah,
All I'm doing is saying that this is what the YouTube talking points consist of. It consists of something like this, like. And I only know a couple. I mean, it is simps out there that actually chicks use for meals and shit like that. But a majority.
College showed me.
Waffle House meal,
It's
though?
college, yeah, for sure.
I'm like this. I would never feel bad if I took a bitch to Applebee's and got a 2 for $25, and I would never say you use me.
I agree, and I don't got no money, and I agree.
I cash app you that $30 so
No
damn
joke.
quick. Talking about I used you, nigga. Give me $30.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
give
feel
it
that.
nothing with tax.
See, that's the thing right there. Like, see, I don't understand people. I don't understand people make stuff like so transactional. Whatnot. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm Muslim, and I'm not supposed to have sex before marriage, but of course I did. And the times when I did, I like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's times when I done took a female out. Oh God, I didn't have sex that night. But at the same time, I'm not acting like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I don't care unless, you know what I'm saying? I don't care about the certain stuff that people care about.
You say you 23, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you some game.
What's up?
Quit listening to these YouTube niggas because
oh God, trust me, I don't, man. Go ahead.
If you throw a barbecue tomorrow, your niggas gonna bring Absolute. You know what them chicks gonna bring? Don Pablo, 1942. Hey,
they're gonna be wine and try to drink the top shelf. It's their
nah. Women nowadays, women gonna bring some teleport. Women gonna bring some teleport.
No, listen what I'm saying though, right? They gonna bring shit to your house that you gonna actually put on your bar, right?
Right.
But the whole concept, niggas are cheap as fuck.
Fancy black.
Yeah, it's true.
Always in my life. My niggas is my niggas. But besides like my nigga like Quest, my nigga, I got like maybe like 5 niggas.
These whiskey.
The fuck? I got 5 niggas I rock with that don't do like that. But I'm saying it's a way to shame these women. If you shame, like I said, if you present enough shame, like just say, if we come on the panel every Friday and we shame CC, we shame Shantae, and we shame Tam, right? You know what we trying to do is we trying to get standards. And then so now, if we get them the Lord standards enough, we might hit that pussy. That's what.
That
That's
is
what.
very valid. That is
At the
very
Waffle
valid. I feel like
House.
people do that. No cap. Like,
Myself
like
and
Nigga,
you
it's
can
used
try
to
it
okay,
now.
go ahead. I ain't gonna lie. I know people who like, you know what I'm saying, a friend of mine, you know what I'm saying, like same organization that was in the dude said that the 100 bodies, you know what I'm saying, plus type stuff, you know what I'm saying. So the dude was all like, he basically like to like, you know what I'm saying, his goal was to try to get a female, you know what I'm saying, and then once you have sex with a female, you get the possibility you having sex with her increases dramatically, you know what I'm saying. And it's like he said he was talking about he do like little small stuff, like you'll give a female crumbs, then you take away those crumbs. You know what I'm saying? Then you get the female illusion that she could get bigger crumbs or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's like he was telling me like he breaking down what he be doing and whatnot. And it's logic pretty much summed it up. You know what I'm saying? It's like aesthetically, like I mean, I'm a straight man, but aesthetically, like he kind of wasn't there, like symmetry wise and all this stuff. But he was handling his business though. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, so you got it. So some people got to do. You just that's life. You know what I'm saying? The less attractive, I mean, they gotta do more. You can't be broke, goddamn ugly, and can't swing no goddamn dick. You might as well not even exist. So the more them features you have, the more attractive you'll be to the other race. And that's on both ends. But I will never shame a motherfucking woman and say, your standards too high.
Never.
No, hey, let your standards be that way because you'll be talking to yourself. I mean, apparently, you know what I'm saying. If you got them standards, then you got people that's willing to meet that. But other than that, it's a YouTube talking point until we hit them streets. Let's see.
Yeah, go get some beans.
I want to see goddamn CC big ass fucking toe with that big ass coin on it. I want to see goddamn Tim with that pimple on the back of her neck. You know what I'm saying? That's
well, all right.
So are we not going to walk?
Hey, hit the like for the YouTube algorithm, y'all. Like, subscribe, hit the bell notification icon too.
We're gonna have to wrap this up.
Yes. Mr. Logic hasn't agreed to take me to Waffle House.
I'm taking
He's taking all of us to Waffle House.
We got to bring their wigs afterwards, Logic.
Logic already said it Friday night, August the 5th, well, 6th, August the 6th, early in the morning, because we'll be late night. We're going to Waffle House.
They got to bring their wigs after, bro.
Matter of fact, we can go to the Waffle House right after goddamn the Friday show.
That's what I just said that, Logic.
Oh, okay, my bad. But now we got a club. We got club reservations too.
Are you guys all coming? What club? Are you guys all coming?
I remember clubbing.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like, what's the name? The only places I'm gonna be in is in Florida, the end of August and September. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But it's not a nook. It's not a nook if you buck type of spot. It's a lounge.
What's the name of it?
What's the name of it?
I can't say it on YouTube though, because you know what I'm saying.
Send a message.
Yeah. No, because
no. Put it in the back chat. Send it on Instagram.
Send it on Instagram.
Yeah, you don't want niggas running up. You don't want niggas running up. You know
I
what I'm
know
saying?
these people.
So yeah, because then you know what I'm saying. You know me, I'm a little
Yankees is tweaking me. Like I'm like feel like I'm tweaking because he keeps just going on mute and saying random stuff.
That dude scared me.
Man,
leave him alone.
All right. See, that's how women is. See, you got a serial killer on the panel or a school shooter.
And they gonna coddle him. And they gonna coddle him and shit. No cap. They gonna coddle his ass.
Somebody like Chantel said, keep him around.
Keep him around.
I didn't say keep him around. I said leave him alone.
Right.
He's fine. He won't kill nobody. That Negroes killed 10 people.
See, I told you. He displayed.
Good night. Good night.
And on that note,
good night, everyone.
No, sir, Caliber. Thank you. I don't really appreciate it. I'm really sad now.
Hey, depression is not real, as per Andrew Tate.
I know, right?
But don't y'all? I've been seeing Andrew Tate do. Don't y'all think that this is a show he put on?
Facts. It is.
I think it's shock value.
The mind.
Why do? But why do?
And he's so obnoxious. Like,
Shock
who
value.
sleeps with? Like, he is
Nah.
a prime example of a man. I don't care how much money he has. His personality is just.
But you
No,
know what?
I ain't
Even
gonna
if
lie.
you
His
watch,
personality, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna say it. His personality way better than any Bill Gates, the mammary gland, soy boys, all this stuff. I'd rather have some dude like that tell me some shit and I'll see
y'all
the
this.
meat
Look.
out the bones.
Oh, you're talking about?
Oh,
I'm talking
God.
about dating
but
wise.
wait, listen.
Yeah,
If
for
you
sure. Yeah.
actually
I mean, but I'm a
looked
Muslim. I'm gonna have more than one
beginning-
wife. So
if you actually looked at the beginning, the very beginning of that video that went viral, he actually purposely said that he was trying to annoy her. So I'm convinced that he does a lot of things for shock value.
Shock value.
No,
yeah, I believe it.
Well,
I
that
believe
video
it.
has 7.8
I believe it.
million views.
This is my question.
Making
This
money
is how. This is how. This I think simple black people are. Right. Where were the people 2 years ago, before the internet, YouTube, dating boom after COVID? Where were these individuals? What were they doing?
Nothing.
So now what it is that you know, what you said. Y'all continue to support.
All right,
Very
y'all.
valid.
Let's wrap it up. It has been great. It is 3:16. People in the chat who hold it down every single week: Catherine, Miss Parker, Congo, Sean Gates. Thank you. Maurice, I think his name is. Thanks for everything. Thanks you guys for hanging in. Everybody on the panel, thank you for coming up. This has been a great conversation. I've enjoyed you. My two girls, Tan and Cece, I'm glad y'all hung in there with me. Y'all see I'm already ready.
They soldiers.
Logic, of course, as always. We love you. You guys meet us here next week, 9:00 Friday, and August 5th, 6th here in Atlanta for the meet and greet. Talk to you guys later. It's the Chic Critique. Good night.
No, Shantae, I got one more question.
What
Y'all
Logic?
didn't miss me when I was gone?
Yes,
Of
we did.
course.
They didn't.
We miss you.
Of course we miss you, Logic.
Yeah.
So happy you're back.
I got y'all some gifts. I got y'all some good Filipino rum, and we finna goddamn that Don Pablo, that good shit. We get, hey, if you lame niggas, they got your tickets to Atlanta. I'm telling you, this shit finna be lit.
Look here. RB said, "Why so early?" Because I'm the only one who will stay up to 6 o'clock. They be like, we don't have to stay up all night no more.
Yo,
This is no. If you're going to ask about why we leaving so early, you need to come up and continue the conversation.
It's too late.
I'm still gonna go to sleep though. I'm gonna go to bed.
Right, like you better come facilitate.
Listen,
some
this Shantae's show. She said she ready to wrap it up. This show is over.
Listen, this is our show, and it's my panelists make sure they text me in the middle of the week. What time you stopping the show?
Right.
The only reason why is because
listen,
it sure am, because when we're on that late, you're sleeping your whole Saturday away, and now I'm not even productive on Saturdays because I'm sleeping about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, you ain't so productive though.
9 a.m. no matter what.
What you say?
She ain't productive.
I said you ain't productive anyway, so might as well sleep.
That is a lie.
All the damn time.
I don't work the full 8 hours. I have a corporate job. Thank you very much, and then get on here and be on here for another 6 to 8 hours. Thank you.
All right. Well, I enjoyed my time with y'all, and I miss y'all. I was just
You guys are awesome.
This is a great show. Nah, for sure. I'm glad I was here.
Enjoy y'all weekend.
Next time, log on earlier so you know the title of the show. So when you call up, you'll know what the show was about.
Nah, for sure. I got you.
Thank you, guys.
I enjoyed you.
Likewise.
Bye, Rojo.
All right, see you guys.
A love-hate relationship as always.
What?
A love-hate relationship as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.